Chapter 201, Land of Peril. Chapter 201, Land of Peril. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. If they were people of the ancient martial realm, the trio could disregard them, as they were more than capable of suppressing them given their level of cultivation. However, true breath cultivation emerged in those hundreds of ancient martial realm practitioners after the gigantic tree assimilated them. The trio was stunned, and strong waves of emotions crashed in their hearts. This is equivalent to dividing the cultivation of the gigantic tree on these hundreds of people, allowing them to unleash the force of the true breath realm. Based on this, the gigantic tree itself. What level of cultivation does it have? Zhui Yifan was shocked, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Wang Baoli was breathing rapidly, and a chill flashed across his eyes as he immediately opened his mouth to speak. They have this level of cultivation but are making use of puppets to gang up on us. The giant tree is obviously using most of its cultivation was to enhance the cloud fog seal. This could be our only chance. Wang Baoli's words prompted thoughts in the minds of Zhao Yamen and Zhui Yifan. However, before they could think about it more deeply, they had to retreat quickly as the puppets charged towards them. They could only depend on the cruiser to move, but it was not the case for the puppets. Therefore, an aerial battle was obviously disadvantageous to the trio. As a result, when the trio retreated, they all charged towards the forest in a coordinated move. In the blink of an eye, when they descended, the hundreds of expressionless puppets had already neared them. They were extremely fast, creating a loud sound that broke the sound barrier, and caught up with the trio in an instant. As the loud boom reverberated, the puppets began fighting Wang Baoli and company immediately. Zhui Yifan, who was from the combat pavilion, executed an impressive move. Activating his hand seals, he resisted the enemies with his spells. However, the spells weren't the main form of counterattack he had in mind. As a combat pavilion cultivator, he preferred to battle others in close combat. As the spells spread, a desire for combat flashed across his eyes. He leaped into the air, retrieving a large purple sword. With an unusual look in his eyes, a shadowy figure appeared behind him, as if he had managed to invite the previous incarnation to integrate with him. He appeared to have transformed into a combat deity, and he dashed directly towards them while roaring. As his sword landed, the three puppets before him trembled violently and broke into pieces. However, Zhui Yifan didn't stop at that. Activating his hand seals, wind blades rushed out quickly, sweeping in all directions. He then dashed out, with his sword raised. What was impressive was that all those true breath puppet cultivators were completely unable to resist the attack. They either retreated or broke down. In the blink of an eye, Zhui Yifan seemed to be transformed into a combat vehicle, showcasing an astonishing level of combat capabilities that far exceeded those of his peers. On the other hand, even though Zhao Yamen was still pale with shock, she was considered the genius of array formations. As she flailed her arms, array formations instantly appeared in thin air, covering the entire area immediately. Wang Baoli and Zhui Yifan supported her, while she weakened the force of all the enemies charging towards her. That alone would be insufficient to show how capable she was. As she waved her hands quickly, array formations appeared one after another continuously in thin air. In the blink of an eye, over 100 different array formations of different sizes landed everywhere. They seemed isolated but were actually all connected. They were like an assembly that formed a large array formation. In that brief period of time, she had already laid out a large array formation. Capable individuals like Zhao Yamen were a rarity amongst the true breath cultivators in the 4 major Dao colleges. After all, she was a natural spirit body. Array, turn. As Zhao Yamen commanded, the array formations all began turning instantly. Every time 2 array formations overlapped, the puppet cultivators standing in the overlapped areas would tremble vigorously. Looking from a distance, the array formations were glowing. It was as if numerous light rays were shining in all directions. If 2 of those lines crossed, they could be transformed into a force that could kill, a force that was extremely powerful. Even though there were a few puppets that could not be instantly eliminated by Zhao Yamen's array formations, she could still make them pause in their tracks, allowing her to control the pace of events happening on the battleground. That made it possible for her to coordinate with Zhui Yifan's big sword and spells, causing the hundreds of puppets that were charging towards them to freeze in motion. It was unlikely that the duo had tried and practiced their moves with each other, as that was the first time they had worked together. However, even so, their teamwork was very well coordinated. Zhao Yameng's array formations had an effect of trapping the enemy, with the power to kill and negatively affect the enemy. It seemed to be facilitating Zhui Yifan, whose moves were sharp, precise, and backed by an astonishing level of killing power. At the same time, a look of determination appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes. He stepped out and waved his right hand vigorously as he growled. Flash! Instantly, a flash of lightning appeared in his palm. The moment the flash appeared, a blinding glow emerged, instantly wriggling into the glabella of a cultivator. After piercing a hole through the cultivator's glabella, it leaped and charged towards the next cultivator at a speed that far exceeded that of Zhui Yifan's. Instantly, it had spread in all directions. Wang Baoli's participation immediately helped to boost the resistance put up by both Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng. What was more spectacular was that there was no end to the flash. As it shone continuously, it began to branch out. Initially, there was only a single flash, but soon, over 10 flashes had emerged. Blinding flashes spread in all directions on the battleground. Deafening booms reverberated on the entire battleground. Wang Baoli wasn't done with his attacks. He adjusted his breathing and raised his sealed hands again at that crucial juncture. Heated burst. As his voice reverberated, a sea of fire immediately erupted before him. It was transformed into a wall of fire everywhere it passed, crashing forward like a wave that caused all the puppet cultivators to tremble and as they scrambled to retreat. If the flash was considered a form of attack that targeted a particular point, then the heated burst was a form of attack that targeted an entire area. Despite Wang Baoli and company's counterattacks, the hundreds of puppet cultivators were still not defeated after the long battle. A green glow flashed across their eyes. The glow transformed into pieces of tree leaves that were formed from spells and charged towards the trio like a flying sword. Dharmic treasure? Looking at those tree leaf-like flying sword, Wang Baoli widened his eyes. As an armament soldier of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, Wang Baoli had no shortage of Dharmic treasures. Numinous treasures, he shouted. Immediately, tens of numinous treasures filled the space. There were items like big seals, ropes, mirrors, and flying swords. They all formed a hurricane around him, blocking the tree leaf flying swords while creating a loud boom. Instantly, an impressive force was produced as the trio worked seamlessly with each other. A spectator would think that their cooperation was perfect. Zhao Yameng played a role in trapping the cultivators while Zhui Yifan killed them. On the other hand, Wang Baoli was like a mage as his spells were far more powerful than that of Zhui Yifan's. To a certain degree, it could be said that the trio had divided the battleground into an inner and outer zone. In the outer zone, Wang Baoli's spells were so powerful that it made it difficult for the enemies to come near. In the inner zone, Zhui Yifan, who was precise in his attacks, was killing every vulnerable being who had neared. As for Zhao Yameng, her array formations covered both the inner and outer zones, continuously coordinating with and facilitating the other two. The trio was extremely successful, as their coordination was impressively well timed. The trio was surprised, though not too much, by what was happening. In reality, that was what made Ethereal Dao College superior, and was also an exemplification of the principle of Ethereal Dao College. They didn't mind that a soul hero emerged amongst them, for they placed greater emphasis on cooperation. Be it the Lower Academy Island or the Upper Academy Island, students were encouraged to work with each other. That way, when they made their attacks, their combined powers would be significantly boosted. Wang Baoli continued his attacks as he took out several Dharmic treasures, tossing them towards Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng. The Dharmic treasures formed hurricanes beside the duo, and the scabbard inside Wang Baoli also vibrated. The 9 mosquitoes flew out one after another, creating a killing force on the battleground, and also providing Wang Baoli with an all-round view of the entire situation. It was also at that moment that Wang Baoli took out his very own Baoli cannon. Carrying it on his shoulder, he immediately fired the cannon. As the deafening boom reverberated in the air, the trio continued to attack as they retreated. Even though they hadn't had an opportunity to escape, no one planned to flee unless they reached the very end. They deserve death for attacking students and cultivators from Ethereal Dao College. What we want is to destroy their physical body. Wang Baoli shouted as he retreated. Zhui Yifan remained silent. He understood that it was the only way to save themselves. It was clear that the mastermind behind it didn't wish for the incident to spread to the outside world. Therefore, the mastermind's motive was definitely to assimilate the three of them. The mastermind would definitely have made plans to make assimilation like that as undetectable to others as possible. That way, after everything ended, the three of them would no longer be their past selves. Wang Baoli's suggestion to destroy the bodies of ethereal Dao College's students and cultivators was aimed at preventing them from returning on time. That would catch the attention of the Dao College. Zhui Yifan understood the reasoning behind it, but still hesitated in his attacks. On the other hand, a flash appeared in Zhao Yameng's eyes as she attacked with great decisiveness. Her target was the students of the Lower Academy Island, as well as the two cultivators from the combat pavilion. However, very quickly, the trio was quickly thrown into surprise. Even though their moves were still vicious, they placed more of their effort on retreating. The three students and cultivators from Ethereal Dao College and the other puppet cultivators had each sustained different levels of injuries, and their bodies were beginning to break down. Despite that, almost instantly, branches began to grow out of their bodies, reconnecting their flesh and blood together. Very quickly, the injuries healed. They were no longer injured, and they continued to charge forward. Since the entire area was sealed, it was useless no matter how far the trio retreated. As they grew anxious, they looked at each other, and a look of determination appeared in their eyes. Split up and run. If anyone manages to escape, seek help from the Dao College. Zhao Yameng spoke decisively as she leapt and charged towards the forest. Zhui Yifan also gritted his teeth as he ran into the distance. Wang Baoli's heart palpitated furiously. It was a life-and-death situation. Hearing Zhao Yameng's words, he unleashed his speed, and his entire body was like a flying flesh ball that immediately charged towards the forest. The instant they separated, the gigantic tree branch vibrated violently. The puppet cultivators trembled as if they had received the orders from the gigantic tree. A chilly look appeared in their eyes as they split into three groups and went after the trio. Chapter 202, Trapped. Chapter 202, Trapped. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The trio charged in three different directions. Of them, Zhui Yifan unleashed all his efforts in a ferocious manner, as if concentrated blood qi was circulating all around his body. The figure of his previous incarnation that was behind him also supported him significantly, allowing him to move astoundingly fast. At the same time, there vaguely appeared to be a cloud shrouding his legs. That was the level 3 spell of the Cloud Ethereal skill, known as Cloud Fog Step. The Cloud Fog Step could significantly boost the cultivator's speed in a short period of time. Even though he was not as fast as lightning, the combination of the Cloud Fog Step with the spells that had been passed down in Zhui Yifan's family made Zhui Yifan so fast that he disappeared within the forest. On the other hand, on Zhao Yameng's side, several illusory stars, each approximately the size of a fist, appeared everywhere, and rays of starlight emerged from her body. As a result, one wouldn't be able to see her clearly, and she could disregard whatever was in front of her and pass between the trees into the distance. Wang Baoli was also moving at breathtaking speed. He didn't activate the Cloud Fog Step like Zhui Yifan and was not as familiar with array formations like Zhao Yameng, but he had the strongest physique out of the three. Such a strong physical body removed the need for him to further boost his speed with his cultivation, for he was already as fast as lightning. As he dashed into the forest, he was like a duck to water. He moved agilely within the forest. Behind them, hundreds of puppet cultivators had spread out to pursue them. The tree branches that had destroyed Wang Baoli's droplet cruiser reached out to the skies and stabilized the seals that were being placed all around. That made everything in the region appear completely normal from the outside. At the top of the big tree, a pair of eyes gradually appeared as Wang Baoli and company went further into the distance. The pupils of the eyes were like a cross, its brown color revealing a chilling and eerie vibe. A demonic glow reflected off the pupil, and every time it shone, light rays glowed from its body. If one neared it, they would hear noise emerging from the tree. Everything is normal. It's fine now. Rest assured, senior brother. Everything's good. I could probably return in 3 or 4 days. I'm fine, there's no need to worry about me. All the different voices appeared to be impersonating those who had been assimilated by the tree, conveying the news that they are well and safe to their respective units and to the Tao College. That was so no one would grow suspicious that they had already died. As the gigantic tree glowed eerily, Wang Baoli and company were traveling at an extremely high speed, trying to find an escape route in the forest outside Kulon Basin. Compared to Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng, Wang Baoli was familiar with finding an escape route within the forest. The familiar scent of the trees that surrounding Wang Baoli gradually made him feel like he had returned to the pond cloud rainforest. The people chasing after him, as well as the threat from the gigantic tree, made him vigilant, as well as caused his thoughts to become active. What on earth is that giant tree? Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He jumped and leaped from the crown of a tree to increase the distance. Upon landing, he immediately dug a trench in the ground and buried himself in it. He masked his scent and hid within the trench, while feelings of anxiousness, urgency, and danger arose in his heart. Before this, I have never heard that trees would evolve in such a manner. Only animals were listed in the beast records from the Federation. Instead, plants appeared here. That was a major issue. Even if Wang Baoli was a true breath realm cultivator, he still felt an unusual sense of threat. He even had a premonition that the meaning behind all of it could result in a catastrophic change in the Federation, which had just entered a period of stabilization. That was especially so when he thought about how the giant tree could assimilate cultivators, causing people of ancient martial realm cultivation to be granted a true breath realm's level of cultivation. That was simply too frightening to him. Initially, it hadn't planned to attack. It only began blocking us after finding out that we were sending messages back to the Tao College. That means that huge secrets are hidden here, not to be discovered by others. With that thought, Wang Baoli's pupils suddenly constricted, and he jumped up immediately from the trench. Almost simultaneously, a large tree in front of him suddenly warped. A puppet cultivator eerily stepped out from within it, throwing a strong punch towards the direction of the trench where Wang Baoli had hidden previously. Had he not sensed it quickly, the punch would definitely have landed directly on Wang Baoli. This trick is useless. Wang Baoli's eyes opened wide. As he retreated, he noticed that puppet cultivators were emerging from the surrounding trees. He didn't have time to consider too much, as he immediately raised his hand to unleash flash. As thunderous sounds erupted, the flash charged towards the surrounding puppet cultivators. After the flash passed through them, Wang Baoli changed his direction and continued forward. Before he left, he flailed his raised right hand and tossed out a handful of self-exploding beads. The self-exploding beads were directed at high speed towards the puppet cultivators. The moment contact was made, they exploded. As a loud boom reverberated within the forest, Wang Baoli had already gone far away. He was about to go berserk. Previously, his tactic of hiding in the pond cloud rainforest was made useless as the enemy had a detection dharmic artifact, and it was still useless. That inevitably made him frustrated, as he continued charging at high speed. Very quickly, 5 minutes passed as he charged without a destination in mind. In his escape, even though Wang Baoli supplemented himself with pills, it was still insufficient to replenish the spirit chi he exhausted. It was at that crucial moment that his numinous treasures seemed to have a surprising effect. As the puppet cultivators continued their pursuit and tried to block Wang Baoli, the loud boom produced from Wang Baoli's self-exploding beads reverberated loudly, and a sword rain was also formed by several flying swords that were controlled by the magnetic force. That resulted in the puppets chasing after Wang Baoli being constantly blocked and destroyed. That not only happened in the area of the battleground where Wang Baoli was, in the other two directions, a similar scenario was playing out. Loud booms emerged continuously from each of the 3 directions within the forest. One of them was from where Wang Baoli was, while the other 2 areas where the sound emerged were from Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng's location. However, gradually, the sound vanished from one of the areas. Of the 2 of them, who is the one who has met with trouble? Wang Baoli, who was charging forward in the forest, looked disheveled with his unkempt hair. Fresh blood also flowed from the corner of his lips. It was impossible to kill the puppet cultivators while escaping. Even though they had initially been destroyed, they quickly reassembled. In the face of the endless pursuit, the stress that Wang Baoli felt made him immensely frustrated. he raised his right hand and swung, and a sea of fire formed from heated burst instantly emerged, setting the surrounding trees on fire. The trees could be set on fire as it wasn't the rainforest, so Wang Baoli burned the trees along the way as he made his escape. That was the only method that he thought of that he could allow him to save himself. Burn and die. A look of viciousness appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes. As he growled, he leaped into the air and burned the trees before he continued his escape plan. However, with his level of cultivation limited to that of the true breath realm, the fire couldn't spread even though he was burning the trees. Furthermore, the entire place was so bizarre that trees that had been burned quickly recovered. All that made Wang Baoli anxious and helpless, especially when he noticed that sound was no longer being produced from one of the directions. In the area of the forest before him, puppet cultivators quickly emerged, surrounding him. Wang Baoli's breathing suddenly stopped. The moment the crowd closed in on him, he swung his right hand suddenly. Puppet numinous treasures immediately appeared, and as they charged towards the puppet cultivators, Wang Baoli growled, "Trap them." As Wang Baoli growled, his puppets immediately dashed out, hugging a cultivator each. Regardless of how the cultivators attacked, Wang Baoli's puppets didn't release their grip. At the same time, a mirror appeared in Wang Baoli's hands. The mirror shone brightly, transmogrifying an exact figure of Wang Baoli beside his physical body. The mirror was the compensation gift given to Wang Baoli by Lin Qianhao's family. It could transmogrify an illusory avatar. At that moment, the avatar and the actual physical being of Wang Baoli switched positions rapidly. Even if someone were paying close attention, they would find it difficult to differentiate between them. The two Wang Baoles then ran in different directions. Regrettably, the tactic was useless in that forest. The cultivators who weren't being hugged by Wang Baoli's puppet numinous treasures were only momentarily stunned. They were about to instinctively spread out to pursue Wang Baoli when a voice inaudible to Wang Baoli reverberated in their minds. The cultivators stopped moving and turned to look in the direction where the real Wang Baoli was heading towards, before continuing their pursuit in that direction. This isn't playing fair. Wang Baoli was incredulous and frustrated. On the brink of going berserk, he was panting hard. Regardless of how many dharmic treasures he had, they would eventually be exhausted. Soon, as the sound of battle also vanished from the second direction, without being heard again, Wang Baoli was shocked. Both of them are in trouble? The instant the thought arose in Wang Baoli's mind, expressionless cultivators emerged from the trees and ground surrounding him one after another. The eerie glare and vibes they gave off caused Wang Baoli's breathing to quicken, and he began to attack without hesitation. That time, he not only took out the self-exploding beads, but also the dharmic artifact that had been previously transformed by the armament sand. It was something he hadn't planned to use at first. Chapter 203, Who's the Freak? Chapter 203, Who's the Freak? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The first dharmic artifact Wang Baoli took out was the weird fly whisk. The impressiveness of the fly whisk was apparent the moment it was taken out. It charged directly towards a puppet cultivator in front of it, its whisk fibers straightening and stiffening as it pierced forward. It produced a loud boom, and it was futile regardless of how hard the cultivator tried to activate his spells, which were in the form of the tree leaf, for the fly whisk directly disregarded them. The fly whisk pierced right through the cultivator's chest and nailed the cultivator onto the tree. After that, its whisk fibers spread open and extended, charging towards the other puppets. In the blink of an eye, tens of puppets were nailed to the tree by the fly whisk. Seeing that it was effective, Wang Baoli was pleasantly surprised. However, just as the feelings of surprise arose, Wang Baoli was instantly driven crazy again. The fly whisk that was extremely sturdy just before had collapsed limply in a short time. Even its power was significantly decreased. That gave all the cultivators who were nailed onto the tree a chance to break free. However, not all of them could successfully do so, as there were about 8 female cultivators who weren't able to escape no matter how they struggled. The whisk fibers that were nailed onto them didn't soften but became tougher instead. This fly whisk is perverted. With that thought arising in his head, the whisk fibers that softened immediately retracted from the male cultivators, before spreading open once again towards all the female cultivators standing around. Instantly, at least 30 female cultivators were nailed by it. The fly whisk seemed to want to extend its fibers further, but it was unable to, no matter how much it desired to do so. Noticing what was happening, Wang Baoli felt disgusted towards the fly whisk, despite being in a state of crisis. However, the effect of the fly whisk was greatly beneficial to him. As the surrounding puppets neared with a roar and prepared to attack Wang Baoli, he turned and resisted the puppets by activating his spells, retreating as he fought on. As the loud boom reverberated, Wang Baoli's flash, heated burst, and cloud finger continuously struck out. With the complementation of speed, the noise continuously echoed around, and the puppets were unable to get a hold of Wang Baoli at that moment. On the one hand, Wang Baoli was physically tough, and on the other, he had a repository of spells at his disposal. Most importantly, he seemed to have an unlimited number of dharmic treasures which he tossed out continuously. Of them, there was an ordinary-looking umbrella that was not only fast but extremely wretched, piercing anyone in its path the moment it was taken out. What's more, there was also a flying sword that was behaving like a lunatic the moment it flew out. No matter who it saw, it would try to hack him. If not for Wang Baoli's quick reflexes, he would have also been attacked the moment he took the flying sword out. On the other hand, the continuous struggling by the female puppet cultivators had allowed them to break free from the fly whisk. The fly whisk swiftly returned to Wang Baoli, who caught hold of it and used it to sweep the surroundings. It was completely powerless in the face of the male cultivators. Its soft, gentle whisk fibers simply unwillingly swept past them. However, when it came to the female cultivators, all the whisk fibers became astonishingly stiff, and also carried a force that far exceeded that of an ordinary dharmic artifact. The force with which it landed on their bodies made Wang Baoli frightened just by looking at it. However, that was not what made Wang Baoli feel most bizarre. The large seal brought him even more surprise. The large seal looked impressive after it had been enhanced by Wang Baoli using the armament sand. However, it behaved like a spring after being thrown out, deflecting off others once contact was made. It behaved the same way after Wang Baoli had tossed it out. It flew off right away when others punched it, disappearing out of sight. However, as Wang Baoli was battling another puppet cultivator, with his forceful punch causing his opponent to be pushed backward, the large seal suddenly landed from the skies. It crashed loudly and strongly on the cultivator, directly crushing the cultivator to pieces, before rebounding towards the sky again. It behaved that way continuously as if it had some kind of consciousness. Every time it sensed that Wang Baoli was about to defeat his opponent, it would arrive in a hurry, crushing the enemy. This seal works by bullying the weak, fearing the powerful, and also targeting its enemies specifically. Wang Baoli was bewildered at what he saw. He laughed bitterly, at the same time sighed in his heart that his opponents were all puppet cultivators. Otherwise, if they had some level of consciousness, they would definitely be threatened by his dharmic treasures. However, just as Wang Baoli was leveraging on the advantage of his dharmic treasures, and nearing the borders of the forest, a deafening boom suddenly erupted. As the loud noise spread, the entire ground shook violently. The skies also trembled, with its dark clouds spreading and shrinking. The scene took Wang Baoli by surprise. The ground beneath his feet caved in, and a large tree hand emerged from below. Wang Baoli screamed as he leaped into the air. His sense of danger was heightened to the maximum at that moment. The large tree hand was small compared to the one that destroyed his cruiser. However, to Wang Baoli, it still seemed gigantic, as it was over 100 feet tall. It emerged from the ground, charging towards Wang Baoli as it tried to grab him. It was extremely fast, and a frightening level of suppressive force was also given off it at the same time. The suppressive force was like an invisible hurricane, directly landing in Wang Baoli's mind. As a loud roar erupted, a tide was also formed, causing Wang Baoli's head to buzz with activity as he screamed in pain. It was as if his body had to withstand an unbearably loud volume within a short period of time. The bones in his ears were on the brink of breaking into pieces, and his eardrums were about to burst. He bled from his orifices, his consciousness was being forcefully suppressed at that moment, and he instantly fell into a coma. His physical body that had been thrown into the air was also out of control, being tightly grasped by the large hand that had emerged from the ground. The large hand grabbed hold of Wang Baoli's body but didn't squash it. It immediately encased him, swiftly circling Wang Baoli's body such that, in the blink of an eye, it was transformed into a tree cocoon connected to the hand before burrowing into the ground. The emotionless puppet cultivators surrounding him stood motionless while watching the events unfold before them. They only turned their heads after the tree cocoon had been brought away. It was as if they were listening to orders, as they quickly turned around and charged towards Coulomb Basin. As the cultivators left and the entire place returned to a state of peace, the tree hand that was supporting the sky was also lowered gradually, burrowing into the ground once again. As it disappeared, the surrounding black cloud fog began to grow thinner, dissipating completely in the time of a few breaths. The force of the seal no longer existed over a large area. Sun rays from the outside shone in, and everything returned to normal. Only a small area of black fog remained in the depths of Coulomb Basin. It seemed like that was the epicenter, where the seal was present every single moment. Within the fog seal, a small tree with branches of varying thickness was surrounded by hundreds of thick, frightening giant trees. The small tree looked as if it was on the brink of death, severely damaged after having suffered severe injuries. Cracks were obvious on its surface, and not a single green leaf grew on it. It appeared as though its life was about to end. However, if a mighty figure appeared and gazed upon the land, it could see that the underground roots of the small tree were extremely extensive, spanning over 10,000 feet like a maze. The 10,000 feet long roots also contained thousands of smaller branching roots. Following their trajectory, one could see that they had already emerged from the ground, forming numerous towering giant trees. Looking from a bird's eye view of the entire area, one would be able to see that all the trees in the core region of Coulomb Basin were formed from the small tree's roots. The astoundingly large giant trees had not been documented in the Federation's records since the Federation was established. In the heart of the maze formed by the underground roots, hundreds of fruit-like cocoons were being grown in a space formed by the roots. Each of the cocoons was over tens of feet wide, densely covering the walls of the tree. One could even see that 3 fruits were wriggling slowly, while the rest were motionless. Within the 3 wriggling fruits were Wang Baoli, Zhao Yameng, and Zhui Yifan. In each of their respective fruits, they appeared just like they did at the exact moment they were captured. Their possessions were even intact. It seemed like they had lost their consciousness, as they stayed motionless with their eyes shut. They were surrounded and soaked in a type of sticky fluid. There was also concentrated spirit chi emanating towards them and entering their bodies continuously from within the giant tree. It was as if it was trying to assimilate them in that manner. Numerous branches that were like sharp spears grew in each of the fruits, integrating into their heads to connect them together. It seemed like there was a bizarre existence trying to assimilate their physical bodies and erase their consciousness. As an unknown period of time passed slowly, the trio was continuously having their consciousness erased while being assimilated. Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep from the start and didn't react at all. However, for Wang Baoli, his body vibrated several times. Even though he was not roused, a strange object seemed to have awakened within his body. Gradually, the spirit chi that had rushed into his body began to show signs of greed. On the other hand, the giant tree still seemed ignorant of the kind of freak it was trying to assimilate. Chapter 204, I'm Giving My All. Chapter 204, I'm Giving My All. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The devouring seed located at Wang Baoli's diaphragm was the first to show signs of greed towards the spirit chi rushing into Wang Baoli's body. It seemed to have been paying attention to the spirit chi that was entering for a while. When the spirit chi completely entered Wang Baoli's body, the devouring seed seemed to lose all control of itself and began to rotate slowly in a greedy manner. However, it didn't dare rotate too fast for fear that the spirit chi, which had entered on its own accord, would escape out of fear. It wouldn't have been much of an issue if it were just the rotating devouring seed being greedy, but as the devouring seed rotated, it seemed to have become integrated with Wang Baoli's physical body. Mysterious substances which weren't apparent under normal circumstances began to leak out from every part of his body. Eventually, they all gathered together, transforming into a black flow of current that traveled slowly within his body. If it had eyes, it would definitely carry a look of interest and curiosity towards the ignorant giant tree. At the same time, beneath the shut eyelids of unconscious Wang Baoli, a purple glow gradually surfaced in his listless pupils. It was as if the spirit chi that had entered Wang Baoli's body was so alluring that it couldn't help but want to spread out. However, it hesitated out of fear of the black lightning and the devouring seed. It appeared as though it was testing the waters as it spread slowly and cautiously. The black lightning and the devouring seed paid no notice to the spreading of the purple runes. All their attention was placed on the ignorant giant tree, as well as the spirit chi. Therefore, after testing the waters, the purple runes began to spread out over a large area. However, like the black lightning and devouring seed, it chose to lay low in hibernation while observing the spirit chi and paying attention to the giant tree's consciousness. The giant tree's consciousness was completely unaware that the three forces were present in Wang Baoli at that moment. Without noticing anything, it continued to allow spirit chi to enter Wang Baoli's body to assimilate him and attempt to erase Wang Baoli's consciousness in the process. If Wang Baoli was conscious, he would definitely go berserk over the ridiculous inhabitants in his body that had shown up without notice at some point. Just like that, time passed as the three forces laid their full attention on the spirit chi. It was only when the consciousness of the giant tree and the spirit chi had completely entered Wang Baoli's body, almost wiping out Wang Baoli's entire consciousness and leaving him just moments before showing signs of being assimilated, that, suddenly, the purple runes seemed unable to control itself anymore and dashed out. Its sudden emergence immediately resulted in the formation of a purple sea that was shockingly forceful. Immediately, the purple runes approached the large tree's consciousness that had just entered Wang Baoli's body. The purple runes seemed to have the ability to cripple the giant tree's consciousness, and the purple sea swallowed the spirit chi before the giant tree's consciousness realized it. That mouthful took away almost 10% of the spirit chi. The purple sea wanted to continue, but as the black lightning arrived, the purple sea retreated immediately and didn't dare to go near again. The black lightning was extremely fast and overbearing. It approached the spirit chi in a jiffy and sucked it strongly, directly removing over 50% of it before dissipating with satisfaction. The swallowing of the spirit chi by the purple sea and the black lightning all happened in an instant. The giant tree's consciousness, which was still numb under the effect of the purple sea, didn't realize that its spirit chi had been sucked away at all. Right then, as a large proportion of the spirit chi that had entered Wang Baoli's body was being sucked away, the devouring seed within Wang Baoli finally moved. It was turning slowly initially but began rotating violently, causing a frightening suction force to be produced. In the blink of an eye, the suction force spread out of Wang Baoli's body, not only sucking the remainder of the spirit chi, but also transforming Wang Baoli's body into a gigantic black hole, sucking in everything, from the sticky fluid in the external world to the entire large tree, in a crazy manner. Loud booms instantly erupted, and the fruit that Wang Baoli was encased in was visibly withered. The sticky fluid within it seemed to have vaporized as well, changing its composition and transforming into nutrients that were immediately absorbed by Wang Baoli's body. The absorption, despite being carried out by the devouring seed, caused Wang Baoli's body to be strengthened in the process. Changes occurred to his flesh and blood, his bones were strengthened, and his physical strength was significantly boosted. At the same time, under the force of the suction, a sharp prick seemed to have pierced directly into his glabella. That caused his body to vibrate violently, forcing him to open his eyes. With his eyes open, Wang Baoli was momentarily shocked. His memories from before immediately surfaced in his mind. He recalled that he was grasped by the giant tree hand while resisting it, and then he lost consciousness. Where am I? Wang Baoli's heart palpitated violently. He immediately became conscious of the surrounding spirit chi and the quickly depleting sticky fluid beneath his feet, and it threw him into a blur. However, it was also at that moment that he realized the devouring seed in his body was going berserk with its suction force. What's going on? In his bewilderment, the tree branch that had pierced through his forehead into his brain began to wither and break apart. Looking at the pieces of broken tree branches falling off his head, Wang Baoli was confused. His confusion increased as he sensed that his entire body was filled with energy, and his level of cultivation had been significantly increased. He scratched his head, incredulous at everything that had happened. Could it be that the giant tree was trying to assimilate me, but ended up being absorbed by my devouring seed? With that thought in mind, Wang Baoli immediately grew cautious. However, after waiting for a moment until all the sticky fluid and spirit chi had completely disappeared, he noticed that cracks had appeared around him, just like in the process of withering. Despite that, not a single figure appeared. It was as if the giant tree hadn't realized any of the changes that had happened, even up to that stage. That made Wang Baoli surprised, and a bright glow flashed across his eyes at the same time. Could it be that there's a problem with the large tree itself? Wang Baoli suspiciously clawed at the dried fruit wall surrounding him, breaking off an opening. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, the mosquito from the scabbard inside his body flew out to take a look at the outside world. After seeing what was outside, Wang Baoli's body trembled violently. From the mosquito's view, he saw that there was a gigantic tree hole in the external world. Surrounding the tree hole were innumerable fruits packed densely together, and he was located in one of the many fruits. Indeed, this large tree was trying to assimilate me. With fear in his heart, Wang Baoli began to claw off more of the fruit walls. After wriggling out from it, he scanned the surroundings. Even though he had seen what was outside from the eyes of the mosquito, he was still shocked frozen when he saw it himself. Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng should be here as well. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened as he sped up his search. Very quickly, he found Zhao Yameng and realized that inside her fruit, a green hue had already appeared on her face. Tree rings could also be vaguely seen, and that made Wang Baoli extremely anxious. He didn't have time to search for Zhui Yifan. He growled, activating his cultivation and unleashing power from his hands in an attempt to tear open the fruit. However, the spirit chi was extremely concentrated within Zhao Yameng's fruit, making its fruit wall immensely tough. Before the spirit chi had been exhausted, it was difficult to tear the fruit open. Seeing that that was the case, Wang Baoli gritted his teeth tightly. Damn it! I'm giving my all. It's just absorbing, right? I'm not afraid of you as I have the devouring seed. With that thought, Wang Baoli hugged the fruit tight, and the devouring seed within his body instantly erupted. As it erupted, a strong suction force immediately flowed from Wang Baoli's body into the fruit. Seeing that his devouring seed was so supportive, Wang Baoli quickly grew agitated as large amounts of spirit chi entered his body, significantly boosting his cultivation. His agitation and nervousness combined, forming an indescribable sense of thrill that made Wang Baoli extremely alert. He wanted to increase his force, but just at that moment, the purple sea that was hiding in his pupils couldn't control itself any longer. It emerged, charging towards the spirit chi in the fruit and swallowing it. What's that? The emergence of the purple sea surprised Wang Baoli. He immediately realized that something was amiss, but even before he could check things out, the black lightning in his body also emerged, not wanting to lose out. And what on earth was that? Wang Baoli was about to jump out of his skin. He was completely shocked, confusion filling his mind. Wang Baoli was nothing but confused towards the ridiculous existences in his own body. Chapter 205, Becoming the Lead. Chapter 205, Becoming the Lead. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli was aware of the origins of the devouring seed. It was formed as he trained in the cultivation technique given by Little Missy in the Black Mask. It could be said that he had created it from scratch. As for the black lightning, even though it was the first time that Wang Baoli had seen it, he found it familiar. He immediately thought of the times Little Missy of the Black Mask had electrocuted him using lightning when he was cultivating for the so-called golden body. The lightning back then was similar to the black lightning. Darn it! Thinking about all that, Wang Baoli could not help but curse. No matter how he analyzed the situation, everything seemed to be related to Little Missy from the Black Mask. That made him helpless and immensely irritated. On the other hand, after Wang Baoli analyzed and recalled all the experiences in his life thus far, he finally came to realize the origins of the purple sea. Isn't that the purple glow that was trying to swallow me when I was in Spirit Breath Village? As he felt the presence of the existences in his body, Wang Baoli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was angry, but he had nowhere to release his anger. All he could do was focus his attention on the fruit in front of him. As he began to relax, the suction force increased exponentially as the effects of the numerous forces in his body built upon each other. The fruit which Zhao Yameng was in was withering at a fast speed, and the entire process only took a short while before all the spirit chi and signs of life within the fruit were depleted. Wang Baoli's body trembled. He could clearly feel that his level of cultivation had been raised significantly within that short period of time, such that he wasn't far from achieving a breakthrough in the fourth level of the true breath realm. Furthermore, the devouring seed, the black lightning, and the purple sea all released a portion of the spirit chi that they had absorbed back into Wang Baoli's body. Experiencing all that, Wang Baoli felt less angered, and he spoke with a lot of emotion. At least all of you have some conscience. Even though he still felt slightly troubled and irritated, Wang Baoli didn't have much time to think about the origins of the three existences at that moment. He quickly pried open the fruit which Zhao Yameng was in. As cracking sounds were produced and the fruit was being pried open, Wang Baoli grabbed hold of Zhao Yameng's arm, pulling her wet body out of the fruit. The sheer long dress stuck snugly on Zhao Yameng's body, becoming similar bodycon dress which presented Zhao Yameng's curvy figure beautifully in front of Wang Baoli. He took a quick glance and was somewhat surprised. It's usually not so obvious, but Zhao Yameng's figure is not bad. At the same time, as she was not assimilated by the giant tree's consciousness, Zhao Yameng trembled after being rescued by Wang Baoli and was about to wake up. Wang Baoli immediately grew alert, as he thought about how he would have saved an enemy if the tree had successfully assimilated Zhao Yameng. Therefore, he raised his right hand to retrieve a flying sword. As Zhao Yameng awakened, he slashed her arm once. The pain accelerated the process of Zhao Yameng's awakening, and her eyes opened wide instantly. The moment she woke and saw Wang Baoli, she took a deep breath, her face pale, but her emotions stable. After taking a quick look at the surroundings, she lowered her head to look at the wound on her arm before looking at Wang Baoli. That's confirmation that I hadn't been assimilated. As she spoke, Zhao Yameng took out her voice transmission jade slip in an attempt to contact the Dao College. Wang Baoli, who noticed that Zhao Yameng's injury didn't heal, heaved a sigh of relief. He became slightly awkward hearing what Zhao Yameng said. I'm going to save Shui Yifan. Wang Baoli spoke quickly, turning around to search for Shui Yifan. Zhao Yameng also realized that sending the voice transmission was ineffective, and gathered all her effort to stand up and join in the search. Very quickly, the duo found the fruit that Shui Yifan was encapsulated in. Seeing through the translucent fruit wall, they could see that Shui Yifan had a frightened expression, with green veins bulging up all over his face as if numerous tiny tree branches were wriggling within. The scene caused the duo to be shocked. Wang Baoli grew anxious, and as Zhao Yameng stood frozen in shock, Wang Baoli stepped forward to hug the fruit enveloping Shui Yifan tightly and roared loudly. Instantly, an unbelievably strong suction force erupted from Wang Baoli's body. Very quickly, the fruit encapsulating Shui Yifan withered. Seeing what had happened, Zhao Yameng stared wide with her beautiful eyes, feeling incredulous as she looked towards Wang Baoli. If they were in another situation, Wang Baoli would definitely boast arrogantly. However, he wasn't in the mood to do so then. As the fruit encapsulating Shui Yifan withered, he immediately pried the fruit wall open, before pulling Shui Yifan out of it forcefully. As Shui Yifan fell to the ground, Zhao Yameng had already taken out her flying sword to slash Shui Yifan in the thigh, even before Wang Baoli made his attempt. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound, which didn't heal as swiftly as that of the cultivators who had been assimilated. The duo heaved a sigh of relief, and Shui Yifan also awakened from the pain. He opened his eyes, first in a blur before quickly gaining awareness. He saw Wang Baoli and Zhao Yameng, as well as his surroundings, and gasped. Both of you. This place is. We should be within the giant tree that captured us alive. The force of the seal still remains, and voice transmission still cannot be sent. If not for Wang Baoli, the three of us would definitely have died and been assimilated by the giant tree to become puppets. Zhao Yameng took in a deep breath and calmed herself down as she spoke. Now is not the time to talk about all this. We have to find the exit quickly. Wang Baoli took quick glances in all directions, trying to find an escape route. When he spoke, Shui Yifan, who had planned to question further, instinctively chose to obey. Zhao Yameng followed suit as well. The two of them hadn't realized it, but after being saved by Wang Baoli and being placed into the weird and dangerous environment, an unusual sense of determination seemed to have emerged from Wang Baoli. It was that determination and steadfastness that caused both of them to choose to agree with Wang Baoli. Even though they were weak and tired, they gritted their teeth and cooperated. The trio thus began their search in the tree hole that was filled with fruits. However, no matter how hard they searched, the entire place was sealed shut. They couldn't find any escape routes, and even if they tried to destroy the tree wall, they were unable to break through it. After half an hour, Shui Yifan looked bitterly towards Wang Baoli. Baoli, there's no way out of here. Zhao Yameng fell silent. Even though she didn't speak, she looked at Wang Baoli in a similar manner. Wang Baoli hadn't realized that he had somehow become the leader of the trio. With Zhao Yameng and Zhui Yifan looking at him, he walked about in frustration, piercing his sword into the tree wall. A loud bang was produced, and the flying sword recoiled from impact. Looking at the tree wall that wasn't damaged at all, Wang Baoli grew frustrated and troubled. However, his gaze shimmered as torrents of thoughts appeared in his mind. Since the beginning, he had a question about the reason why the tree seemed not to have realized that the three of them had emerged out of the fruit, and that he had absorbed large amounts of spirit chi. Wang Baoli didn't have an answer to that. He thought that it was either there was something wrong with the tree that caused it to fall into a slumber, or that the messy existences inside his body had disrupted the giant tree's consciousness. It could also be that everything was a result of both possibilities. As he thought, Wang Baoli recognized that waiting there could perhaps be safer. However, it was also very possible that a crisis would happen. After all, the giant tree had the ability to send fake voice transmissions. Pinning all their hopes on waiting for the Dao College to realize that something was amiss and send help would take too long. At the same time, a crisis could strike at any time. Passively waiting and not looking for help didn't fit Wang Baoli's personality. With a vicious look in his eyes, Wang Baoli spoke, "Yifan, Yameng, be my guardians." As Wang Baoli spoke, he immediately stepped out and dashed towards the tree-root-looking tree wall, hugging it tightly, and shouted, "Absorb!" When he spoke, the devouring seed, black lightning, and purple sea inside his body erupted immediately. An incredible suction force emerged from Wang Baoli's body, which flowed along the tree wall and spread within the entire tree hole, sucking and swallowing everything in its path in a crazy manner. Since there are no exits, then I will treat this place like a gigantic fruit. Absorbing everything here would naturally cause the surrounding tree walls to dry up and crack. I don't believe that I won't be able to escape then. Wang Baoli gave it his all. The instant the existences within Wang Baoli's body were released, the tree he was hugging vibrated violently. Waves of immensely strong spirit chi were directed swiftly towards Wang Baoli's body. There was so much spirit chi, especially with them containing vitality, that after it entered Wang Baoli's body, the devouring seed, black lightning, and purple sea began to grow excited. It was as if they were finally rehydrated after a period of dehydration. They each swallowed the spirit chi without holding back. Chapter 206, The Peak of True Breath. Chapter 206, The Peak of True Breath. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As the forces within his body exploded into action, it was as if Wang Baoli was suddenly transformed into a lava. Within the span of a dozen breaths, the huge tree that Wang Baoli was hugging showed signs of shriveling. The shriveling spread across a large area with Wang Baoli as the focal point and throughout the entire fruit-laden tree hollow. The fruits without any cultivators inside shriveled up as Wang Baoli continued his devouring. It was as if inexhaustible spirit chi was flowing madly into Wang Baoli's body, sucking everything dry. His cultivation level shot up in an instant, from nearing the 5th level of True Breath Realm to breaking through suddenly from the 4th level to the 5th level of the True Breath Realm. At the moment of his breakthrough, Wang Baoli's body shook fiercely. The deep wells of spirit chi within his meridians expanded in a rush. It felt akin to an upheaval. As he endured the rapid changes and his meridians were forcibly widened, more spirit chi surged in. It rushed through every meridian in Wang Baoli's body and finally gathered at the devouring seed sitting within his dantian, becoming a great ocean. The sea of spirit chi morphed into a huge whirlpool as the devouring seed churned. As it swept through Wang Baoli's entire body, he could feel the spirit chi forming waves inside him. In an instant, his body unleashed an overwhelming aura that sent tremors through Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng. The intensity of the aura didn't equal that of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, but amongst the True Breath Realm cultivators, it was impressive beyond measure. After all, the rest only had at most 80% of their meridians transformed into spirit meridians, whereas Wang Baoli's was 100% transformed. Under the baptism of the spirit chi, and as his cultivation level climbed up, his physical body was affected as well. His muscles were more tightly knit, and his bones sturdier. His physical strength increased drastically. Such improvement was clearly shown in his speed and strength, and the huge tree started showing signs of cracking under his powerful hold. With a breakthrough in his cultivation and as the suction force of the devouring seed intensified, Wang Baoli became a black hole. The huge tree started quaking under the devouring and suction forces. It howled madly and seemed as if it was trying to escape. However, Wang Baoli had it in a stranglehold and showed no signs of letting go. There was a vicious look in his eyes, and as his cultivation underwent a series of breakthroughs, an inexplicable excitement rose within him. Zhui Yifan witnessed the scene before him and was momentarily stunned speechless. His eyes widened, and waves of emotions rumbled within him. He had known Wang Baoli was strong, but as he advanced to become a true breath realm cultivator and went on to carry out numerous missions, Zhui Yifan had grown equally confident of himself. Yet, as he stared at Wang Baoli, he had a sudden intense feeling that the other was not human, but that he was a monster in the form of a human. If that wasn't the case, how could he possibly absorb the vitality and spirit chi of the giant tree? Zhao Yameng was equally dumbstruck. Despite her generally composed demeanor, she was flabbergasted. Especially when the fruits started drying up one after another and the shriveling spread across the entire tree hollow. The tree hollow had even started quaking as if it was struggling. But the more it struggled, the stronger the force that burst forth from Wang Baoli during the moment of crisis became. It thundered. "There's no use in you fighting. I'm going to suck you dry." Wang Baoli gave it his all. He growled and activated his cultivation, rousing the various forces within him, and intensifying the suction force. Thunderous roars resounded all around them. As Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng looked on, stupefied, the tree hollow's trembling grew fiercer. It was as if a raging roar was being unleashed from within the tree trunk. Zhui Yifan's and Zhao Yameng's hearts started pumping rapidly. When they looked at Wang Baoli, they saw not only a monster in human skin, but they felt an aura of violence and brutality exuding from his person. As the two of them stood, shaken to the depths of their souls, a roaring sound thundered from within Wang Baoli once again. His cultivation level increased, from the 5th level of the true breath realm, then to its completion, reaching the peak of the true breath realm. Everything happened too quickly. Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng hadn't yet come to terms with his breakthrough in cultivation. Even Wang Baoli himself had not come to terms with it. The moment his cultivation reached the peak of the true breath realm, the entire tree hollow, seemingly unable to withstand it anymore, collapsed and exploded. As the tree hollow collapsed into multiple parts, Wang Baoli and the rest prepared to dash out, only to find that beyond the tree hollow was an even bigger tree hollow. "I'll just keep sucking." Wang Baoli gritted his teeth, undaunted. He raised both hands, pressed them on the walls of the tree, and started sucking again. The entire Coulomb basin began to quake fiercely in that instant. The earth rose and fell, and trees swayed and bent. Even the seal spreading across the core of the Coulomb basin started loosening. The loosening of the seal sent Wang Baoli and the others swaying. The feeling was akin to emerging from water and rising above. It caused their breathing to quicken. Given the opportunity, Wang Baoli and Zhao Yameng didn't hesitate. They pulled out their voice transmission rings immediately and sent out a call for help to the college. "Coulomb Basin, a giant tree has gained sentience. Send help quickly." Wang Baoli had one hand on the giant tree, sucking, and the other hand holding the voice transmission ring as he yelled. Next to him, Zhao Yameng hurriedly sent out a voice transmission as well. Their calls for help seemed to be transmitted almost simultaneously. They couldn't tell if the transmissions had successfully reached the college, nor did they have time to receive a reply. All around them, a loud roar filled with pain and rage rang out. If the giant tree could be compared to a human being, then at that moment, Wang Baoli, who was inside it, would be a giant parasite. The tree hollow that was being drained dry would be an organ inside the giant tree. At that moment, the organ had shattered, and the resulting pain was driving the giant tree mad. The strange powers of the purple ocean had numbed its senses earlier, but under such extreme agony, the paralysis had lost its effect. As the giant tree struggled to wakefulness, it howled in pain. Its agonized cries resounded underground, rose into the heavens, and rang throughout the air. Roar! The sound was deafening beyond measure. It was louder than thunder and exploded in their ears. Zhui Yifan, who had already been weakened, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood under the shockwave. Even Zhao Yameng was shaking. Blood seeped out between her lips, and her face was pale. Even Wang Baoli, who had just had a breakthrough in his cultivation and was brimming with spirit qi, could hear a buzzing in his head after hearing the deafening roar. A streak of viciousness unfurled within him. He had always been one who was brutal to himself and even more merciless towards the enemy. Think I'm afraid of you? Wang Baoli glared and shouted angrily as he hugged the walls of the tree. As Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng approached him nervously, he prepared to start sucking fiercely again. He was instantly struck dumb. A short length of black lightning bolt had grown inside him. It lay lazily, ignoring Wang Baoli's wishes, and dove straight within his meridians. It fused with his spirit qi and disappeared as if falling into a deep slumber. Get to sucking, don't sleep. Wang Baoli panicked and tried activating the devouring seed. The devouring seed was the same. With Wang Baoli's cultivation reaching the peak of true breath realm, until he could break through to the foundation establishment realm, it had absorbed to its fullest and could no longer continue. The devouring seed stopped churning and, like the black lightning bolt, fell into a deep sleep. It was the same with the purple ocean. It retreated slowly into the depths of Wang Baoli's eyes, settled down, and fell into silence. What the hell, start sucking. Wang Baoli's face turned red. As if sensing Wang Baoli's panic, his 9 mosquitoes flew out from his scabbard and flew in circles around him, buzzing. My dear ancestors, you can't do this to me. How can you go limp at such a critical moment? See that sumptuous spread before you? Come on, dig in. Wang Baoli, on the verge of tears, started begging inwardly. It was then that the howling from the giant tree intensified. As the entire tree hollow started quaking fiercely as it had never done before, the assimilated cultivators started emerging from the walls of the tree one after another, charging towards Wang Baoli and the others. Under the veil of death and violence, despite not knowing why Wang Baoli was unable to continue his absorption, Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng could sense that something had gone wrong. They eyed the cultivators who had appeared around them. Their faces were pale again. Despite that, they didn't give up. There was no need for words. Their eyes met, and they retreated almost at the same time, clustering together at a corner where they had set their battleground. Wang Baoli's cultivation burst forth. 9 mosquitoes flew out, giving him an all-encompassing field of vision. His peak-level true breath realm cultivation and his physical strength augmented each other and gave his battle prowess an exponential boost. He stepped forward and with a thundering kick, sent the first cultivator who had charged forward flying. Yameng, support me with array formations. Yifan, you get the ones that I miss. Let's give it all we've got. Wang Baoli's eyes were alight with ferociousness. The instant he spoke, a baneful aura that had first appeared in the pond cloud rainforest appeared once again. Chapter 207, Surrender Yourself to the Path of Taoism. Chapter 207, Surrender Yourself to the Path of Taoism. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As the hundreds of assimilated cultivators appeared, on the land above the tree hollow, on a dry and cracked surface of a small tree in the center of hundreds of surrounding giant trees, the face of a middle-aged man emerged. Its features were distorted as if suffering unbearable pain. Upon closer examination, one could see an almost indiscernible liquid light slowly flowing and spreading throughout the cracks on its skin. It was clear that the spread of the liquid light had some relation to Wang Baoli's devouring, but the latter wasn't the sole cause of it. At that moment, it seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Compared to its look of pain, its gaze remained calm. It looked in the direction of the ethereal Tao College, and soft murmuring echoed in the air. The message still went through in the end, this isn't what I wanted, but since it's come to this, there is a need for a little strategizing. After all, the other two have succeeded, one after the after. I have to succeed as well. As for the 3 puny insects inside me, they're such weaklings. It's just a matter of squashing them. Novel full. As the small tree's murmurings resounded, within the tree hollow, as Wang Baoli intensified his attack and a murderous aura exploded from his person, mist started rising from beneath his feet. The mist was the 3rd tier of Ethereal Tao College's unique mystic technique. Once applied, it would augment his speed. Wang Baoli shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. In addition, mist surrounded his body. That was the 4th tier of the Ethereal Tao College's unique mystic technique that went by the name Cloud Body. As for the fifth tier of the series of unique mystic techniques, Wang Baoli had just advanced to the peak true breath realm and had not yet fully grasped it. His form was like a cloud, dashing towards the assimilated cultivators in the span of a breath. As he approached rapidly, Wang Baoli raised his right hand, and an arc of lightning shot forward. Following his cultivation's advancement to the peak of the true breath realm, the power contained within the lightning arc had grown even stronger. It shone with a blinding light and dashed towards the assimilated cultivators. As it wove its way through the air, it sparked a series of electric bolts. Looking from afar, it seemed as if a small ocean of lightning had appeared in the tree hollow. It was a stunning sight. Thunder roared and resounded across all four corners of the tree hollow. Everywhere the lightning arc passed, the assimilated cultivators started trembling, and more than a few self-combusted immediately. As that was happening, Wang Baoli summoned the heated burst within his palm. The heated burst transformed into a sea of fire that was vaster than what he had summoned before, and with a thunderous roar, it spread out in all directions. The heat of the flames was unbearably scorching. To a certain extent, it should have turned the assimilated cultivators into ashes. However, they were imbued with the power of the giant tree and were able to resist the flames. Despite that, the sea of fire and the lightning arc caused them considerable damage. There were a few assimilated cultivators who, under the assault of the flash arc and heated burst, were either torn apart and turned to dust or burned to ashes. It was an attack that they could hardly recover from, a complete annihilation. Such intensity exceeded Wang Baoli's previous battle capabilities. A peaked true breath realm cultivation had increased the prowess of his spells significantly, while the number of spells he could cast increased tremendously as well. As he concurrently unleashed Flash Arc and Heated Burst, he also set off Cloud Finger in a blast. Zhao Yameng's augmenting array formations descended at that instant, and the threads of array formations appeared all around Wang Baoli and shadowed his every movement. As it glimmered, it provided Wang Baoli with a defensive barrier and, at the same time, inflicted damage on the enemies as well. Zhui Yifan, despite being weakened, grit his teeth and manipulated his numinous treasures into aiding Zhao Yameng, and killing the assimilated cultivators rushing from the sides. Under their coordinated efforts, the loud clashes of battle sounds rang out within the tree hollow. The air was heavy with murderous intent, the battling fearsome. Die! Wang Baoli growled. He flung his fist out, stirring a wave of energy. The strength within his entire body exploded outward, and he smashed the head of an assimilated cultivator straight open. His left hand drew seals, and a flame appeared and flew forward, burning. Wang Baoli stepped forward and dropped his head suddenly, dodging the flying sword leaves from 3 assimilated cultivators. He then leaped and flung out 3 self-exploding beads. A series of explosions sent the 3 assimilated cultivators who had tried to ambush him flying and collapsing into a heap. Wang Baoli was about to rush forward and burn them into ashes when he suddenly tilted his body sideways, raised his right hand, and grabbed behind him. An assimilated cultivator who had snuck up behind him was caught by the neck instantly. He tightened his clutch. With another wave of his arm, several flying swords dashed towards Zhui Yifan. They approached and suddenly exploded, sending the few assimilated cultivators who had been about to lunge onto Zhui Yifan quaking from the shockwave and flying back. Wang Baoli didn't pause after resolving the threat that Zhui Yifan had faced. Instead, he struck again. He was like a fearsome tiger charging into a pack of wolves. Wang Baoli's cultivation level might have increased, but there were still limits to it. The assimilated cultivators, on the other hand, despite having been torn into pieces, would quickly recover as the numerous tree branches wove them back together. As the fight went on, it was obvious they weren't fighting on the same level. Even if some were destroyed under his powerful attacks, wiped out and decimated in both flesh and spirit, those were in the minority. They occupied less than 2/10 of the hundreds of assimilated cultivators. Even though he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, his spirit chi was finite. Flash Arc and Heated Burst also consumed a great deal of his cultivation. As a result, Wang Baoli soon started panting heavily and could only retreat. Zhui Yifan, in his weakened state, was also slowly exhausting himself. Eventually, he didn't manage to avoid an attack in time and was pierced through the chest by 3 leaves that had been transformed by a spell. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body draining of life as he fell backward. In his bitterness, he lost all fight in him. Falling to one side, he stared at Wang Baoli, who was still engaged in a fierce battle. His mind was a complete blank. He seemed to be thinking back on memories of his childhood, of his family clan and his cruel and cold-hearted father and his cold-blooded elder brother, of Spirit Breath Village and the happenings inside, and of Wang Baoli standing before him. Gradually, his vision grew blurry. The sounds of battle grew more and more distant. Zhao Yameng, on the other hand, was still persevering, but her body was shaking ceaselessly. It was clear that she was about to exhaust her spirit qi. Her array formation threads were an immeasurable aid to Wang Baoli, however. That was why she continued to grit her teeth and stand firm despite reaching her limits. However, without Zhui Yifan's support, regardless of how strong Wang Baoli was, he couldn't attend to everything that was happening on the battlefield. There would always be someone weaving their way through the battlefield from all directions, charging towards Zhao Yameng. As Wang Baoli observed the scene, he started panicking. He had expended all his numinous treasures and no longer had any means of defense at his disposal. He could only retreat while blocking the attacks. At that point, his panting grew heavier, and cuts from the blades of flying sword leaves appeared on his body. Some were surface wounds, others deep injuries. The worst was one that had pierced through his right leg, creating a tear-like wound. Baoli, Yameng, do you think the college received our message, that they will be coming? Zhui Yifan seemed to have forgotten that they were in the midst of battle. The light in his eyes grew fainter, and he muttered to himself. As his eyes darkened, there seemed to be a dash of red light intensifying within. Zhao Yameng remained silent. She used the last dregs of her spirit qi to sustain the array formations, but she couldn't hold on for long. Soon, under the attack of multiple bespelled leaves, Zhao Yameng spat out a mouthful of blood. She had completely expended the cultivation inside her body, and the array formations around them vanished. Her body seemed drained of all strength as she leaned against one of the walls of the tree with great difficulty. She had bitten her lips, and her face was drained of all blood. There seemed to be a struggle taking place deep within her, one that no one could witness. She appeared to be torn about a choice she was about to make. Yifan, hold on, help will definitely arrive from the college. Wang Baoli saw how Zhui Yifan had reached the end of his rope and said hurriedly. He retreated abruptly, before Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng. With the glove on his right hand, he sent forth an explosive shockwave that drove the assimilated cultivators lunging at Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng back. Wang Baoli watched as Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng lost all fight in them. As the multitudes of tireless assimilated cultivators continued rushing forward from all directions, bitterness and despair rose in his heart. He himself didn't know whether the college had received their voice transmission. It was then, as he spiraled further into the depths of despair, that suddenly, inside his head, from within the black mask, the familiar, distant voice of little Missy rang out for the first time. Don't be afraid, Wang Baoli. I'll teach you a scripture. Its power is unfathomable. Uttering it will shift the heavens and earth and exterminate all living things. There was a hint of pride in her voice as it echoed within Wang Baoli's head. He was slightly wary when he heard what she said. Her statement was so powerful that he secretly felt doubtful about it. However, he thought back to everything the little Missy had told him and, except for the slight exaggeration regarding the scabbard, whatever she had told him had never turned out to be a bluff. Especially the golden body, he had followed her instructions and attained it. The many encounters strengthened his faith in her, so he hurriedly asked, what scripture? Listen carefully. Enlightened, prisoner of the Tao of Heaven, all sentient beings must endure immeasurable calamities. It only takes a thought to leave the deep prison. Await the path of cultivation 1. Go, in accordance with this scripture, execute this puny sapling. Little Missy said with a casual arrogance. Upon hearing the scripture, Wang Baoli's body, heart, and soul were shaken to the core. He seemed to feel some sort of calling. It was as if the scripture could actually move the heavens and earth and, upon utterance, it would transform one's life completely. Chapter 208, Let me have a shot. Chapter 208, Let me have a shot. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli didn't know how reciting the scripture would, in little Missy's words, move the heavens and earth and exterminate all living creatures. It was all too strange, and something he felt was completely unimaginable. but he could feel something indescribable surface within him when he heard the scripture. It was as if it hid a certain meaning that could not be described in words. The last line, especially, was imbued with immense power. If it had been another time and place, Wang Baoli would have cast his suspicions aside and found a way to verify the truth behind the scripture. After confirming that it was of use, he would then try it out. However, at that moment, trapped within the dangerous tree hollow and facing the onslaught of hundreds of assimilated cultivators, Wang Baoli, who continued casting spells while deliberating on the scriptures, was running out of time. Let's just give it a shot. Wang Baoli threw out a punch. With a wave of his hand, a sea of lightning and an ocean of fire exploded into being simultaneously, wiping out a dozen assimilated cultivators charging towards him. His eyes flashed, he sucked in a deep breath, and he was about to recite the scripture. It was at that moment. Wang Baoli had not yet started uttering the scripture when an indescribable blood chi rose and expanded behind him. It was followed by a thunderous roar. The blood chi was so intense it formed a blood chi hurricane that swept across the entire area. The hurricane exuded an oppressive aura of violence and bloodlust, and the surrounding assimilated cultivators started quaking in their boots and froze in their tracks. It was as if an invincible, fearsome soldier had just awoken. Even the tree hollow started shaking at that instant, and signs of decay appeared on its four walls. Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly. Wang Baoli's heart pumped rapidly, and his breathing quickened as he turned around. Behind him, next to Zhao Yameng, Zhui Yifan, who had been gravely wounded and on the verge of death, was floating off the ground. Not standing, but floating in mid-air. There was a red light flashing in his eyes, and his entire person exuded an aura of violence and bloodlust so intense it conjured the images of a mountain of corpses, and an ocean of blood. The intensity of the blood chi was indescribable and was coming off him in waves. What's going on? Wang Baoli was stunned. He had almost shouted out the scripture then, but who could have known that Zhui Yifan still had such an ace in the hole left in him? It was clear that there was something amiss with Zhui Yifan. As Wang Baoli stood, stunned, Zhui Yifan moved. His body swayed forward abruptly, and he leaped forward in mid-air. As he dashed forward, his right hand raised and pressed against his own neck, yanking abruptly. Wang Baoli gasped in shock as he saw with his own eyes, Zhui Yifan pulling out, from his own neck, a crimson blood sword. The edges of the blade were formed from blood while the rest of the sword was formed from bone. Zhui Yifan's expression was that of pain and ferocity as he pulled out the sword. He was silent, and it was as if he had transformed into a demon as he charged forward. He was swift like lightning, approaching an assimilated cultivator in the blink of an eye. The blood sword in his hand went sweeping across the air. As it hit the cultivator, the assimilated cultivator quaked, his entire person turning into a pool of blood in an instant. The killing seemed to have incited his thirst for blood, and Zhui Yifan moved even more quickly. He was like a blur of blood-red shadow, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. Within the span of a mere dozen breaths, he slew more than a dozen assimilated cultivators around him. The cultivators, who had turned into pools of blood, clearly lost the power to regenerate again. The aura of bloodlust exuding from Zhui Yifan grew stronger, and the demonic air around him intensified as well. It's not him who's controlling the sword. It's the sword that's controlling him. Wang Baoli observed. It was then that the tree hollow started swaying fiercely, and a sound of disdain resounded throughout the entire tree hollow. It was like multiple bolts of lightning crashing down, sending instant tremors through Wang Baoli's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and blood spilled from Zhao Yameng's lips as well. As the sound rang out, a middle-aged man dressed in black robes stepped out from the far wall of the tree hollow. The man looked to be human, but his face was lined like that of tree bark. His eyes were cold and held a glint of savagery within them. As he appeared, the aura of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivation burst forth from his body. The intensity of his aura surpassed all Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators Wang Baoli had come across. The perfected Foundation Establishment Realm. He's only a step away from Core Formation Realm. Zhao Yameng said quickly. Her voice was calm. When she spoke, her eyes no longer held any hints of hesitation or struggle, and she shut both eyes then. Despite noticing Zhao Yameng's strange behavior, Wang Baoli had no time to question further. It was a critical moment. With the appearance of the black-robed man, the aura in the entire tree hollow turned chaotic, and the assimilated cultivators fell to their knees. It was clear that the middle-aged black-robed man was their master. As they witnessed the scene before them, the man's identity became clear: he was the human form of the giant tree. The middle-aged black-robed man didn't spare a glance towards Wang Baoli or Zhao Yamen when he appeared. The expression on his face was cold and arrogant. With one step, he appeared right before Zhui Yifan, a solemn and vicious look on his face as his right hand lifted abruptly in a sudden sweep. A sudden, immense force emerged. Countless leaves appeared out of thin air, forming a tornado which exploded without warning. The loud explosion shook Zhui Yifan's body, however, he didn't dodge the attack. Instead, he drew the cloak of demonic aura tightly around him. Amidst his tremors, his fighting instincts seemed to be sparked. Wielding the blood sword in his hands, he sent it sweeping towards the approaching tornado. An explosive sound resounded and rose into the air as the tornado was sliced into halves by Zhui Yifan's single blade. A shockwave swept outwards in all directions. Blood bubbled from Zhui Yifan's mouth, and his body stumbled back towards Wang Baoli and Zhao Yamen. The bloodlust in his eyes seemed to have grown much fainter. Even the blood sword in his hands was melting away as if being absorbed back into his body. The middle-aged black-robed man stood hovering in mid-air. One split half of the tornado went roaring past him, causing a faint cut to appear on his face. It healed swiftly and, within a span of a few breaths, disappeared completely. There was a strange light in his eyes as he stared at Zhui Yifan. How unfortunate! If your cultivation level had risen to the Foundation Establishment realm, you might have posed a challenge to me. After all, you're the Blood War soldier from the 5-generation Sky Clan. I'd heard of this in the past. That the 5-generation Sky Clan had gotten their hands on a strange mystic art that required multiple people from the same generation, and with the same bloodline, where one would be the host while the remaining would be soldiers. The soldiers have to sacrifice everything, including their flesh and blood, to the host, the destined soldier. I can't believe that the 5-generation Sky Clan actually carried it out. They're indeed an ancient clan, resourceful, determined, and ruthless. You probably have an elder brother, or maybe a younger brother, whom the clan has placed their hopes on. While you are just a vessel. As the man spoke, Zhui Yifan, who was slowly regaining lucidity, turned pale. He retreated once again, and the blood sword in his hands completely retreated back into his body. There was sorrow in his eyes, and he didn't say a single word. Waves of emotion stirred within Wang Baoli when he heard that. His face stiffened, and his eyes grew wide. He thought of Spirit Breath Village and Zhui Yifan's brother, Zhui Yixian. And the moment when Zhui Yixian terrorized Zhui Yifan and prevented him from obtaining a 7-inch spirit root. It was clear that the answer to all his previous doubts wasn't as simple as it had seemed then. It implicated the secrets of the 5-generation Sky Clan. Zhui Yixian might have done what he had done to secure his control over the war soldiers, and prevent an overthrowing of his power from ever taking place. He both desired the war soldier to become stronger and to keep the soldier under his control so that the soldier would never surpass its master. Who would have thought that out of the 3 puny insects casually captured, there would be one who turned out to be a war soldier? Interesting. Greed flashed in the middle-aged black-robed man's eyes as he spoke merrily. His body blurred as he dashed towards Zhui Yifan. His speed was supernatural. As he approached, the force of his Foundation Establishment realm cultivation became overwhelming, assaulting their concentration and their cultivation. It was as if they had been rendered completely helpless before the middle-aged black-robed man. The man raised his right hand and was about to grab Zhui Yifan. Wang Baoli's eyes turned vicious, and he was about to shout out the scripture. It was then that suddenly, next to him, in that very instant, an energy stronger and more earth-shattering than the one that Zhui Yifan had exuded, a tornado of aura, exploded in the air. As it roared, thundering into the skies, Zhao Yamen's hair started lashing around in the absence of wind. Terrifying whirlpools of air started appearing all around her. Multiple whips seemed to form rapidly out of nowhere and lashed outward in all directions. The assimilated cultivators shook and collapsed upon the touch of a whip, and even the tree hollow shook fiercely. Wang Baoli's eyes widened even more. He wasn't a stranger to that sight. During his battle with Zhao Yamen, the latter had been unconscious in the last leg of the fight. It had happened then too. She had still been at the ancient martial realm, and the aura that she had exuded then was strong and extremely terrifying. Having reached the fourth level of the true breath realm, and once again slipping into the same state, the intensity of her aura would be unimaginable. Even the expression on the black-robed middle-aged man changed drastically. He gasped in shock. A mutation. There's something wrong with your bloodline. The black-robed middle-aged man couldn't have guessed that out of the 3 he had casually captured, 2 would be such extraordinary people. One was a rare war soldier, and the other from the even rarer mutated bloodline. Even he felt incredulous at the sight unfolding before him. Chapter 209, Chanting the Scriptures. Chapter 209, Chanting the Scriptures. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The middle-aged black-robed man's body blurred. His attention was no longer on Zhui Yifan. He dashed towards Zhao Yameng, swift like the fall of lightning. However, as he approached, Wang Baoli yelled. The latter was prepared to recite the scriptures line, regardless of whether it worked or not, to stop the man from getting closer. He didn't have the chance to say a word. The moment the middle-aged black-robed man approached, Zhao Yameng's tightly shut eyes opened abruptly. They glowed with a blue light which exploded into an ocean of blue, and surged towards the approaching man as if to pull him under. The intensity of the blue light was too great. As it spread outwards, thundering, all the assimilated cultivators started trembling. They shriveled on the spot as if cleansed of all life, turning into dust within the blink of an eye. Wang Baoli had been standing behind Zhao Yameng, but he didn't escape unscathed. His body shook, and he could barely form the words of the scripture. He grabbed hold of Zhui Yifan, who, weakened and barely recovered from his earlier episode, had instantly blacked out, and retreated hastily. They barely managed to escape the full onslaught of the attack. Both of their ultimate attacks can't be controlled. Wang Baoli twitched with fear. He was thankful that they hadn't used such attacks on him previously, otherwise, he worried that he might have been killed by them both then. In reality, Zhao Yameng in that state wasn't conscious, and Wang Baoli was well aware of that. Under the cast of the blue light, the surrounding walls of the tree hollow started shriveling and drying up. It was as if they were being forced to age rapidly. The pain from his true form reached the middle-aged black-robed man at that moment, and he started shaking, the expression on his face gruesome. He roared and pressed forcibly against the ocean of blue light, his hand clawing viciously at Zhao Yameng's face. Novel full. Die. Wang Baoli watched as the scene unfolded and panic rose in his heart. He grit his teeth and started reciting. As it is. As he spoke the first few words, Zhao Yameng, with blue light flooding out from her eyes, suddenly opened her mouth wide and let out a sound so piercing it shook the heavens and earth. The scream rang loudly across all directions. The scream was shrill beyond measure, and as it rang out, a buzzing sound exploded in Wang Baoli's head. Blood started dripping from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. If not for the devouring seed churning fiercely within him, he would have passed out. Even though Zhui Yifan was unconscious, his body trembled and blood seeped out from between his lips. They weren't even standing directly before the oral force but hidden behind Zhao Yameng. The middle-aged black-robed man, who stood in front of Zhao Yameng, took the onslaught of her oral attack head-on. The look on his face changed drastically, and his breathing quickened as blood spilled from his lips. Then, the hand he had outstretched towards Zhao Yameng exploded. He retreated rapidly, unwilling to remain in the vicinity of Zhao Yameng in her aggressive state. Damn it! Damn it! The man retreated, staggering. His disintegrated right hand regenerated swiftly, but the pain and humiliation of losing a hand drove him into a rage. He never would have thought that a cultivator at the perfected foundation establishment realm like himself would be helpless against a true breath realm cultivator. All mutants are nutbags. A destructive power rests within them. One that, once awakened, even I can't survive it. Following the black-robed man's retreat, and as Zhao Yameng's screams echoed through the air, the walls of the tree hollow, having shriveled under the onslaught of the waves of light blue, could take it no longer. They cracked and fractured into pieces. The fracturing wasn't contained within a small area but spread across the entire tree hollow. In that instant, it exploded. Everything turned into dust. The surrounding earth also couldn't withstand the attack and exploded outward into the air. From afar, one could hear a rumbling from the center of the Coulomb Basin. Very quickly, the earth started to shake, then, it exploded, sending dirt and earth everywhere. Screams resounded in the air as blue light spilled out from the cracks in the earth. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. As the opening in the ground appeared following the collapse of the tree hollow, sunlight spilled underground. Wang Baoli could see the light of day. It was then that Zhao Yameng, after her fearsome attack, exhausted herself completely. Her body grew limp, and she fell into unconsciousness. The blue light and the sound waves immediately vanished. It was during that moment, as the black-robed man retreated and Zhao Yameng fell unconscious, that Wang Baoli dashed out with his quick reflexes. Grabbing Zhui Yifan in one hand and Zhao Yameng in the other, he leaped upwards, jumping off the surrounding earth and rocks and following the path of the explosion towards the opening in the ground. He charged out from underground and escaped from the inside of the giant tree. Without pausing for breath, Wang Baoli panted heavily and dashed forward. He pulled out his voice transmission ring hurriedly and called for help from the college. That time, he received a reply. "Give us another 30 minutes, we'll be there." There was a hint of solemnity in the anxious voice coming from within the voice transmission ring. Wang Baoli let out a sigh of relief and quickened his escape. Inside the crater behind him, the black-robed man had an ugly look on his face. He did let loose an inward sigh of relief, though. From what he could tell, the girl was the strangest amongst the three. For the little fatty ahead of him who was trying to escape, he had little concern. He reasoned that Zhao Yameng and Zhui Yifan must have been why the three of them had managed to escape assimilation earlier. In reality, the paralysis inflicted by the purple ocean resting within Wang Baoli's eyes had resulted in the giant tree being unable to determine who had been the culprit behind everything. "I don't believe that all three people I'd randomly caught would be freaks of nature," he snorted with disdain. With a single leap, he rose above ground. Regardless of Wang Baoli's speed, there was still a chasm separating him from a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. He was additionally burdened by the weight of Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng. The black-robed man soon caught up to him. As he drew near, the speed of his approach stirred a roar. It was the sound of the sound barrier being broken. The distance between him and Wang Baoli grew smaller and smaller. Wang Baoli watched as the distance between them shrank to fewer than 50 yards. In his panic, he shouted, "Tree freak, stop chasing us. Backup from our college is arriving. You should start bailing. This is a friendly reminder." The black-robed man remained expressionless and silent and increased his speed. It seemed as if he was about to catch up with them at any time. Wang Baoli's breathing stilled. He was like a beast forced into a corner, and his eyes shone with madness and violence. He spun around suddenly and stared unblinkingly at the black-robed man charging towards him and roared. Novelful, enlightened, prisoner of the Tao of Heaven, as the words were spoken, an oppressive rumbling sounded across what had been clear skies, and thunder clouds seemed to be gathering. There was a strong, oppressive heaviness spreading in the rumbling air as the entire sky seemed to darken slightly. The sudden change sparked off a similar shift in the black-robed man's expression, and he sucked in a breath without thinking. He could feel, instinctively, death looming over him. It was an indescribable feeling. Even more incredible was how he could feel the prickling on his scalp. A surge of indescribable fear and terror rose from deep within him. "What are you reciting?" he intuitively gasped in shock. Wang Baoli had given himself a shock as well. He was breathing heavily at that moment, and a fierce light shone from within his eyes. The astonishment he felt was accompanied by a mad glee, and he inwardly uttered, "Little Missy was right. She didn't play me for a fool." Who could have imagined that the scripture she had taught him would give off such a powerful and overwhelming intensity? Amidst his rapid breathing, he stopped running altogether. Instead, he stared at the black-robed man, whose expression had changed completely, with a cold arrogance. There was no pause in his speech as he spoke the second verse. "All sentient beings must endure immeasurable calamities." As the verse was spoken, lightning split the heavens apart, and a thunderous roar resounded across the sky. The clouds boiled and rolled over, and the heavens transformed in an instant. An awesome force that would send all living things quaking in terror gathered in the skies. It was like a supreme presence who had been slumbering in the distant galaxy, was suddenly awakening. At that moment, the earth trembled. Under the quaking, the Coulomb Basin seemed on the verge of complete collapse. The expression on the black-robed man's face was no longer of shock, he had turned pale instantly. An overwhelming sense of danger, like the surge of a tidal wave, rushed forward and drowned him. His instinct and intuition were telling him repeatedly that if he did not run right then, and if he continued his chase, then, the danger that would follow would be great, very, very great, it would be fatal. It was a sense of alarm that he had never encountered in his life. It exceeded what he could endure and was beyond his wildest imagination. He even felt that, even with his cultivation breaking through to the core formation realm, he might still not be able to stand a chance. His death would be absolute. This is impossible. His only at the true breath realm. Damn it, how did things turn out like this? The three of them, each one more terrifying than the last. The black-robed man's lips started trembling. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes revealed his unprecedented fear and shock. There was a loathing to admit defeat and a strong urge towards madness. Zhui Yifan's identity as a war soldier had surprised him and Zhao Yameng's mutation had shocked him further. But all that couldn't compare to the terror he was experiencing right then. His instincts told him that there was a force hidden within Wang Baoli that was beyond horrifying, that could not be countered, that could not be stopped, that he had to run away from, as far as he could. But his reason told him another thing. That the other person was only at the true breath realm, and that it was impossible for him to have such an overpowering aura. Chapter 210, It Must Be Him. Chapter 210, It Must Be Him. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. He could choose not to believe, but he didn't dare to make the gamble. As he stood torn and terrified, and before he was given the chance to decide, Wang Baoli's spirits strengthened. He lifted his head to the sky and laughed. He didn't retreat and instead charged towards the black-robed man, a cold, murderous glint glimmering in his eyes. A loud roar thundered from his lips, rumbling through the air and shaking the earth, and summoning raging thunder. It only takes a thought to leave the deep prison. As the words left his lips, the thunder grew more ferocious. The deafening roars transformed the heavens and earth. Clouds gathered rapidly, forming a giant hand spanning 10,000 yards in the sky. The hand blanketed the heavens and cast an enormous shadow over the vast lands. From afar, the giant hand in the air was a fearsome sight. The shadowed lands beneath it were not only cast into darkness but seemed to be stripped of all life, revealing signs of death. The black-robed man trembled fiercely. He could feel himself shuddering like never before, a fear unfurled within him that he had never felt before. He stared at the giant hand in the sky and at Wang Baoli, who had an air of confidence. He didn't seem as if he was trying even the slightest to put on an appearance of self-assurance, it was as if he was confident of his ability to destroy the giant tree. His self-confidence amplified the overpowering aura of the 100,000 feet long giant cloud hand hovering in the sky behind him. The hand slammed towards the earth in a thunderous rush, blanketing everything in its descent. The sight of it finally drove the black-robed man to a mental collapse. I've heard in the past that the ethereal Tao College's Grand Supreme Elder, the former Federation President, landed on the ancient green bronze sword, and brought back an infant boy. This infant was not of the Earth's human bloodline but had come from beyond the skies. Could it be that that infant? Upon that thought, the black-robed man was overcome by emotions, his breathing stilled. The more he thought about it, the more he thought himself right. Yes, those two kids, the boy is a war soldier from the 5th-generation Sky Clan, and the girl is a rare mutation. They are destined to reach the core formation realm, that such gifted ones would willingly unleash their most powerful attacks to protect him. Clearly, they must be his servants, tasked with the responsibility of guarding him. At the thought of that, the black-robed man could stand firm no more. With his face pale, he started retreating quickly and ran away. His only thought was his own loathing of how slow he was. The idea of killing Wang Baoli and the others had been wiped clean from his mind. He knew that at present, Wang Baoli was too great a terror. He also knew that if he touched a single hair on Wang Baoli, the whole ethereal Tao College might go crazy. Especially the former Federation President, he would fly into an unimaginable rage. In his mind, Wang Baoli's origins were tied intimately with the ancient green bronze sword. That was a great blow to his spirits, and he fell back quickly. If it had been before, Wang Baoli would have been overjoyed at the black-robed man making his escape, but he was brimming with confidence. He thought it natural for the black-robed man to run away and had no intention of letting him escape. His confidence had soared to the heavens. He thought of little Missy in the mask as a genius. The power of the sutra had exceeded his wildest imagination. Such faith and confidence led to his laughing out loud to the sky, with a cold glint ignited in his eyes. Trying to run? Let me tell you something. Once I unleash my killer move, I'm invincible. You can kneel and call me daddy, but it won't help. You're not going to get away. Wang Baoli growled. He started a fierce pursuit, shouting as he ran. Await! As he recited, the power exuding from the giant hand in the heavens grew. The stars trembled. It was as if the entire heaven and earth were howling, as if a volcano was on the verge of eruption. Path! At that juncture, Wang Baoli was mad with glee. He yelled out the words. All of a sudden, even the sword sun started trembling and tilting. A chi that seemed as if it could wipe out all living things and exterminate all living creatures descended from the heavens, and locked onto the black-robed man. The series of events finally drove the black-robed man to a complete and utter mental collapse. He let loose a howl filled with fury and madness. No, he roared. He would escape at all costs. He smacked his chest brutally with his right palm and spat out a big mouthful of green blood. In exchange, he became faster, speeding off in a thunder. Wang Baoli's heart was filled with excitement. He raced ahead fearlessly, speeding up his pace. He pursued relentlessly and was about to shout out the final two words. But it was then. Suddenly, the panic voice of little Missy rang out in his head. Stop chasing him. Little Missy, don't stop me. Today, I, Wang Baoli, must kill this wretched creature and let him know what I'm capable of. Wang Baoli replied inwardly with pride. Then, he shouted. Of. The speed of the giant sky hand grew even more quickly. The rumbling sounds grew fiercer and louder. In the distance, the black-robed man smiled a tragic smile. Madness colored his eyes, and he spewed out more blood without hesitation, casting a mystic spell and speeding up further. Wang Baoli raised his head proudly. He marched forward, ceaseless in his chase. He was about to yell out the final word when little Missy realized his overly excited state and panicked even further. She yelled straight into Wang Baoli's mind. Wang Baoli, you idiot! You've already scared it off, but you still want to go after it? The sutra is fake. It's a hoax. It can only be used to scare people off, it has no actual power behind its attack. I didn't tell you the truth then because I was afraid you'd know it for the sham it is and wouldn't put on a convincing act. But who knew, you actually started going after him. Once you recite the entire sutra, everything will disappear. Then, the enemy will run back and kill you with a single smack to your face. Little Missy's voice carried a tone of anxiety as well as exasperation. It was as if she had no words for Wang Baoli's actions. Her words resounded in Wang Baoli's head like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened instantly, and he stopped in his tracks. The muscles in his throat seemed to move, and his fatty flesh quivered. Uncertainty and alarm gripped him, and he asked hastily, "Are you for real? What I said is the truth. The sutra is fake. You big dumb idiot." Little Missy was beyond annoyed. It seemed as if she didn't know whether she should be laughing or crying at that point. Wang Baoli was stunned. He stood, dazed, and didn't shout out the last word. The giant hand in the sky gradually slowed down its pursuit. The black-robed man who had been trying to get away was first overjoyed then confounded. He couldn't help but turn around and sneak a glance as he made his escape. Wang Baoli saw the man glancing back. His body shuddered, a cry rising from within him, but he was quick to react. He grit his teeth and glared, making as if he was going to continue his pursuit. He opened his mouth wide as if to shout, then secretly maneuvered his cultivation and forced himself to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Wang Baoli pretended he was struggling to force out the final word with everything he had. "I'm going all out. Even if it means paying a terrible price for shouting out the last word, I'm going to go all out, we'll die together." His face turned red under his efforts. The extent to which he was striving, and his internal trembling, interwove with one another and made his act seem completely earnest and genuine, despite how inauthentic he was feeling. However, the power of the scripture felt too real. The black-robed man saw Wang Baoli's crazed looks and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. He ran more quickly as he raged. "He's gone completely mad." The black-robed man sped off, quicker and quicker, finally disappearing into the horizon. Wang Baoli dared not stop his pretense immediately. He suppressed his feelings of sheepishness and the trembling within his heart, shouting furiously while pretending to heave and pant. He slowed down gradually, pretended that he could run no longer, and finally stopped. It was then that a sudden fear gripped him. He recalled how he had chased after a cultivator who had been at the perfected foundation establishment realm so relentlessly, and couldn't help the cold sweat from forming. "Little missy, let's not joke around like this the next time. You almost got me killed." Wang Baoli, frightened within an inch of his life, protested. "Who knew you actually bought it? Believing it is one thing, but you actually became a true convert." Little Missy snorted and paid Wang Baoli no further attention. Wang Baoli could only smile wryly after hearing Little Missy's words. But, thinking back to his performance just then, he felt slightly pleased. He thought he had been a force of nature. "HMMPH, you can count yourself lucky this time around. You dare to give me trouble? I scare even myself when I start reciting the scripture." Wang Baoli's feelings of self-satisfaction were mixed with sheepishness. He put up a show of yelling some more before hurriedly picking up Shui Yifan and Zhao Yameng and running off in the opposite direction. His pace started slow, then gradually increased. Soon, it became a run for his life, as if he feared the black-robed man would realize what was amiss and exterminate him. Time passed as he continued running. The anxiety and fear within Wang Baoli didn't dissipate. It was only after 15 minutes passed, and 7 to 8 cruisers bearing the emblem of Ethereal Dao College appeared, that his nerves finally settled down. "I'm here. I'm right here." In his mindless joy, he was about to rip off Shui Yifan's clothes before he realized something wasn't right. He hugged Zhao Yameng more tightly in his arms, loosened his embrace around Shui Yifan and tore a strip off his clothes. He waved the torn strip of cloth in the air. Chapter 211, Resume Our Journey. Chapter 211, Resume Our Journey. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Shui Yifan's combat robes had been damaged and torn. Wang Baoli didn't have to use too much strength to rip out a large strip of his clothing, revealing Shui Yifan's pale, tender skin. He waved and shouted his lungs out, and the approaching cruiser immediately saw them. In reality, compared to the cloth being waved around in mid-air, Wang Baoli's round body was even more eye-catching. The cruiser approached almost instantly. 7 to 8 cultivators from the college leaped from the cruiser hurriedly. Leading them was the deputy sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College. His long red robes fluttered as he leaped down, and an aura stronger than that of the giant tree spread across the sky in an instant. Wang Baoli had only felt it slightly, but he still found breathing difficult as feelings of oppression rose uncontrollably within him. A middle-aged man followed behind the deputy sect lord. He wore a long blue robe and looked ordinary, but there seemed to be lightning in his eyes, and his entire person exuded an overwhelming aura of violence. Even standing beside the deputy sect lord, it didn't pale in comparison to the latter's aura. It was clear that he was also at the core formation realm. Novel full, the appearance of the pair sent the surrounding winds a-stirring and clouds a-shifting. Waves of aura that belonged to a core formation realm cultivator spread outwards in all directions. Their descent was followed by the arrival of 3 elders. The 3 elders' cultivation energy was forceful and overwhelming, exceeding that of a true breath realm. They were at the foundation establishment realm. Greetings to the deputy sect lord, and to the elders. Upon seeing the group, Wang Baoli's heart brimmed over with warmth and agitation. He placed Zhao Yameng down gently, stood and cupped his fists, bowing deeply. His clothes were tattered and torn, and he looked like a mess. Shui Yifan and Zhao Yameng were both unconscious. The deputy sect lord and the middle-aged blue-robed man saw the sight of the 3 and were taken aback. The deputy sect lord stepped forward and stopped before Wang Baoli. He grabbed his wrist and immediately checked for injuries. There was concern in his eyes, and he softly asked what happened. The middle-aged man in blue robes also stepped forward and tapped his finger on Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng's foreheads. Both of them trembled instantly, then slowly, they opened their eyes. Grand Elder. Upon recognizing who the middle-aged man in blue robes was, Zhui Yifan struggled to stand and greet him. He was pressed down gently by the latter. The man comforted Zhao Yameng as well before turning towards Wang Baoli. It was a giant tree, with its cultivation at the perfect foundation establishment realm. It had the power to cast illusions through oral attacks and has the power to seal one's abilities, Wang Baoli said quickly. He hurriedly shared what the three of them had encountered and gone through and pointed out the direction in which the giant tree had escaped. Wang Baoli had also heard what Zhui Yifan had said earlier, and knew that the middle-aged man in blue robes was the Grand Elder of the combat pavilion. A tree mutating and turning into a monster is something the Federation has never come across. I'd like to find out if this monster is indeed a blockhead who dares to harm the disciples of the Ethereal Dao College. Upon hearing what Wang Baoli had told them, the expression on the blue-robed man's ordinary-looking face turned solemn. The aura of violence surrounding him seemed on the verge of explosion. It was clear he was filled with rage inside. After listening to Wang Baoli's story, he turned and nodded at Wang Baoli, a look of approval in his eyes. He whispered a few words to the deputy sect lord, then, with a sway, sped away in the direction Wang Baoli had pointed. He was extremely fast, but it seemed as if he found himself still not fast enough. He pulled out a huge black banner and wrapped it around his body, and his speed suddenly increased exponentially compared to his previous speed. He sped away, his consciousness cast out and spread in all directions as he searched and hunted for the giant tree. Wang Baoli grew excited as he watched the middle-aged man in blue robes race off. It was the same for Zhui Yifan. Even Zhao Yameng, who had remained quiet throughout and was currently in a weakened condition, let loose an obvious sigh of relief. What did you do to make the giant tree run away? After a round of reassurance and comfort to the three, the deputy sect lord asked curiously. As soon as he had spoken, Zhui Yifan lowered his head, Zhao Yameng fell silent, and Wang Baoli blinked and let out a dry cough. Maybe I scared it off. I told it that our seniors from the college were coming, and if it didn't leave soon, it would be killed. That was why it ran away. The deputy sect lord heard what Wang Baoli said. He looked at the expressions on the three people's faces and couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at the three of them. You rascals only know how to spin tales. Every one of you seems to be hiding secrets. Fine, the advent of the cultivation era had brought along with it countless opportunities. Any blessings you receive is due to your own luck. You can tell the college when you are ready to share your secrets. Wang Baoli felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. The deputy sect lord laughed again. When he looked at the three of them, it was with approval and recognition. He retrieved 3 pills from the storage bracelet he carried on his person and gave each of them a pill. The pill was purple in color and sealed in amber, and there seemed to be smoke moving within it. It didn't look like an ordinary pill. While the three of them were not disciples from the alchemy pavilion, they could tell that the pill had impressive healing properties. There's no need for you to concern yourselves with this matter anymore. The college will seek justice for you. It doesn't matter where the giant tree came from. We will exterminate anyone who dares to harm the disciples from the Ethereal Dao College. All of you deserve recognition for what you've done. You'll be rewarded accordingly after you've completed the Federation's 100 seedling assessment. The deputy sect lord smiled faintly. He passed down a few more instructions, and made arrangements for the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators standing behind him to escort the three to the Federation capital. You can take the pill during your journey to recover your cultivation. Recover from your injuries before re-embarking on your travel. I look forward to your return as one of the Federation's 100 seedlings. Many thanks to the deputy sect lord. Wang Baoli tried to control his excitement and hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. You little rascal, did you run into some sort of extraordinary luck? Having a breakthrough in your cultivation level and escaping successfully while carrying both of them. Well done. Not a weakling at all. The deputy sect lord pointed at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was secretly pleased. He noted inwardly that the deputy sect lord was really something. Not only that, he was extremely astute as well and knew Wang Baoli's capabilities. After all, the giant tree had really been frightened off by him. It looked extremely undignified as it made its escape and clearly looked like it was about to wet its pants. He thudded his chest and said loudly, "Of course, we disciples of the Ethereal Tao College will never back down when something happens. I, Wang Baoli, will live and die as one of Ethereal Tao College." There was a strange look on the others' faces when they heard him say that. They felt that Wang Baoli never let go of any chances to market himself, but the deputy sect lord clearly found his words easy on the ears. He laughed out loud. The more he looked at Wang Baoli, the more he liked him. He chatted for a while longer before arranging for the rest of the group to spread out and conduct a search. Wang Baoli and his friends then boarded the college's cruiser, and continued their journey to the Federation capital under the escort of the 2 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Only then did they finally release long and genuine sighs of relief. They stared at one another. Each one of them could tell that the way they looked at one another had changed. Especially when Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng looked at Wang Baoli, their eyes held a hint of surprise as if looking at something slightly strange, and a warmth that was more intense than before. They didn't question Wang Baoli about his battle with the giant tree after they had passed out, or his trump card, as that would intrude upon his secret. Wang Baoli didn't ask them in detail about their attacks either. They had reached a common understanding without having to say anything and smiled at one another. Compared to Zhui Yifan's smile, Zhao Yameng, who was already so beautiful, gave the impression of an unparalleled beauty when she smiled. It was like the blossoming of 100 flowers. Wang Baoli glanced over, blinked, and pointed at Zhao Yameng's face. He opened his mouth. "Zhao Yameng, there's something on your face." "What?" She was momentarily stunned, and lifted her hand unknowingly, touching her face. She thought she had some dirt on her face. "Beauty," Wang Baoli coughed quietly and said casually. Next to Wang Baoli, Zhui Yifan's eyes widened instantly when he heard Wang Baoli's words. The 2 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators serving as their escorts had been sitting cross-legged a short distance away, smiling at them. Upon hearing what Wang Baoli said, the expressions on their faces shifted immediately. One of them seemed to be deep in thought as he studied Wang Baoli. It was as if he was looking at God himself. Zhao Yameng was taken by surprise and, unable to help herself, started giggling. Wang Baoli's flirtatious words had been completely unexpected. Despite being generally poised and calm, Zhao Yameng still fell for it. Wang Baoli saw how his simple teasing had generated such a response and was inwardly pleased. He had learned such tactics since he was 6 and had used them countless times. He felt like he was walking on air, and with a wave of his hand, he said, "Okay, this incident has ended. Next, we'll head for the Federation capital, show them what we've got, and become one of the Federation's 100 seedlings." Anticipation shone in Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng's eyes, and they watched as the distance separating them and Coulomb Basin grew bigger and bigger. Inhaling a deep breath, they continued chatting for a while longer before returning to their own rooms, taking the pill and starting the healing process. Even though Wang Baoli's injuries weren't as serious as Zhui Yifan's or Zhao Yameng's, he would still require quite some time if he were to rely on his body to recover naturally. He swallowed the purple pill, and heat rose within his body as his internal injuries healed at an alarming rate. The physical injuries on his body slowly healed as well. Time passed steadily. After a few hours, as the cruiser slowly approached the vicinity of the Federation capital, the 3 ended their healing sessions. Energized, they left their rooms and stood at the deck, gazing at what was growing more and more majestic in their eyes, the Federation capital. Chapter 212, The Federation Capital. Chapter 212, The Federation Capital. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The Federation capital sat in the southeastern regions of the Federation. It spanned a large area, spreading out as far as the eye could see and beyond. The large city stood towering, a majestic sight that inspired awe. There were 100 huge, inverted mountain-shaped metals under the great city. They looked as if they had been impaled into the ground and were connected to one another, covering the entire area. The size of each mountain-shaped metal was comparable to that of the ethereal city, towering thousands of meters tall. It was a stunning sight. The hundreds of mountain-shaped metals spread across a vast area, presenting a striking image. The city that was built above it held its title proudly, the top city in the Federation. Below the metal mountains was a thick fog that cloaked the lands. It was as if an ethereal mist had blanketed the area, lending it an air of the mysterious and unfathomable. Before the cultivation era, it had been a beautiful place filled with tall mountains and clear streams. With the arrival of the ancient green copper sword and the landing of large quantities of broken sword fragments, the rich spirit chi transformed the landscape. With the divine armament a permanent fixture in the city, the land flourished. Within the fog were many bird beasts that possessed a kind nature, luxuriant foliage, a thriving forest, and streams with water that tasted sweet as if containing spirit chi. One could see, faintly, the lands within the fog. There were 8 roads running from the forest to all directions, and countless small stations spread out in circles around the city. It was like stars clustering around the moon. The scale of it was so grand that comparing the size of the Federation capital to that of an ancient kingdom would not be seen as an exaggeration. There were more intricacies that could not be discerned because of the fog. However, anyone who went there would be awed with a single glance. The fog-blanketed forest seemed to exude an intense and overpowering atmosphere. It was as if it held a power that could wipe out all who were powerful in the Federation. Besides that, the most eye-catching thing within the Federation capital was, above the 100 inverse metal mountains and built within the city moat, 102 statues that stood tens of thousands of feet tall. The statues all looked different. There was the Eastern mythological Nuer, the Western mythological god Zeus, and so on and so forth. It could be said that the statues gathered there were the 100 gods that most captured the people's imagination throughout the history of the earth. Despite not knowing why the Federation capital had built such statues, it was still clear that their reason wasn't merely for religious tribute. That was especially because of the 2 statues in the center of the city. One was actually that of the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ethereal Tao College. The other was of a middle-aged man who gave off an imposing and overpowering aura. That man was the current Federation president. The majestic fog forest, the spectacular great city, as well as the 100 statues within that inspired awe and fear, everything came together to form the Federation capital. Similarly, the population size of the top city in the Federation was the highest in the world. Be it the population size of cultivators or the military, or even that of the common folk, they were so great that only the statistics department of the Federation knew the exact figures. Outsiders only had an estimate. The great city and the fog beneath it appeared before Wang Baoli and his friend's eyes. Standing on the deck of the cruiser, they were all, except Zhao Yameng, blown away by the sight. Zhui Yifan was born of the 5-generation Sky clan and had seen images of the city in the news many times before. However, it was his first time visiting the city. As he witnessed the grand sight of the great city, so sprawling and majestic that it was almost a kingdom unto itself, waves of excitement and awe stirred in his heart. Wang Baoli was stunned speechless. He gazed out into the Federation capital, breathing profusely. This is just too big. The houses over here, how much do they actually cost in spirit stones? Wang Baoli rubbed his eyes and stared at the city that stretched endlessly into the horizon. He was standing aboard a flying cruiser, and he still couldn't see an end to the city. He was blown away. A house here will cost more than 100 houses in Ethereal City. Zhui Yifan had some knowledge of such matters. He replied upon hearing Wang Baoli's shocked comment. What the? A house here costs as much as 100 droplet cruisers? Wang Baoli trembled in shock, his flesh quivering. Suddenly, he was seized by the realization that everyone living in the city must all be really wealthy. Zhao Yameng didn't say a word as she listened to their exchange. The Foundation establishment realm cultivators who were escorting them to the city stood at one side and suddenly smiled. They were also moved by the sight. It didn't matter how many times they had been to the city, every time they gazed upon it, waves of emotions would rise inside them. The Federation capital could be said to be the heart of the Federation. To the common folk, it was the center of government and business. To cultivators, it meant even more, it possessed the only divine armament in the whole of the Federation. The divine armament's existence guaranteed the authority of the Federation president, as well as inspired awe and respect throughout the lands. It was the reason why, while internal political turmoil plaguing the Federation had led to talks of separatism, the Federation as a whole was still relatively stable and secure. The cruiser approached the vicinity of the capital city amidst Wang Baoli and Zhui Yifan's quickened breathing and frequent gasps of shock. Gradually, it slowed down. After going through a series of inspections and scans, Wang Baoli had no idea what exactly each one was for. The cruiser was allowed entry. It landed in the designated bay for the Ethereal Tao College. Ethereal Tao College disciples who had been stationed in the capital were already there waiting. After Wang Baoli and the rest arrived, they were immediately intercepted and received. After a series of arrangements, they finally reached the manor managed by the Ethereal Tao College. The manor environment was refined and quaint, with the twittering of birds and the fragrance of flowers in the air. There was also a strong spirit chi in the air. The manor wasn't open to the public on ordinary days and served as a residence for Ethereal Tao College disciples only. Many disciples from the Ethereal Tao College who were taking part in the Federation's 100 seedling selection had already checked in when Wang Baoli and the rest arrived. After everything was settled, Zhao Yameng didn't move into the residence allocated by the college. Instead, she bade Wang Baoli and Zhui Yifan farewell and looked as if she was leaving. "Where are you going?" Wang Baoli got curious, and Zhui Yifan turned and looked over as well. "My family lives in the capital." If it had been someone else, Zhao Yameng might not have answered the question, but it was Wang Baoli and Zhui Yifan, whom she had survived a death-or-life situation with. They were not other people. Upon hearing Zhao Yameng's words, Zhui Yifan's eyes widened. Wang Baoli could hear something exploding in his mind and was dazed. "Your family must be really rich." After a pause, he said with great envy. Zhao Yameng caught the tone in Wang Baoli's voice. She smiled, bade farewell to Zhui Yifan, and left at a leisurely pace. It would have been fine if it had been an ordinary departure, but as Zhao Yameng stepped out of the Ethereal Tao College's manor, Wang Baoli and Zhui Yifan witnessed 7 to 8 gold cruisers appearing instantly. They approached swiftly, then stopped, and more than 100 strong men quickly marched out of the cruisers. Be it its appearance or structure, Wang Baoli, who had the eye of a Dharmic Armament Pavilion's armament soldier, could tell immediately that the gold cruisers were not ordinary cruisers. The cruisers had taken him by surprise. Then, the 100 strong men appeared. Almost every single one of them had a true breath realm cultivation. Amongst them was an elderly man who had an especially strong cultivation aura that seemed comparable to the giant tree. He seemed to be a butler of sorts, bowing at Zhao Yameng with kindness and concern on his face. "Welcome home, young missus." Zhao Yameng nodded and boarded the cruiser. She waved goodbye to the stunned Wang Baoli and Zhui Yifan, then departed in a grand and spectacular manner. Wang Baoli was dazed, and Zhui Yifan silent. After a moment, when the cruiser that had Zhao Yameng in it had disappeared into the horizon, both of them looked at each other with strange looks on their faces. "What's her background? She's so rich." The pair spoke almost simultaneously. In the end, they returned to their residences, each feeling different emotions about the entire matter, and managed to settle down to a certain extent. However, both young men had their guesses and suspicions regarding Zhao Yameng's family background. They rested for the night. The next morning, Wang Baoli set aside his suspicions regarding Zhao Yameng and went in search of Zhui Yifan. He dragged Zhui Yifan out of the manor and started strolling through the city. They wandered and looked at the stores in the capital. The wealth and scale of the place surpassed that of Ethereal City. The materials necessary for cultivation, especially, were available in great variety there. It was as if everything that could be found and sold in the Federation could be found and sold there. The pair, who had suffered the battle at the Kulon Basin and expended their stock of materials and armaments, was immensely tempted. Zhui Yifan had his eyes on some pills and a jade slip documenting a mystic technique. However, as soon as he inquired about their prices, he was stunned speechless. Despite having come from considerable wealth, they were still much too expensive. It was the same for Wang Baoli. He stared at the items displayed in the store excitedly, exclaiming from time to time. "Tempered gold clay. Streaming light liquid. God, there's heaven crystal sand as well. All these are rare materials that could give numinous treasures extra abilities and features if used during the crafting process, and augment the numinous treasures." Wang Baoli swiftly and eagerly browsed through the stores. He paused when he saw something. Something exploded in his mind, and he could hear sudden buzzing in his head. This is. The sight that his eyes saw was that of a potted plant, an arm's width thick, resembling a palm tree but red in color. What had sent him trembling was what was embedded within the trunk of the palm, no larger than a finger, a black fragment. Wang Baoli felt a strong calling the instant he saw the fragment. He felt, in that instant, as if that fragment was made from the same material as the black mask. He fought back the temptation he felt, made another round in the store, and then casually pointed at various materials. It was when he had almost completed his shopping and was about to inquire about the price of the fragment, prepared to add the red palm tree to his shopping cart and buy it as well. It was then. Outside the store, the laughter of an old man rang out. So the two of you are actually here. Chapter 213, Self-Reliant Wang Baoli. Chapter 213, Self-Reliant Wang Baoli. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As the voice rang out, the elderly butler, who had received and escorted Zhao Yaming away the day before, walked into the store with a smile on his face. He smiled and nodded at Wang Baoli and Zhui Yifan. Behind him stood a dozen strong men. Every one of them had a solemn expression on their faces, and they spread out within the store, surveying all four corners carefully. The owner of the store, whose status and background was also considerably influential, started paying some attention to them. Wang Baoli and Zhui Yifan didn't dare to keep the other party waiting. The latter was a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator after all, and also one of Zhao Yaming's family clan members. They greeted him immediately. "Don't stand on ceremony, young heroes," the elderly man spoke warmly. His glance swept across both of them as he considered them both. He thought his family's young missus preferred to be on her own, so there must be a reason why she had chosen to stay in the company of the two. He studied Wang Baoli again before giving Zhui Yifan a more detailed look. The more he looked at Zhui Yifan, the more he approved of the latter. The look of assessment in his eyes made Zhui Yifan slightly nervous, and Zhui Yifan asked politely, "Sir, is there a reason why you are looking for us?" As for Wang Baoli, it was the first time he was referred to as a young hero. He felt strange. At the same time, he also noticed the look in the elder's eyes and could not help but cough. "Sir, actually, if you exclude my good looks, high cultivation level, great potential, and exemplary moral character, I have no good qualities to speak of. I'm not worthy of being called a young hero." As soon as he said that, the old man, who had been studying Zhui Yifan, turned and stared at Wang Baoli in surprise. The expression on his face changed gradually. After a long moment, he shook his head and smiled, then explained why he had come. "Our young missus has always been solitary in nature. When she left to seek an education, she made a promise with our master that she would rely only on herself. Our master wanted to send someone to guard her in secret, but the young missus has a natural spirit body. She would be able to send someone unless he is a core formation realm cultivator. Our master already knows about the incident at Kulon Basin. He is furious but also extremely grateful to both of you. This is but a small token of his thanks and cannot fully express his gratitude. Please accept it," the elderly man explained, then handed a card crafted from spirit stones to Wang Baoli and Zhui Yifan. There was a mark on the cards to protect against forgery. When the cards were presented, the pupils of many of the customers in the store contracted. Those who could not contain themselves revealed a look of shock on their faces. They started speaking in hushed tones. "That's a silver spirit card. I've heard about such cards before. Only 10 gold spirit cards have been issued in the entire Federation. Only the owners of these 10 cards have the right to give their guests a silver spirit card, which is infinite in number and means that the cardholder is an esteemed guest." Even the store owner, upon seeing the card, was moved. "All of your expenses within the city may be settled with this card." The elderly man heard the gasps of shock from the surrounding people and smiled lightly. He nodded at Wang Baoli and Zhui Yifan, cupped his fists in a salute, then left politely. The surrounding strong men departed with the elderly man, and the store gradually resumed its previous liveliness. However, with the recent encounter with the elderly man, the store owner, who had not paid Wang Baoli and Zhui Yifan much attention, walked over and attended to the both of them personally. As for Wang Baoli, he listened to the surrounding murmurs as he held the card in his hand. He noticed the looks of shock and envy in their eyes, and could not help but be stirred. He looked at Zhui Yifan and saw the latter had fallen into a stunned daze again. He sighed. "Yifan, you might not be feeling any psychological stress, but I can't handle this. Tell me, does this make me a kept man? Ha, I'm so torn. I never imagined there would come a day when I'd be sponging off a woman. Wang Baoli let loose a long sigh and shook his head as he lamented. Zhui Yifan gave Wang Baoli's round ball-like body a strange look, coughed and did not say a word. I, Wang Baoli, have always been self-reliant. Everything that I have was earned with my own hands. I've never sought help from other people. This is a principle of mine. Wang Baoli had a serious expression on his face. As he said that, he turned his head towards the store owner and flung the silver spirit card in his hand over. The materials I'd chosen earlier, unless there's no stock, I want 10 times the quantity. Use this card to pay for it. Zhui Yifan. The other customers. The store owner. 15 minutes later, when Wang Baoli had packed his storage bag and storage bracelet to the brim, he strolled out of the store in a merry mood. Behind him, the look on Zhui Yifan's face looked slightly unnatural. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he could not control himself and spent a bit of money, using the silver spirit card to buy the pills he needed. After returning to the college's manor, Wang Baoli immediately extracted the black fragment from the palm tree. He studied it excitedly for a very long time, thought about it for a while, and didn't immediately fuse it with the black mask. He pondered over whether the fragment could be used as an enticement for the little missy in the mask. However, he was in the Federation capital. Out of caution, he didn't attempt anything, instead deciding to try it out when he returned to the college. In the days that followed, Wang Baoli did not wait idly as the prodigies of the various political forces traveled from all corners of the Federation, and gathered at the capital city to go through the selection process. He conducted another round of refining and enhancement for his numinous treasures. The consequence of that was that he required an enormous quantity of materials. As a result, the various material stores in the capital became places he regularly frequented, to the extent that his reputation had started to slowly spread amongst the stores. I, Wang Baoli, have always relied on myself to travel the arduous path of cultivation. Every time he looked at the numinous treasure he had just refined, Wang Baoli was filled with a sense of pride. Pleased and confident, he gradually completed the enhancement of his numinous treasures. Just looking at the self-exploding beads alone, almost 1,000 were crafted in a single sitting. There were also all kinds of puppets, of which he had refined approximately 100. The puppets in the earlier batches of refinement, like Zhu Gangqiang, were also revamped and enhanced from a Dharma artifact to a perfected third-grade numinous treasure. Wang Baoli didn't give up on the strange and bizarre Dharma artifacts that had been modified by the armament sand. They had come in useful during his battle with the giant tree, which made Wang Baoli realize that they could still be put to use. As a result, he enhanced the fly whisk, the umbrella, the large seal, the flying sword that did not differentiate between friend and foe, even the rope, to the level of a perfected third-grade numinous treasure. Finally, he came to the sword scabbard. With such an abundant stock of materials, the scabbard was also successfully enhanced to a perfected third-grade level. The number of mosquitoes that appeared remained at 9, however, they were clearly bigger in size and more savage than before. To increase its power, Wang Baoli, after some consideration, embedded the bead he had obtained from the spear in Spirit Breath Village in the scabbard. The moment he embedded the bead, a 10th mosquito finally appeared out from the scabbard. It was grey in color and appeared different from the rest. It seemed to contain a strange power that Wang Baoli could not comprehend. It was regretful that he could not test it out there. He made a note to find an opportunity to give it a test run in the future. Besides that, Wang Baoli also enhanced the glove that had been at his side for so long and transformed it into a perfected third-grade numinous treasure. With his ample material stock, Wang Baoli even successfully modified his storage bag. At that point, all of his dharmic treasures were of third-grade quality. He also had loads of materials stocked up. The sense of satisfaction, as well as the improvement in his crafting skills achieved through the continuous refining, made Wang Baoli never want to stop. I really like this feeling of relying on myself, working hard, step by step, and getting things done. While immersing himself in self-satisfaction, Wang Baoli did not forget his snacks. Almost everything was sold in the Federation capital, and snacks were no exception. During that period, Wang Baoli stretched his stomach wide and only managed to try part of the full selection available. To him, the Federation capital was just too good to be true. Bliss surged in waves inside his heart. Finally, the prodigies from all four corners of the land and from the respective political forces, all arrived. As a result, the selection for the Federation's 100 seedling plan was to be officially held that day. Unlike almost all the other nervous participants, Wang Baoli didn't pay much attention to the selection round. He didn't even pay much attention to the details of the selection. That was especially so after he had sought a second confirmation from General Zhu Deshi, and heard the latter tell him that his placement had been secured. He had relaxed even more after that. He went to register his details on the first day, then returned to the manor and continued snacking and refining numinous treasures. The days passed one after another as the selection proceeded at full speed. There was a great deal of news spreading every day, promoting the selection round throughout the Federation. One after another, the candidates were seemingly transformed into celebrities, their news followed by everyone in the Federation. Sometimes, after Wang Baoli watched the news, he would feel tempted to do something. However, after remembering his confirmed placement, he felt more pleased instead. No matter how good they are, they can't be as awesome as I am. My spot has already been confirmed. The selection went on for an hour and a half while he continued to stay in high spirits. Then, he received a notice from the college. The giant tree had been found and exterminated. The Ethereal Tao College also officially reported the matter of mutating trees to the Federation at the same time, so that all political forces in the Federation could keep an eye out for any similar mutations in plant life within their domains. The lifespan of trees was, after all, different from that of animals. Their roots grew deeper. As a consequence, once mutated, it would invariably lead to disaster. Chapter 214, The 100 Seedling Award Ceremony. Chapter 214, The 100 Seedling Award Ceremony. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After the alert was issued, the respective political forces conducted investigations and searches within their domains. They exterminated potential threats while keeping a lookout for such threats other than monsters. Fortunately, plant life mutations seemed to be extremely rare. Following the issuance of the alert, until the end of the selection round, the other political forces had not found a second mutated plant life. That lessened the urgency of the crisis. The selection in the Federation capital also came to its end then. A total of 98 people, the cream of the crop, were selected. They would become the seedlings in Operation Sword Sun and receive comparably more resources from the Federation in the future. 2 names were missing from the list, which soon caught the attention of everyone in the Federation. That persisted until the 2 missing names were announced. One was Kong Dao, and the other, Wang Baoli. The Federation had also released selective information on their achievements on the battlefield. The details revealed, to a limited extent, the treasures Wang Baoli had harvested from Spirit Breath Village, his exploits during the Beast Tide, and the Baoli cannon he had invented. The Federation used the opportunity to build Wang Baoli's reputation as well as let the entire world know that Wang Baoli had earned the right to have a reserved placement. All of a sudden, Wang Baoli's name spread across the entire Federation. He caught the attention of countless political forces. At the same time, news also traveled to Phoenix City. When his parents saw his name on the news, they were instantly stunned. After watching the introduction and finding out about the terrible things that he had been put through, they immediately started to panic. They called Wang Baoli's voice transmission ring immediately. Wang Baoli heard the anxiety and concern in his parents' scolding voices and took a very long time to reassure them. He promised to be careful in the future. Finally, the elderly pair, worried about and proud of their child, ended the call. There were many things that Wang Baoli had not told his parents. After he had enrolled in the Ethereal Tao College and started on the journey of cultivation, he had slowly come to know how harsh and brutal the journey was. He did not wish for his parents to worry. His conversation with his parents had sent his emotions into slight disarray. He very quickly composed himself, then logged into the Spirit intranet and searched for information on Kong Dao, the other person who had a confirmed placement like himself. Wang Baoli's eyes widened as he read through the other's profile. He drew a breath in. Kong Dao did not hail from any of the human political entities in the Federation but was actually from the Sea of Beasts. He had been adopted by the current Federation president 9 years ago and had been groomed intensively since becoming the president's foster son. He had not stayed on Earth but had instead been sent to the colony on Mars to train. He survived for 5 years on his own in the strange environment of the Martian colony. During his cultivation, he had collected numerous fragments for the Federation, and the number was astounding. However, all that would still not have been enough to reserve him a spot amongst the 100 seedlings. What had convinced the Federation and made them acknowledge his status as a confirmed seedling was a piece of news he had reported a month ago. On Mars, he had found a location which seemed to hold the remains of a divine armament. The numerous political forces in the Federation had confirmed that there was an extremely high chance of that being true. However, due to many reasons, they were unable to conduct further, more intensive explorations and found it difficult to retrieve the divine armament. Despite that, such a great contribution was enough to ensure his placement as one of the 100 seedlings. Divine armament. Upon reading that, Wang Baoli's eyes almost popped out. The gears in his head started spinning. He realized immediately that something must have gone wrong when the report was submitted to the Federation, which resulted in the various political forces finding out about the matter. The Federation could not keep it under wraps and hence simply joined forces with the rest for the exploration. Wang Baoli felt his guess was highly probable. He looked through the list of names and saw a few familiar names. Amongst them were Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yamen, who were both amongst the 100 selected. Besides the 3 of them, there were another 2 people from the Ethereal Dao College who had also made the list. Except for White Deer Dao College, there were not many from the other Dao colleges. The White Deer Dao College had the highest number make the list, 9 people. Li Yi, who had threatened to strip him naked, and most of the few other possessors of 8-inch spirit roots at that battle in Spirit Breath Village, were also in the list. Besides them, there was also Zhui Yixian's name, which Wang Baoli did not see in the list. However, a few unfamiliar names from the 5-generation Sky Clan appeared. There were also quite a few people from the 2 ever-mysterious major sects. The senator's heirs took up a few spots as well. However, Wang Baoli did not see any names from the legendary Trilunarist Corporation, whose wealth rivaled the country's. After the Federation's 100 seedlings had been confirmed and the news had taken the entire Federation by storm, followed by the departure of those who had not made the cut, the 100 selected people, including Wang Baoli, soon received a notification from the President's office. They were to undergo a week-long group cultivation in seclusion 3 days later. Someone designated by the Federation would be teaching them a mystic technique. The mystic technique was known to many and ranked 10th in all the mystic techniques discovered throughout the Federation, since the Spirit Inception era. The technique was carefully guarded, and before that, only the Federation had access to it. Even the 2 powerful sects and the 5-generation Sky Clan had coveted it for a very long time. That was because the mystic technique relied not on spirit chi, but was a physical combat technique. Such a physical combat technique was rare for both the Federation as well as other political forces. Its name was Supernova. Before the group cultivation, they were to gather to the presidential pavilion in the capital where they would receive a commendation from the Federation president. When Wang Baoli received the notification, he was overcome with excitement. His breathing became excited, and his eyes started shining brightly. He paced in his room, unable to calm down. Supernova? By the sounds of it, it seemed to be really powerful. Not only that, but there's also the president's personal commendation. This could potentially be something that countless people will recount in the future, about how the 2 presidents from different terms met for the first time. Wang Baoli grabbed an orange-flavored spirit beverage and guzzled it down. His spirits rose. When I see him, should I tell him that his position will be mine when I grow up? Wang Baoli thought happily, then realized how inappropriate that would be. He worried about his chances to grow up should he really say that out loud. In his excitement, a flurry of thoughts crowded his head. He deliberated what he should wear, agonizing over the matter. He was not given more time to consider the matter though. 3 days later, just before he was about to head off for the ceremony, someone from the Federation sent over a uniform that had been customized for the 100 seedlings of the Federation. The uniform was purple in color and seemed to shimmer. It was clearly not just an ordinary piece of clothing. He looked slimmer after putting it on, it made him look shaper, like a sword prepared to be unsheathed, a sword that was not as fat as it used to be. Such a trim figure, such good looks. Wang Baoli studied himself in the mirror, the distorting filters came built-in with his eyes. He admired himself for some time before swaggering out of his room, and stepping onto the private cruiser that would be transporting him to the presidential pavilion, and had been waiting outside since a while ago. The cruiser sped towards the presidential pavilion in the city center. At the same time, countless cruisers from all four corners of the capital city were dashing towards the presidential pavilion. Besides the 100 seedlings, there were also media and various important figures who would be observing the ceremony. Wang Baoli soon reached the city center. As he stepped into the presidential pavilion and saw the large pavilion that looked almost like a palace, he could no longer control the excitement and eagerness in his heart. One day, he thought, that place would be where he would live, train, and work. In his excitement, he didn't pay much attention to the people around him. He didn't notice that there were a few amongst the 100 seedlings who, upon seeing him, had snorted. Li Yi, especially, showed her displeasure. There was another youth who almost rivaled Shui Yifan's good looks. He stood, poised and dashing in the room, a flicker of arrogance hidden deep within his eyes. It seemed that he had not planned to interact with anyone. However, when he saw Zhao Yameng, his entire body shivered. There was a strange light in his eyes, and he seemed shocked beyond words. There were thousands of people surrounding the area, many in a hushed discussion. There were also plenty of reporters who had started recording, as well as a great number of guards. Every single guard was at the Foundation establishment realm. There were also those who suppressed their chi. Those were often the core formation realm experts from the Federation. Every arrangement and placement of every brick had been the result of careful planning. The entire place came together in harmony. Everyone entering it was stepping into an array formation. It was amidst the crowd's discussion, Wang Baoli's uncontrollable excitement, and the varying emotional states of the others that, from the entrance, came the sounds of many footsteps. A few black-robed men walked in and were followed by a dozen other people. Amongst them, in the middle of the group, was a tall man in his middle age. He wore simple, white clothing. In the crowd of black-robed men, he was particularly striking. The man had short hair as well as a formidable and imposing aura that commanded respect effortlessly. He exuded an aura that was astonishing. It seemed to resonate with the place. Every step he took stirred the crowd and made them light-headed, and the spirit chi within their bodies tossed about uncontrollably. It was as if they were gazing upon a god when they looked at him. He was the current wielder of the Federation's only divine armament, the current Federation president who had hailed from the White Deer Dao College. The most powerful person in the Federation, Duan Muke. Chapter 215, The Federation needs 10,000 Wang Baoles. Chapter 215, The Federation needs 10,000 Wang Baoles. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The entrance of the godlike man sent the entire presidential pavilion into silence. The thousands of people simultaneously felt the imposing aura exuding from him. Unconsciously, they started shuddering inwardly and lowered their heads. Part of it was due to his authority and status, and the other due to his cultivation. Be it due to his position as the strongest man in the Federation, the sole wielder of a divine armament, or the president, the white-robed man walking in was the focus of everyone's attention. He shone like the sun. The 100 chosen seedlings stirred under the pressure, their emotions surging like waves. They felt like a solitary boat in a raging ocean. A natural fear and awe rose within them. Be it Shui Yifan or Zhao Yameng, or even Kong Dao, who had a confirmed placement, none dared show any other feelings on their faces. They couldn't help the awe and respect in their eyes. Wang Baoli, as well, stilled his breathing under the imposing aura. However, he was different from the other seedlings. His eyes held the same awe and respect, but at the same time, they had a strange look to them, as if they were looking at his future self. Such an expression immediately set him apart from the rest. Under the stares of the crowd, the stern-faced Duan Muke broke into a smile the moment he stepped into the presidential pavilion. He walked towards the 100 seedlings, stood before them, and looked at every single one of them. His smile deepened with warmth and pleasure, as well as approval. The future of the Federation belongs to you. His voice carried the tone of encouragement as well as approval. The spirits of the 100 seedlings, including Wang Baoli, immediately soared. They cupped their fists and gave Du and Muke a deep bow. "Bring the medals over. I'll present them to you. This medal represents your status, and the Federation's approval and expectations of you. I hope, from today onwards, you will be a representation of something extraordinary to the Federation." Amidst Du and Muke's laughter, a guard who had been standing behind him immediately came forward, and delivered the 100 medals the Federation specially made for the seedlings to him. Du and Muke took the medals and started presenting them one by one. Every time he presented a medal to someone, he would offer words of encouragement. The limelight would fall on each prodigy receiving the medal during that moment. He or she would become the focus of the attention of the billions of people across the entire Federation watching the event in front of their screens. Such presentation ceremonies were broadcast live throughout the entire Federation. Good. This era belongs to us and belongs to you as well. Is this little Yameng? Not bad. I hope to see you surpass your mother one day. Kong Dao, you have to continue to work hard. Du and Muke walked past the group, presenting the medals. His words of praise resounded throughout the air. The Federation government officials accompanying him nodded with a smile, their eyes carrying looks of encouragement. The people who had received his praise and encouragement felt varying degrees of excitement. That sight was also seen in the eyes of the billion Federation residents through the screen. That carried on until Du and Muke stood before Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli inhaled deeply and pushed his chest out, presenting what he thought was his most good-looking side before the entire Federation. His feeling of looking at Du and Muke and seeing his future self intensified. "Wang Baoli? I know who you are." Du and Muke looked at Wang Baoli. His smile, compared to his earlier ones at the others, had a little something else to it. Even though he felt that there was something strange in Wang Baoli's stare, he didn't think too much on it. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and patted Wang Baoli on the shoulder. He turned towards the Federation government officials following him and said with a smile. "When General Dashi spoke to me about Wang Baoli, I said something to him. Today, I'm going to repeat what I said. The Federation needs 10,000 Wang Baoles." As soon as the words were out, the surrounding government officials were stunned. They started paying more attention when they looked at Wang Baoli. Du and Muke's actions and his words of praise to Wang Baoli were clearly stronger than what he had given the rest. Even amongst the other seedlings around him were many who looked at Wang Baoli with jealousy. However, they had risen above countless others to where they were, and every one of them had own means and ways. They kept their feelings hidden deep within their hearts and revealed nothing on their faces. At the same time, in the tens of thousands of homes, the residents of the Federation witnessed the scene through their screens. In that instant, surprise spread throughout the Federation. The sounds of debating voices could be heard across the entire Federation. "That little fatty is Wang Baoli? That's the guy who had a confirmed placement? He might be the fattest of them all, but clearly how outstanding one is has nothing to do with their weight. His treatment is obviously different. There must be something going on behind the scenes." As the tens of thousands of households continued their discussions, in Phoenix City, on the highest building, a huge screen had been erected and was currently broadcasting that exact scene. Wang Baoli, who had come from Phoenix City, was the pride of the city. Wang Baoli's parents, especially, were excited beyond measure at the moment. "Old Wang, our son's done something great to make us proud. He's on television. He's being commended by the president." As Wang Baoli's mother drowned in her joyful mood, the voice transmission ring beside her soon started ringing. She received a flood of congratulatory messages from her relatives and friends. "Baoli's mother, your son is exceptional. I just saw it on the television. Baoli's mother, does your Baoli have a girlfriend yet? What do you think of my daughter? How about we get them together?" The many congratulatory messages, as well as matchmaking proposals, painted a big smile on Wang Baoli's mother's face. She started replying without pause. Superficial. Compared to the pride and joy Wang Baoli's mother was feeling, Wang Baoli's father seemed comparatively collected. He threw a glance filled with disdain, puffed up his chest and raised his head high, then turned and left for the bedroom. His steps were steady. As soon as he entered the bedroom, his eyes started shining brightly. He swiftly pulled out his voice transmission ring and started actively sending messages to his old friends. Old Jong, what are you doing? Have you seen what's on the television? Old Lee, ha, you saw what's on television as well? That's nothing, you know that little rascal, he's been a smart kid since he was young. He has great potential. You can tell with one look that he's going to become the pillar of the Federation. Old son, you didn't watch the TV? If you're not doing anything, you can go take a look. Oh yes, the marriage proposal you spoke to me about the last time. I feel there's a need to reconsider the matter. As the entire Federation fell into a heated discussion, in the Federation capital, inside the presidential pavilion, following Duan Muk's compliment and after Wang Baoli received the medal, he was overwhelmed with excitement. He felt that a rare opportunity that might never appear again and hurriedly spoke, loudly. Mr. President, can I say a few words? Before Wang Baoli's turn, there were also other seedlings who had exchanged a few simple words with Duan Muk in their excitement. Most of them had spoken more softly, but while Wang Baoli's voice was loud, Duan Muk did not dwell too long on his request, nodding with a smile. That is, I want to know what has to be done to have the mantle passed on to myself and become the next term's Federation president. Wang Baoli's eyes shone with a bright fervor. His excitement was colored by intense anticipation as he stared at Duan Muk. Duan Muk was stunned speechless and burst out into laughter. The government officials around him began to smile as well. Many of the thousands of people as well as the other seedlings around him, however, stared at Wang Baoli with an odd expression on their faces. They marveled at how the little fatty would dare to ask anything. What he had just said was akin to asking Duan Muk how he could snatch the position of the Federation president from Duan Muk's hands, and he had done it live, before the entire Federation. That was indeed what had happened. Many of the residents of the Federation, upon witnessing the scene and hearing what had been said, were taken aback. They stared at Wang Baoli on their screens and felt then that the child was indeed extraordinary. The problem was not as serious as they thought, however. Duan Muk accepted Wang Baoli's question readily, with encouragement in his eyes. If there comes a day when the people of the Federation have chosen you to be their president, then you would become the president of the Federation. Of course, your cultivation must surpass mine as well. Duan Muk laughed, patted Wang Baoli on the shoulder again, and moved on to the next person. The ceremony lasted for an hour before it finally ended. The entire event was telecast live. Duan Muk's answer to Wang Baoli and Wang Baoli's own ambition made him stand out instantly from the 100 people. He became known throughout the Federation and became the center of the entire Federation's attention. With the ceremony coming to its end, the week-long group cultivation in seclusion would commence as well. Following Duan Muk's departure, a cruiser heading towards the military camps outside the city transported the 100 people away. They were going to head to their destination to learn a technique that was only shared with those who had been awarded the position of a seedling, the Federation's mystic technique, supernova. At the same moment that Wang Baoli and company landed in the military camp, in a forest far, far away from the Federation capital, in the middle of a swamp, the corpse of a flying monster lay half submerged in the swamp. Its death seemed recent, its corpse almost halfway to becoming completely decomposed. But suddenly, from within the bird's corpse, a tree branch burst out, reaching upward. The tree branch was shriveled and seemed devoid of all life. It was littered with scars, but gradually, the scars started to shed. A young sprout started to grow, slowly, from the tip of the branch. Accompanying the appearance of the green shoot was the explosion of an immense, startling aura. The power of the aura surpassed the Foundation Establishment realm and reached the core formation realm. If Wang Baoli, Zhui Yifan, and Zhao Yamen were there, they would definitely be able to sense how familiar the aura was. It belonged to the middle-aged black-robed man who had been frightened off by them. It was clear that, while he appeared to have perished under the extermination of the ethereal Dao College, he had utilized some tricks to fake his death and escape from the jaws of death. He had even evolved, and his cultivation level had broken through. Wang Baoli. A face slowly emerged from within the green sprout. Its features twisted with a tinge of fear and savagery as it softly muttered. Chapter 216, Supernova. Chapter 216, Supernova. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Not a single person in the entire Federation knew about the middle-aged black-robed man's rebirth, not to mention Wang Baoli, who was on a cruiser that was landing in a military camp. The cruiser landed outside the Federation capital. Beneath the misty fog, which seemed like something out of a fairy kingdom, was a lush green land. The water that flowed through the land was sweet and infused heavily with spirit chi. Within the fogged lands were many military camps of varying sizes going about their own businesses. They had few interactions with one another and seemed to function and exist in isolation. The military camp that the seedlings of the Federation were headed for was called the 19th Camp. The 19th Camp sat approximately 100 miles away from the Federation capital. It was built on a less elevated ridge between the mountains, and a small river flowed through the land. On both sides of the river, the lands had been cleared and hundreds of barracks erected. The camp also had the most technologically advanced equipment in the entire Federation, as well as what could be seen as an extremely comprehensive and well-equipped cultivation ground. There were already many people from the military waiting for them when Wang Baoli and company's cruiser landed. Compared to the eagerness of the 100 seedlings, and their excitement which hadn't yet died down, those from the military looked stern-faced and stoic. There was no attempt at niceties after the initial meeting. The military men abandoned the group at a special campsite on the northwest corner of the military camp. The site area was considerable and its facilities comprehensive. However, there were no single-bed rooms. They didn't have permission to leave the special camp area without approval, and all of them were divided according to their sex into 2 large barracks. Having become the Federation's 100 seedlings, they were proud but also shrewd people. They might not be able to hide their feelings from sight completely, but they kept their thoughts to themselves and chose to accept the military's arrangements. Before departing, one of the people from the military swept his eyes in a glance across the group and spoke coolly. In the coming week, there will be someone who will teach you the mystic technique, Supernova. In principle, you're forbidden from sharing the technique with an outsider. However, it's impossible for the Federation to stop such things from happening. But, should we discover you doing that, no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, you will face execution. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes at the words coming from the military and seared it into memory. Many of the 100 seedlings around him, though, seemed not to be bothered by what was said. Next, return and rest up. You're not allowed to leave this site. Tomorrow morning, after you've received our notification, you are to assemble here within 30 seconds. The man from the military did not bother with what the Federation seedlings were thinking and turned to leave after finishing what he had said. Before he left, his eyes seemed to land on Wang Baoli unknowingly. He looking at me? Wang Baoli blinked. He felt that he had a certain relationship with the military. While curious, he followed the other male seedlings into their barracks. The barracks were relatively spacious, and there were more than 100 beds inside. While sparsely furnished, it was extremely neat. It was painted in blue and white. When standing in the barracks, one could experience the sensation of being comforted and soothed, as well as a sense of discipline and obedience surfacing in their mind. Everyone soon chose their own beds and began getting to know one another. It was clear that they had become familiar with one another during the selection round. The sound of laughter and conversation grew louder. Soon everyone left their bedside and went over to where others were, greeting and sharing interesting stories. Only Wang Baoli and Kong Dao, the pair who had confirmed placements, seemed to fall to the margins. The rest seemed to unknowingly ostracize and ignore them. Kong Dao seemed used to such a mode of interaction with others. He was naturally solitary and unaffected by other people's opinions of him and sat down and crossed his legs, cold and arrogant. As for Wang Baoli, he was naturally friendly. After locating Zhui Yifan, he started chatting with the rest as well. However, his eyes soon narrowed as he realized while the people seemed civil and polite, they also seemed to be vaguely scornful. Just as he was considering seriously about whether he should verify his social status within the barracks with the group of people in a friendly, cordial manner, a voice sounded from outside the barracks. "Baoli, are you inside?" The voice rang out. 7 to 8 people walked in from the entrance of the barracks. They were all soldiers from the military camp, and looks of joy appeared on their faces when they spotted Wang Baoli. "It's you guys." Wang Baoli's thoughts were brought to an immediate halt. He had looked over and recognized them, they were all soldiers from the stronghold. He rushed over to greet, surprised and happy, gathering them all into a big hug. Amidst the laughter and the stares of the surrounding 100 seedlings, the soldiers dragged Wang Baoli out of the barracks and the campsite, doing away with the restrictions on leaving the special zone and going to their own barracks. The rule that prevented one from leaving obviously didn't apply where Wang Baoli was concerned. He had received the green light, and even the soldiers guarding the area only threw them a glance. They seemed to have received some notice. Instead of stopping the group, they smiled kindly. Wang Baoli could feel the difference in treatment, and his spirits soared. He didn't need to guess to know that his relationship with the military had led to that. In fact, he guessed that the Baoli cannon played a huge part in that as well. On the way, the sound of their laughter and bantering resounded throughout the camp. Wang Baoli found out that after the beast tide had ended, many soldiers from the 7th Primary Stronghold had been transferred back to the Federation capital to rest and regroup. That was why they had appeared there. The mention of the beast tide dampened Wang Baoli's mood. He couldn't help himself, though the joy of reuniting with his friends quickly made him forget the memories of the battle at the stronghold. Many more soldiers became friendlier to Wang Baoli as his friends introduced them. Some of the military commanders, especially, seemed to have heard about the Baoli cannon and were really friendly to Wang Baoli. While the other Federation seedlings found out about what had happened and seethed in the injustice of it all, Wang Baoli had a sumptuous meal with the soldiers outside. Finally, he patted his tummy and followed the moonlit path back to his own barracks. When he returned, the rest were mostly sitting cross-legged in meditation. Wang Baoli burped and returned to his bed. He sat down cross-legged on his bed, raised an eyebrow at Zhui Yifan, and flung a chicken drumstick over. Zhui Yifan caught the drumstick, an odd look on his face. He hesitated a moment, looked at Wang Baoli, then shook his head, smiling. He ate the drumstick. That's what I call a good friend. Wang Baoli sniggered. He dug out some snacks and passed them over as well. Then, he pulled out a bottle of ice spirit water, took a huge gulp, then shut his eyes and started his meditation. However, there were too many people in the room. Regardless of how unaware and shameless Wang Baoli was, he still found it difficult to immerse himself fully in his meditation. The best he could do was to retain his 5 senses and awareness of his physical surroundings while maintaining, to a certain degree, a peak spiritual state. The night passed. The next morning, Wang Baoli opened his eyes abruptly as the ringing of a bell sounded hurriedly in the air. The others stirred from their meditation and raced outside. As they dashed out, the female cultivators ran out of their barracks as well. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. Everyone stood on the square. Almost as soon as they were all assembled, an old man walked over from afar. He had a humpback, and his hands were placed behind his back. He walked over slowly and was followed by 2 middle-aged men in military uniform. An aura that far exceeded the Foundation establishment realm accompanied the elderly man's arrival and spread out without restraint. An imposing aura pressed down like a giant mountain on Wang Baoli and the rest. They were shaken to the core and struggled to breathe. It was the same for Wang Baoli. He had encountered quite a few core formation realm cultivators and could immediately determine that the elder's cultivation level was, without a doubt, at the core formation realm. The elder arrived before the group. His eyes seemed barely open. He didn't bother with niceties and spoke hoarsely and in a straightforward manner. I am Federation Priest Su Hongfei. I've been charged with teaching you the mystic technique. The supernova is about applying a special frequency while vibrating, and to achieve the full utilization of your entire body's power and focusing that power on a single point, the ultimate extermination technique. Technique is only the first step. The second is your battle intent. Remember, supernova is only possible if the punch has the weight of a battle intent to shatter the stars and crush the heavens behind it. Now, look carefully, the elder spoke calmly. Then, his eyes suddenly widened. In that instant, they were like 2 bright burning stars. A vast and overwhelming force surged from his body in sudden waves, like an erupting volcano. He stepped abruptly to the side that instant and his right hand rose. His entire person was akin to a bow, stretched naturally. Then, his fist flung thundering towards the sky. The sound of thunder shook the heavens and earth, and loud rumbling exploded in everyone's ears while blast waves rippled across the entire sky. As the echoes reverberated and traveled back, an enormous whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky, expanding rapidly. It seemed to possess the power to tear everything apart. Strong winds appeared out of nowhere. The elder stood in the eye of the winds that spread out in all directions and lashed out, unsteadying Wang Baoli and the others. All of them were caught in fear and shock as they could not control themselves as they fell back. It was as if the elderly man standing before them had suddenly transformed into a vicious, monstrous creature with a desire to swallow everything under the sun. Chapter 217, Who Dares Challenge Me? Chapter 217, Who Dares Challenge Me? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. An earth-shattering lightning bolt came crashing from the heavens. Its rumbling stirred fierce waves of resonance throughout the air. The 100 seedlings, including Wang Baoli, were all shaken to their core. It was partly due to the elderly man's position, the word priest sparked their imaginations, and partly due to the spectacular power of the supernova that he had demonstrated to them. That's the supernova? The physical body alone could actually cause such power and damage? The instructor just said that it was the technique for ultimate extermination. Doesn't that mean that it can circumvent the power difference in cultivation levels? It's hard to say. This supernova may actually allow a true breath realm cultivator to defeat a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator? A raging fervor appeared in their eyes instantly. Everyone was awed by the power of the supernova. They eyed it with fear and caution, as well as a strong hunger. Wang Baoli breathed in slowly and calmed down. He somehow sensed that the supernova shared some similarities with the 9-inch spirit roots tidal technique, which he had mimicked. To a certain degree, the supernova seemed to be an advanced version of the tidal technique. The instructor's body vibrated earlier. It was as if he had transformed into an ocean, controlling the bones and muscles throughout his entire body and utilizing the power of physical flesh to form a tidal wave. It was similar, but much more complicated when he struck. Upon that thought, Wang Baoli's heart started pumping rapidly. Compared to the others, he was more experienced with the tidal technique. With just the short demonstration, he was already eagerly raising his right hand and forming a first, instinctively trying to test it out. However, it was clear that the technique of and secret to the supernova wasn't something that could be easily grasped by a single demonstration. Despite his knowledge of its workings, Wang Baoli's trial punch didn't display significant results. His attempt didn't draw the attention of the elderly instructor. There were a dozen others amongst the 100 people who had, like Wang Baoli, drawn their fists and tried the same. However, not one of them was able to fully grasp the workings of the supernova on their first attempt. I'll let you have the jade slip of the technique later. Over the next 7 days, I'll also be demonstrating the technique once every day. There will be a final exam after the week is over. I can tell you in a very responsible manner that if you can successfully apply this technique, you can advance nearer to the Foundation Establishment realm. If you possess all the necessary criteria with your current cultivation, it is not impossible for you to defeat someone at the Foundation Establishment realm, the elderly man said coolly. His gaze swept past the crowd. He laughed unexpectedly and flipped his right hand over to reveal a pill in his palm. The pill was white in color and enveloped in a spirit stone, and it exuded a strong fragrance that spread across the square. Everyone who caught its scent could feel their blood circulation quickening uncontrollably. It was as if the pill contained the astonishing power of life. Once taken, it would greatly enhance one's body. This is the body-strengthening freedom pill. It's not refined by the alchemy cultivators in the Federation, but is something that was found in the fragment remains on the moon. There aren't many of them in existence. The alchemy cultivators in the Federation haven't been able to replicate it. The reason is that there are a few core ingredients that aren't found on Earth. The properties of this pill is extraordinary. When taken by one at the Foundation Establishment realm, it can advance his cultivation to the next level. At the same time, it can also enhance your physical abilities. It'll be of great aid to your learning the supernova, the elder said. Instantly, every single one of the 100 seedlings, including Wang Baoli, honed in on him. Wang Baoli's eyes shone like they were burning holes into the man. The moment the elderly man pulled out the pill, he had immediately caught a scent of it. An instinctive hunger overcame his body. He was drawn inexplicably to the pill. It was as if his body could sense that once he swallowed it, the pill would push his body to the next evolutionary level. However, there are too few of such pills. It's impossible to let every one of you have one. I only have the one pill with me now. That's why, only the person left standing when the sun sets will be the one who gets to have this body-strengthening freedom pill. As soon as his words rang out, the 100 seedlings were immediately roused. Their eyes glimmered fiercely. To many of them, they were the cream of the crop in their own hometowns and colleges. They were naturally proud and self-confident to a certain extent. They, therefore, didn't feel uncomfortable at the idea of such a competition but instead had begun to gear up for it. Of course, everyone's personalities differed, and hence, their state of minds also varied. There were some who were discussing in hushed tones, clearly intending to form temporary alliances and partnerships. There were some who were like lone wolves, with a fierce glint in their eyes. There were also some who had multiple plans and strategies concocted, to the extent of attempting to contact the political forces supporting them so that they might get their hands on the pill through external means. Soon, those with a more fiery temperament struck. In an instant, the area descended into chaos. Some fought, some fell back, and some allied with others. In a blink of an eye, a loud rumbling exploded. The person standing next to Wang Baoli was, coincidentally, a fire-tempered one. He threw a punch towards Wang Baoli without giving any warning. Sneaking up on me? I hate people who sneak up on me the most. Wang Baoli glared. He didn't dodge and instead sent his leg kicking out, his foot connecting with the other person's fist. The sound of them connecting sent the fire-tempered youth retreating in a hurry, and the expression on his face changed in an instant. The look he gave Wang Baoli was filled with shock and caution. He dared not continue their fight, and instead turned and rushed towards someone else. Wang Baoli snorted when he saw the other youth retreating meekly, and a flicker of light flashed in his eyes. He was set on getting his hands on the pill, and he knew that if he didn't do something soon, his possession of the pill might not be secure. The only solution was to eliminate all the other challenges in an instant. The old man said, the only person left standing, so, as long as the rest are unable to stand, it'll count? Upon that thought, Wang Baoli's eyes flashed. His cultivation started churning. The scabbard within his body shuddered. In an instant, 9 mosquitoes flew out. They appeared suddenly around Wang Baoli and, with the command he uttered inwardly, they sped towards the people around him. Wang Baoli didn't release the grey mosquito. After all, he hadn't tested its abilities. It would be disastrous if it accidentally killed the rest of the Federation seedlings. Go bite their souls. I want them to not be able to stand on their feet. Buzzing in the air, the 9 mosquitoes scattered and sped towards the 90-odd people. They were small, extremely agile, and also really fast. In the blink of an eye, a mosquito flew under the feet of an oblivious cultivator from the White Deer Dow College who was in retreat. It disregarded the cultivator's shoes, its needle-like mouth piercing through the material, and stung. The cultivator from the White Deer Dow College had no reaction at the beginning. However, as his foot landed on the ground, and he prepared to continue his retreat, his eyes suddenly widened. An unbearable itch blossomed from the center of his soul and spread throughout his entire body. He started shuddering fiercely, his eyes revealing disbelief. He intended to bear the itch when he began to feel the same unbearable itch from his other foot. The itch had been barely tolerable at the beginning. However, it soon intensified like a surging tide, wave after wave, growing rapidly in intensity. The cultivator from the White Deer Dow College let out a gasp of shock, sat down hard on the ground, and tore his shoes off. He started scratching with everything he had. It itches. What is going on? The elderly man's expression was calm and composed as he observed the chaotic sight. He didn't pay it much care. He turned and, with the other 2 military officers, headed towards the exit. He didn't go far, however, before the roars of rage and gasps of shock exploded behind him. I've been bitten. Damn it, there are actually mosquitoes here? I've been bitten too. It itches so much. I can't take it anymore. You guys have been bitten too. This must be a conspiracy. Amidst the stunned shouts and gasps, a dozen or so people had all sat down and taken their shoes off, scratching fiercely. It wasn't that they didn't want to tolerate the itch, it was that, it was completely intolerable. Even the lone wolf, Kong Dao, had a myriad of unprecedented expressions shifting on his face as he scratched manically. The bizarre scene momentarily stunned the elderly man, who had been planning to leave but had turned around and taken a look. The two military officers standing behind him had widened their eyes, a dumbfounded look on their faces. The 100 seedlings of the Federation, who had been standing proud like the prodigies they were a moment earlier, were sitting on the floor with their shoes off, scratching madly. The transformation was too sudden and unexpected. If it had been the male cultivators, it would have been fine, but both men and women fell within the parameters of the mosquito's targeting. As a result, one could see the expression on many young women change, followed by their demure, embarrassed scratching through their shoes. However, they couldn't control themselves as they soon sat on the ground, took their shoes off, exposing smooth, tender feet, and, with their faces blushing, their ears warm, and a growing panic, started to scratch ferociously. Ah! Li Yi was one of them as well. The more she scratched, the itchier it got. She was about to go mad. In a single glance, one could see countless pairs of bare feet. It hadn't yet ended. As the elderly man gazed over, another dozen people let out shouts of fright before joining the legion of feet-scratching seedlings. I killed one. This is definitely not a real mosquito. Who's the guy sneaking up on us? Damn it, don't ever let me get my hands on you. Come fight it out with us if you're really that good. How dare you release such horrid and vicious mosquitoes? Very quickly, amidst the growing fear and horror, 9/10 of the entire cohort had fallen. They scratched and cursed, and let loose all kinds of angry shouts and yells, their raging voices spread like waves to all four corners. Every one of them had angry pulsing veins and rage burning in their eyes. Their eyes fell on the three people who had not been bitten and remained standing. One of them a confused Shui Yifan, another Zhao Yameng, who had a strange expression on her face, and another, who was looking really pleased with himself. Wang Baoli. Chapter 218, I am honest and friendly. Chapter 218, I am honest and friendly. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli disregarded the gaze of the surrounding people on him. With his hands crossed behind his back, he looked at Shui Yifan and Zhao Yameng, who had both realized where the problem lay and were looking at him. Wang Baoli cleared his throat before speaking with embarrassment amidst the painful screams and angry roars emerging from around him. Well. Yifan, Yameng, we are pals. You understand. The moment Wang Baoli spoke, the surrounding people who were scratching their itches shouted loudly at him with anger in their eyes. Wang Baoli, you're shameless. Wang Baoli, this is not the end. Shameless and despicable. Wang Baoli, I will never forgive you. Li Yi and company were also screaming angrily amongst the crowd. Established grudges mixed with the newly formed hatred and erupted, spreading in all directions. Shui Yifan laughed bitterly, looking at all the angry people who couldn't stop scratching themselves. He heard a soft buzzing sound reach his ears, and he decisively sat down on the floor with his legs crossed. Zhao Yameng took a deep breath. Even though she had always been calm, she couldn't resist staring at Wang Baoli before choosing to sit down as well. In the entire public square, Wang Baoli was the only person standing amongst the hundreds of seedlings from the Federation. He turned his head quickly and energetically, looking at the elder and the two officers who were dumbfounded, and shouted loudly, Sir, sir! There's no need to wait until sunset. All of them have fallen, and I have won. The two officers both carried weird facial expressions as they looked at the people all around them and then back at Wang Baoli. The elder, who witnessed the situation, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hearing Wang Baoli's words, the Federation seedlings all around him grew even more furious as they scratched their trembling bodies and roared angrily. This doesn't count. This is not the end. Sir, Wang Baoli cheated. Different voices emerged, and Wang Baoli raised an eyebrow as he looked at the people around him who were scratching themselves. He raised his hands in irritation. My fellow Daoist, what's the point of this? I am kind-hearted and certainly don't wish to do anything that would hurt all of you. Wang Baoli was speaking with emotion when a long-faced youth from the 5-generation Sky clan shouted at him loudly with anger in his voice. Shut up, Wang Baoli. These shameless methods will not give you victory. Evil will never emerge victorious over justice. The rules have listed sunset as the deadline, and the time is still not up. We can still stand. The long-faced youth roared as he scratched himself more forcefully. His eyes were turning red. If his gaze could kill, Wang Baoli would no doubt have died. Seeing how the emotions he had been trying to build up were disrupted, Wang Baoli looked over and immediately recognized that the person who was shouting was the one who had been scornful towards him the night before. He hummed and raised his right hand, pointing towards the long-faced youth. Immediately, 9 mosquitoes charged swiftly towards the youth. No! As the long-faced youth screamed in shock, the 9 mosquitoes neared at an extremely fast speed, sweeping towards him and biting him crazily. Painful screams reverberated, but everything only lasted a few brief moments. When the 9 mosquitoes finally flew away, the long-faced youth had become round-faced due to the swelling. His entire body had swelled into a huge lump. He looked at the world around him in a daze, as if he had already lost all his senses. That scene was so frightening and emotionally scarring that everyone who witnessed it was shocked. They murmured under their breath about how cruel it was. When they looked at Wang Baoli, their gaze also carried a look of fear. As his response towards the youth was extremely vicious in their eyes. At the same time, those people who were speaking angrily previously also immediately shut up. They didn't dare speak another word for fear that if they said something wrong, that their outcomes would be equally horrifying. To continue what I was saying just now, fellow Taoists, I am an honest and kind-hearted person, who cannot bear to hurt anyone. Wang Baoli was full of emotions as he spoke to the crowd. Noticing that no one was talking back, he was delighted. I know that everyone is a good brother and sister to me. When we get out of here, I'll give everyone a treat. Eat whatever you want and don't worry. I can pay for it. Wang Baoli waved his hand excitedly, turning his head to look at the dumbfounded elder and officers with anticipation and exhilaration. The elder seemed to have lost his focus. After staying silent for a while, he shook his head and laughed, throwing the body-strengthening freedom pill towards Wang Baoli. After grabbing hold of the pill, Wang Baoli turned around and left in delight. After walking around, he thought about how he shouldn't return to the barracks. If he did, when everyone recovered, they would definitely take revenge on him. Having weighed his options, Wang Baoli concluded that he shouldn't let them have the opportunity to do so. Therefore, he took out his voice transmission ring to contact the warriors that he had gathered with the night before, so they could escort him out to their barracks and let him stay there for a night. Just like that, after he reached the new barracks, Wang Baoli found a quiet area and swallowed the body-strengthening freedom pill under the protection of the warriors. As the pill dissolved in his body, an alarming force exploded in Wang Baoli's body, spreading swiftly. He had already reached the peak of the true breath realm, and after swallowing the pill, his cultivation continued to increase significantly. That was especially so for his physical body, which experienced gradual yet significant changes as the pill continuously dissolved in his body. His bones were strengthened, and his muscles became stronger. Even the blood circulating in his body had been transformed, becoming extremely viscous. It was as if a single drop of his blood could fill an entire water tank. At the same time, his heartbeat grew even more powerful. Every time it pumped, its force was immensely high. As it spread throughout his entire body, it caused him to tremble all over. Even Wang Baoli's spirit was gradually adjusted according to the wave theory. Eventually, Wang Baoli, who was meditating with his legs crossed, was producing loud booms from within his body. The warriors guarding him all revealed a look of surprise. Their protection was all-encompassing, as they observed the surroundings with utmost vigilance to prevent anything that could disrupt Wang Baoli's cultivation process from happening. As time passed and noon approached, the cultivators who had been stung by Wang Baoli's mosquitoes, except for the long-faced youth, had begun to recover. They were all extremely fatigued, but anger and rage filled their eyes. After holding it back for the entire afternoon, they were all like volcanoes that were about to explode. Find Wang Baoli. I want to kill him. If I don't bash Wang Baoli to the state that even his mother can't recognize him, my surname wouldn't be Sun. Fellow Taoists, we must unite and resist in unison. Today, the anti-Wang Baoli alliance is formed. All you boys are too kind and soft-hearted. If it were me, I'd say that we castrate him after catching hold of him. The seedlings of the Federation were all young, with the eldest of them in their 20s. In their anger, the young and vigorous crowd all charged out and began their search for Wang Baoli. They looked all around, but their search was futile. Soon, some of them got the news that Wang Baoli had already left, and was hiding in a closed barracks outside the cultivation camp. Just as they were about to rush out, the warriors who were guarding the place immediately stopped them. An officer even stepped out and shouted angrily, "The camp is closed, and no one shall step out. If anyone disobeys the rules, it will be reported to the Federation. All of you will see if that disqualifies you as a seedling." The officer's roar made everyone freeze in their steps. They were extremely indignant, and Li Yi couldn't control her anger as she questioned, why could Wang Baoli leave? "I didn't see him leave," the officer spoke calmly before asking the warrior next to him. "Did any of you see Wang Baoli leaving?" The warriors who were standing guard shook their heads without hesitation. Witnessing that, Li Yi and the rest of the people were bursting with anger. However, there was nothing they could do. It wasn't only bias towards Wang Baoli. Instead, it was an obvious and official show of differential treatment. All of them grit their teeth, burying their indignation deep in their heart. None of them dared to cross over the boundaries to be disqualified as a seedling, as that would be too high a price to pay. Furthermore, if the military was siding with Wang Baoli, the crime of charging through a military camp was one so heavy that even they, as elites, were unwilling to take it on. Just like that, Wang Baoli digested the pill in peace. As he experienced the supernova, the other seedlings from the Federation were frustrated out of their minds as their hearts were exploding with a day's worth of anger. They all became determined to show Wang Baoli what they were capable of the next day. An uneventful night passed like that. As dawn approached on the second day, the bell in the cultivation camp blared. Except for Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng, all the other seedlings from the Federation charged out, filled with a ferocity that was akin to the Great Flood, towards the public square. Chapter 219, Mine. Chapter 219, Mine. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli was already at the public square when the crowd arrived. He was waving his hands passionately, greeting all the Federation seedlings who were looking at him with anger in their eyes. "Good morning." Wang Baoli was in good spirits. After a night of meditation and allowing the pill to integrate into his system, he felt that some sort of transformation had happened to the strength of his physical body. However, since there was only one pill, the transformation was only half complete, unable to reach its full potential. If only I could have one more of it. I would definitely be able to have a complete physical transformation. I wonder what it would be like if I were fully transformed. That caused Wang Baoli to feel some regret. However, even though the transformation was only applied to a small part, his physical strength had been significantly improved from before, having been boosted by a fold. That made Wang Baoli feel that the body-strengthening freedom pill was not only formidable, but also enhanced his feelings of regret at how there was only one of it. Wang Baoli. As the crowd arrived and Li Yi noticed Wang Baoli, she sneered, unable to control herself. The other Federation seedlings also carried a cold, distant look in their eyes. They really wanted to teach Wang Baoli a lesson then and there but knew that the instructor would arrive shortly. None of them were willing to break the rules for Wang Baoli. However, all of them had long discussed and agreed that after the day's training had ended, they wouldn't give Wang Baoli the chance to escape like he did the day before. The moment the instructor left would be the moment they united against Wang Baoli. Therefore, looking at Wang Baoli then, they all exercised restraint as they stood there, waiting for the instructor. With those unfriendly gazes thrown at him, Wang Baoli blinked as he tried to estimate the fighting capabilities of his opponents. He felt that he was facing against more than 90 people along, so he wouldn't be embarrassed even if he lost. Therefore, he began thinking about how he could ease the situation. However, before he thought of an idea, the elderly instructor arrived from the distance, and everyone fell quiet. Wang Baoli also quickly collected his thoughts, looking at the elder with his chest pumped up high. With the crowd's gaze on him, the elder walked with his hands behind his back. He was alone, and as he stood before the Federation seedlings, he looked at the youths in front of him. When he saw Wang Baoli, he focused his gaze on him. "All of you have seen the mystic technique Jade Slip. Today, I will give everyone the chance to witness supernova a second time," the elder said calmly, turning around and raising his right hand. After grabbing hold of the jade slip, he looked towards the sky and punched his fist. The entire process seemed slower than the demonstration the day before. The crowd watched without blinking as they paid close attention to all the details. When the thunder roared in the sky, a frightening vortex appeared, sweeping in all directions as though it was tearing apart space. All the seedlings, including Wang Baoli, were shaken with shock, and their anticipation grew stronger. With the elder as the epicenter, the strong wind spread and impacted the surroundings, causing everyone's hair and clothing to fly in the wind, and their bodies to step back uncontrollably. When the vortex finally dissipated and the wind stopped ravaging, the elder relaxed his clenched fist. He swept a quick glance at everyone before introducing the details and techniques of the supernova. At that moment, all the seedlings seemed to have forgotten about the friction between them and Wang Baoli. They all focused their attention, combining the elder's words with their insights from the previous night, as a form of verification, as they took in the information like a sponge. Being able to stand out from countless others meant that they were all capable in terms of intellect. At that moment, many of them looked excited. It was obvious that being able to match the elder's words with their own understanding allowed them to gain a stronger grasp on the supernova. The elder was very thorough in his explanations. After half an hour, he finally finished his teachings. Glancing at the crowd, he raised his right hand and revealed yet another body-strengthening freedom pill. The appearance of the pill caught the attention of the crowd immediately. Their breathing grew rapid. Even though they didn't really understand the true effect of swallowing the pill, the fact that it was introduced so formally by the instructor and that only one of them would obtain it, meant that it was extremely valuable. At the same time, they had all contacted their respective factions the night before to ask about the pill. The answer they obtained in return not only intensified their hatred towards Wang Baoli but filled them with an immense and indescribable sense of desire for the pill. There's actually still one more pill. I have asked the Tao College about this pill. It said that in the entire Federation, there are less than 50 of them currently. Boosting one's level of cultivation is a secondary effect of this pill. Most importantly, it could significantly strengthen one's physical body. Swallowing more of them would even allow one to build up a physical foundation possessed by the gods described in the ancient myths. The Federation seedlings were initially dejected, but they were suddenly given hope upon seeing the pill. The craze in their eyes grew even more prominent. Even Wang Baoli shuddered. He had originally planned to ease the tension between him and the rest of the disciples. After all, he felt that it was not a good idea to stay the night in another area all the time. Furthermore, he didn't want to become enemies with 100 other people. However, all those thoughts vanished into thin air, thrown into the deep recesses of his mind the moment the elder revealed the second body-strengthening freedom pill. There was only one thought in his mind right then, and that was mine. Wang Baoli looked vicious, and his breathing was rapid. Instinctively, he wanted to activate his scabbard and make use of his greatest move. However, even before Wang Baoli could do that, the elder's voice reverberated loudly in all directions. This is the last pill that all of you will be able to obtain from here. The rules remain the same. The last person left standing before the sun sets will obtain the pill as a reward. If not for Wang Baoli, the elder would have stopped and left after saying that. However, he further added another sentence. No mosquitoes are allowed. His words made the seedlings instantly delighted, as they all felt that the instructor was impartial and extremely upright in his decision. In their excitement, someone even shouted out. First, destroy Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli's facial expressions instantly turned awful. He noticed the eyes of the 100 people looking at him in an unfriendly manner. It was as if they were considering whether to execute their original plan of eliminating him for revenge. Witnessing the scene, the elder instructor smiled slightly before turning and leaving towards the exit. He was simply a staff from the Federation and wasn't from the military. He was impartial towards everyone. However, just as he was about to leave and the crowd was about to charge towards Wang Baoli roared, making the first move as he raised his right arm and waved. Instantly, numerous puppet numinous treasures appeared around Wang Baoli. There were both male and female versions, with some looking completely identical to Wang Baoli. The Silver Spirit card had allowed Wang Baoli to increase the number of puppets he had to several hundred through the previous repair works. Having taken out more than half of them, Wang Baoli instantly shocked everyone on the public square, causing them to stare in disbelief. Those who were the most shocked were Li Yi and company, who had experienced being hugged by the puppets in the Spirit Breath village. Almost immediately, goosebumps formed on Li Yi's scalp as she retreated quickly, even though she knew that only a few of the puppets were truly formidable. Most of the disciples there, however, were shocked but didn't know how scary the puppets could become. However, what happened next immediately made those people realize the true meaning of shamelessness, as Wang Baoli roared loudly with much decisiveness. Hug every single one of them. Rip off their clothes if any of them tries to resist. As Wang Baoli's roar reverberated, the hundreds of puppet numinous treasures all around were instantly activated as they charged towards the surrounding disciples. Everyone felt fear gripping their hearts as the puppets immediately attacked, bursting forward loudly. Wang Baoli specially created those puppets, and it was difficult to break free from them as their sturdiness and hugging skills were extremely impressive, despite them being relatively weak in terms of fighting capabilities. There were so many of them that at least 3 puppets were crowding around each cultivator. Instantly, chaos erupted on sight. At the same time, Wang Baoli rushed out swiftly. Whoever was hugged by Wang Baoli's puppets was struck in the head by him, and they instantly became unconscious. Everything happened so quickly. The loud booms reverberated, and angry roars erupted all around, causing the elder instructor to stand there, speechlessly looking at the chaotic scene. Wang Baoli, you evil bee ****. Wang Baoli, just you wait. Shameless. Gosh, why does this fella have so many puppets? Darn it, why on earth would he make such things for no reason? As angry roars erupted, Wang Baoli picked up speed in his attacks. At the same time, the puppets executed Wang Baoli's orders perfectly, hugging and stripping the cultivators' clothing. That made many people, especially the female cultivators amongst them, afraid of showing resistance despite their anger and fear. They immediately lost consciousness after Wang Baoli hit them in the head. The entire process only took 5 minutes before Wang Baoli became the last person standing. As for Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng, even though no puppets neared them, they still sat down with their legs crossed, laughing bitterly. They wanted the pill as well, but their understanding of Wang Baoli made them realize that they didn't have a chance against him. Chapter 220, Physical Foundation Establishment. Chapter 220, Physical Foundation Establishment. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. However, many others were still indignant and were struggling hard with resistance. Kong Dao was one of them. He usually appeared withdrawn but was actually an arrogant person. His experiences in the past made him disregard even those who were considered elites of the Federation. That was until he met Wang Baoli. First, the mosquito attack made him itch like never before, and then there were the puppet numinous treasures. It was driving him crazy. A chill appeared in his eyes as he looked at Wang Baoli with unhappiness and annoyance. There was another reason for that, as he realized that Wang Baoli seemed to be relatively close to Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng. When he first saw Zhao Yameng, he was surprised. He was someone who never let anyone come close to him emotionally. As the cold look shone from his eyes, Kong Dao took a deep breath and was about to activate his mystic technique. And at that moment, Wang Baoli had grown annoyed at slapping the people around him. He raised his right hand and immediately, tens of large-sized puppets appeared around him. Those puppets were strong, burly hunks that each looked frighteningly scary. Those who looked like Zhu Gangqiang were the most vicious. However, appearances were not what made the resistors give up their ideas of resisting. What made them give up was that when those savage, hunky puppets appeared, they all began to make loud disturbing sounds that were extremely harrowing and shocking to the people who heard them. Ah. Hum. Ah. Hum. Ah. Their appearance, their voices, all of it immediately made those who were struggling shiver with their eyes wide open, their minds flooded with activity. The previous batch of puppets was a mix of males and females that looked relatively normal, even artistically beautiful to a certain extent. However, the current batch of puppets, with Zhu Gangqiang as a representative, definitely made the male cultivators gasp and the female cultivators indescribably shocked. These? What freaks are these? Don't come over. Even the instructor elder appeared as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood dumbfounded, looking dazedly at the freaks that were making the disturbing sounds. Kong Dao also held his breath in shock. He hesitated and gave up the thought of activating his spells. Instinctively, he sensed that the puppets were different from those of the previous batch. Based on his intuition towards the wild beasts, he vaguely sensed that the most vicious puppet of the lot carried a frightening vibe. Seeing that his puppets had thrown everyone into a state of shock, Wang Baoli spoke with great emotion. The greatest quality of mine is that I am a person of reason towards any matter. I want this pill. If anyone has any differing views, speak your mind, and we'll sort it out. Wang Baoli's words were followed by a loud disturbing sound produced in unison by the puppet hunks. Those who had not been beaten unconscious looked at those burly puppets and heard the sounds they produced, which caused chills to run down their spines. They cursed under their breaths but kept silent without speaking a word. Seeing that was the case, Wang Baoli happily turned over in anticipation, looking at the instructor elder who carried a bizarre look on his face. Instructor, there's no need to wait until the sun sets, can you give the pill to me? The elder was silent. After a long while, he looked intently at Wang Baoli, before flailing his right hand and tossing the body-strengthening freedom pill to Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli immediately grabbed hold of the pill. He was extremely agitated and hurriedly kept all the puppets. With a quick turn of his body, he ran outside, disappearing from the sight of all the seedlings who were gritting their teeth in anger as they stood up. In the 3 days that followed, Wang Baoli didn't appear before their eyes. Even though rewards were given out daily, also in the form of pills, they were nothing like the body-strengthening freedom pill. Everyone still competed for the pills, but also made plans to unite and fight against Wang Baoli. It made their decision to teach Wang Baoli a lesson ever more determined. Wang Baoli, on the other hand, spent all 3 days in seclusion. His chummy relationship with the military resulted in the military officials giving him a designated room for seclusion without any hesitation. In the room, Wang Baoli swallowed the second body-strengthening freedom pill. A phenomenal change occurred in his body, and it was as if a hurricane had erupted within his body. Wang Baoli had initially thought that he could completely digest the pill within a day, but in reality, it took 3 full days for the pill to be incorporated into his body. The effect of the pill was so strong that his entire body, including the strength of his flesh and bones, was completely transformed and boosted significantly. One night, cracking sounds were heard from Wang Baoli's body. He opened his eyes, which appeared like 2 shimmering stars that were extremely blinding. He was still at the peak of the true breath realm, but a vibe similar to that of Foundation Establishment Realm expert was given off from his body. The vibe had originated from his physical body. Wang Baoli was energized. He stood up, stepping forward at a fast speed. Immediately, thunderous roars erupted within the room, howling and crashing towards the walls. Thankfully, he reacted quickly and stopped in his tracks immediately. He pressed his hands on the wall before him, which prevented him from colliding into it. However, upon pressing the wall cracked with a deafening sound, debris spewing in all directions. That made Wang Baoli stare with his eyes wide open. He felt incredulous as he stood there, lowering his head to look at his body. His breathing speed increased. The sound produced quickly caught the attention of the warriors standing around him. They all rushed towards Wang Baoli, and after seeing the collapsed wall in Wang Baoli's secret room, they were dumbfounded. The secret room was impossibly strong and sturdy for people who were below that of the Foundation Establishment realm. It was sufficiently strong to withstand the impact produced when true breath realm cultivators were in the process of seclusion, or were testing the power of their spells. However, it had collapsed. It was an accident. Wang Baoli laughed awkwardly as he apologized. With the military officials looking at him bewilderedly, he excused himself and dashed out of the army camp. In the forest outside, he began to test out his speed. As he leapt into the air, an astonishing loud boom erupted. He was extremely fast, more than 10 times his prior speed. Such a speed made Wang Baoli extremely agitated. His eyes glowed, and he threw a punch into the space before him. Instantly, an extremely powerful hurricane appeared before him, one that was so forceful it exceeded that of all his previous spells. What am I considered as now? Someone of the physical Foundation Establishment realm? In his exhilaration, Wang Baoli questioned himself about the kind of cultivator he was. However, he was clear about one thing, and that was, in the past, he could not fight against people who were of the Foundation establishment realm cultivation, but at that moment, he was confident in battling them. That was especially so when he thought of the supernova, which made him even more excited. He took a deep breath and slowly clenched his fist. He was following the instructions written on the supernova jade slip, and combining it with his understanding of it after witnessing the instructor elder perform it twice. He also complemented it with the tidal technique he learned when he was still a 9-inch spirit root. As he clenched his fist, his body vibrated several times rhythmically. Waves of tidal energy erupted from his body with his own body as the foundation. Uncontrollably, his body curled into the shape of a bow. As he was not well practiced in it, it appeared as if he was storing his energy instead of performing the supernova. After breathing several times and reaching his physical limits, Wang Baoli lifted his head suddenly. His body was transformed into a large bow that seemed to release its tension instantly. All the power from his body was like a voracious flood, and also like an arrow that had just sprung off the bow. The force accumulated in his right hand as he punched the space before him. A deafening thunderous boom erupted. A force that felt extremely frightening to Wang Baoli burst out along with his punch. The plants and vegetation immediately withered as if a large invisible hand had forcefully pulled them out. A gigantic vortex appeared, forming strong winds that collided with each other and swept in all directions. When it ended, Wang Baoli stepped back wearily, resting on a tree and out of breath. He was pale. The punch exhausted all his energy, but his eyes carried a look of excitement and surprise. It was as if an explosion had occurred, forming a large crater that was 100 feet wide. The force was similar to the fire god cannon to a certain degree. With extremely high spirits, Wang Baoli felt that he had gained so much in his adventure in the Federation capital. Not only did he manage to strengthen his body, but he also attained a trump card. He took a rest before returning to the army camp in a happy mood. After recuperating for a night, the bell for group training sounded the next morning. Wang Baoli woke up immediately and rushed towards the enclosed zone where all the seedlings were. In the days that he was absent, people from the military helped him to apply for leave, which received approval from the elderly instructor. As Wang Baoli arrived on the public square of the enclosed zone, he instantly came face to face with the seedlings who had also rushed there. Wang Baoli. After days of not seeing Wang Baoli, the hatred resurfaced, and cold emerged from their eyes. Wang Baoli cleared his throat. He felt that it was unnecessary for him to continue competing with the others. Therefore, he pretended not to see the coldness in their eyes as he smiled and nodded. Long time no see, everyone. Wang Baoli laughed, greeting Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yamen as he walked towards them. Baoli, you'd better be careful. They have all united against you, Zhui Yifan said softly. Chapter 221, One Against Many. Chapter 221, One Against Many. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli raised his brows as he continued to laugh. It's all right. One should be amicable. I have a good temper, so do not worry about me. Hearing Wang Baoli describe himself as good-tempered, Zhui Yifan and Zhui Yifan fell silent. Soon, the elderly instructor arrived and showcased the supernova again. After that, he took a few more looks at Wang Baoli, revealing a flash of interest as if he had seen through something. After thinking about it for a moment, he smiled, raising his right hand as he took out another object. The object was an egg. This is the egg of a ferocious beast. I have obtained it from the Sea of Beasts. I do not know its exact breed, but this can be considered a personal reward. All of you are not allowed to use any dharmic treasures or any spells, and can only depend on your physical abilities in this battle. The victor gets the egg. Can it be braised? Wang Baoli took a look at the egg in the elder's hand and wasn't very interested in it. He guessed that he would probably braise and eat it if he obtained it. Even though he wasn't very interested in it, the Federation seedlings around him all grew excited the moment they saw the egg. They all knew that once the egg hatched, they could train the ferocious beast that emerged. If they successfully raised it, it would be of great help to them in combat. There were beast-taming cultivators in each of the 4 major Dao colleges. Those cultivators specialized in cultivating ferocious beasts for their own use. Their combat capabilities depended on the strength of their ferocious beasts to a large extent. However, most of the pet beasts owned by the Federation were either born through artificial insemination or from the current group of beasts. There were few wild-born young beasts, which made the young beasts and beast eggs originating from the Sea of Beasts an even greater rarity. After all, the Sea of Beasts was extremely dangerous. Even if a Foundation establishment cultivator were to try, they would only be slightly more capable of heading to the Sea of Beasts after reaching core formation stage. On top of that, they still had to remain vigilant. The better option would be to have several core formation cultivators unite in their conquest. Therefore, to many, the beast egg was extremely valuable. At the same time, the Federation seedlings standing around were itching with hatred towards Wang Baoli. Hearing the elder disallow the use of spells and dharmic treasures was like hearing an angelic song to them. They were all excited as they all looked at Wang Baoli with anger in their eyes. Noticing that everyone was looking angrily at himself, Wang Baoli tried to play it light and cleared his throat. He felt that he should remain amicable. Therefore, with a spring-like smile on his face, he raised both his hands. All the handsome men and beautiful ladies here. I will not participate in the fight over this egg. All of you. Wang Baoli hadn't finished his sentence before someone from the crowd suddenly shouted loudly. Go, everyone! Disable this fatty first. This fella needs to be taught a lesson. As he shouted, a youth dashed out from the crowd and charged directly towards Wang Baoli. The instant the youth emerged and attacked, everyone in the crowd started moving as well. After swallowing their indignation for the past few days, they had already come to an agreement. They had a common enemy, and all surrounded Wang Baoli as they attacked him. Punch and destroy him. This fella obviously hasn't been taught a lesson before. I have long wanted to punch him. Without the use of dharmic treasures, he is powerless. With angry screams erupting and with the elderly instructor overseeing the entire situation with a smile on his face, most of the Federation seedlings launched their attacks. They didn't use any spells or dharmic treasures, relying on their physical force as their desire to teach Wang Baoli a lesson reached its maximum. That was especially so as everyone had been learning the supernova for the past 5 days. They more or less had a grasp of it, and some of them had even completely gained a full understanding. All they lacked was familiarity with the skill. As they all attacked, a loud boom erupted. Vortices that emerged from numerous supernovas of varying sizes formed one after another, charging in the direction where Wang Baoli was. Wang Baoli got a huge shock. Even though he was confident, the combined force of a unified attack was still dangerous to him. He retreated quickly in order to avoid the blow. The area he was at just a moment before had already been blasted apart by all the supernova attacks, which made Wang Baoli furious. All of you are unreasonable. I've already said that I would not fight over it with any of you. He stared and decided not to give them the chance to gang up against him anymore. As the crowd approached, he stepped forward at such a high speed that it broke the sound barrier. He was like lightning flashing through the clouds, or a ferocious beast charging into a herd of sheep. Everything happened so quickly that within the blink of an eye, Wang Baoli had appeared before a Federation seedling. That person was a young man and was roaring angrily as he made his attack in the form of a punch. However, the sudden proximity of Wang Baoli scared him. He wanted to step back but was still too late as Wang Baoli collided with him while snorting. A loud bang was produced. The fresh red blood spurted from the young man's mouth, and his body was like a broken kite as he was sent flying upon impact. His mind buzzed and his vision darkened, and he felt like he was hit directly by a raging ferocious beast. Without checking up on the cultivator that he had sent flying, Wang Baoli continued without stopping as he dashed forward yet again. After hitting several of the cultivators continuously, he raised both his hands, clenched his fists, and punched in both directions. The force of the tides erupted, instantly forming a hurricane and causing the cultivators on both sides to tumble back. As if sensing that something bad was about to happen, Wang Baoli didn't move forward anymore. Rather, he turned his body and raised his right hand, gripping the fingers of a cultivator who was trying to ambush him from behind. Trying to ambush me? Wang Baoli hated being ambushed the most. He twisted the cultivator's fingers forcefully. As the cultivator screamed painfully, Wang Baoli kicked his stomach, causing him to fly. He then threw himself backwards, using his back to knock another cultivator who was nearing him in the chest. "Feels soft?" Wang Baoli was perplexed. He heard Li Yi's painful scream as she hugged her chest and retreated in a scurry. When she looked at Wang Baoli, she was extremely furious and was about to start cursing him when Wang Baoli made the first move and started shouting. "How shameless of you to take advantage of me!" Wang Baoli's sheepish look immediately threw Li Yi's anger over the limits, as she screamed in a piercingly loud voice. "How noisy!" Wang Baoli's eyebrow twitched. In an instant, he dashed forward, arriving directly in front of Li Yi as he raised his hand and flailed, sending her into the air accompanied by a loud bang. Regardless of how she tried to evade it, she couldn't escape. Then, he turned around and charged into the crowd again. What was impressive was that he didn't kill anyone despite his force being so strong. He didn't have to use his spells and merely relied on his physical force, which he executed impeccably. He was like a hurricane, destroying everything in his path in an astonishing manner. He was unbelievably fast, successfully avoiding supernovas formed by different groups of people in unison time and again, which showed how agile he was. In the eyes of Zhui Yifan and the others who weren't participating in the fight, Wang Baoli was like a tumbling ball of flesh rolling through the crowd and striking everyone in his path. Painful screams, helpless vocalizations, curses, and angry shouts reverberated continuously in the public square. Wang Baoli grew more proficient in his method of attack. Then, as he stepped hard on the ground and leaped into the air with his fist clenched and his body vibrating, a loud boom emerged. He was contorted into the shape of a bow as he punched the ground. Supernova! A series of thunderous sounds erupted immediately. Strong wind swept in all directions, and as tides were produced, a 10-foot-wide vortex instantly appeared, charging towards the ground loudly. The Federation seedlings were all shocked and started to move as the loud bang reverberated, impacting everything in the surroundings and sweeping up the dust. People screamed painfully and scurried several tens of feet away as blood spewed out of their mouths. They were all dumbfounded as they watched Wang Baoli land onto the ground from the air. In a radius of 100 feet, there was no one but Wang Baoli. That obviously rotund figure seemed to be made of steel. Wang Baoli stood there, like a gigantic fleshy mountain that was filled with so much ferocity that it was impossible to eliminate. How could his physical body be so strong? It must be the body-strengthening freedom pill. He had 2 of those. I hate him so much. If I was the one who swallowed the 2 pills, I would definitely be as strong as him physically. Everyone was shocked. The Wang Baoli before them had left them with such a deep impression that they were overwhelmed with surprise and didn't dare continue moving forward. Even those who wanted to compete for the egg but didn't participate in the hustle, such as Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng, were surprised. Kong Dao, who also didn't participate in the fight but had been observing what was going on, revealed a strong desire to battle in his eyes. When there was no one near him, he suddenly erupted like a bolt of lightning, charging towards Wang Baoli with an astonishing force. Wang Baoli! As he stepped ahead, the force formed grew even stronger as it erupted. Chapter 222, Kong Dao the Lone Wolf. Chapter 222, Kong Dao the Lone Wolf. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Kong Dao was born in the Sea of Beasts. Being able to grow up in an environment where dangers were unpredictable, and where there weren't many people around meant that he had unique talents allowing him to survive. If not, he would never have been taken in as Duan Muke's disciple. Needless to say, his experience living alone on Mars also showed how extraordinary he was. Even though the Federation seedlings had spent several days together, his sense of belonging towards them wasn't strong. Furthermore, on the first and second day in the fight for the body-strengthening freedom pill, he was defeated due to Wang Baoli's numinous treasures. However, he had chosen to give up the fight then due to the regulations and certain inhibitions. If he were really to battle Wang Baoli head-on, he was confident that he would win. As he charged forward, he showcased his astonishing force. All the pent-up unhappiness instantly evaporated, as if an attractive bright sun has risen in the enclosed army camp. As he growled with a low voice that spread like thunder in all directions, his speed was boosted to the maximum, exceeding that of his counterparts. It appeared as if he had been transformed into a flash of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before Wang Baoli. His right fist was clenched, and he punched straight ahead. The moment the punch was executed, his body contorted into the shape of a bow, with his fist acting as the outlet for all the accumulated force that was emerging from all over his body. A hurricane-like vortex was immediately produced, and with the power that was capable of forcefully tearing apart everything in its path, it charged towards Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli turned his head suddenly, his eyes revealing a flash. Kong Dao's move and sudden attack didn't make him retreat, but instead aroused his interest, which was apparent in his eyes. Interesting. Wang Baoli laughed without trying to avoid the impact. He then kicked forward. A loud boom was produced, reverberating as the duo collided with each other, hand to foot. The ground shook, and cracks appeared. As the sound of impact reverberated, Kong Dao sneered as he retreated. Wang Baoli also turned his body but didn't step back. There were more cracks under his feet, but he didn't stop. When his right foot landed, he rode on the momentum and stepped forcefully, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack open. Wang Baoli then rose into the air, attacking first and charging towards Kong Dao. Immediately, the duo made contact, exchanging punches and kicks. An impressive battle depending purely on physical strength was playing out in the army camp's public square, and loud bangs sounded out continuously. The scene of battle, coupled with the sounds of impact ringing by their ears, shocked every onlooker. The two of them. They're freaks. They have such a high level of physical strength. They can very well go head-on against a ferocious beast. I finally understand why only the both of them were automatically selected. The surrounding crowd was filled with surprise. There were some amongst them who had either not attacked, or had attacked but were clearly not as skilled in physical abilities. There were also some who specialized in the use of spells. They were shocked, but even more amazed at what they were watching. With the crowd looking on, the battle between Wang Baoli and Kong Dao continued. Kong Dao's eyes revealed a look of viciousness, and as he attacked, a desire for blood could be sensed from his body. He seemed to have been transformed into a wild beast, disregarding his injuries as he roared with a deep voice. Even after being punched forcefully in the stomach by Wang Baoli, he still raised his head immediately, kicking Wang Baoli in return. Such a battle tactic where one disregards their own survival initially felt foreign to Wang Baoli. However, he was someone with a temper, and seeing that Kong Dao was acting like a lunatic, he stared with his eyes wide. "You're trying to battle me till death?" As Wang Baoli spoke, he stepped forward, and the force from his physical body completely erupted at that moment. A strong force emerged from his body, and his right hand grabbed Kong Dao's right hand with the speed of lightning as he activated his gripping skill and twisted Kong Dao's fingers. If it were someone else, they would definitely lose their voices from screaming in pain if the joints of their fingers were twisted in that manner. However, Kong Dao looked completely unaffected, twisting his hand in another direction and breaking his wrist off with a crack. He approached Wang Baoli and punched him again. A loud boom was produced, and Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He clenched his left fist with the speed of light and punched forward, causing a supernova to be produced, one that surged right towards the fast-approaching Kong Dao. It was unbelievably loud, and as the supernova was produced, Kong Dao's body was contorted into an astonishing angle as he twisted forcefully, his left hand flailing as the nails on his hand began to grow into scary blade-like structures that slashed Wang Baoli. All of that bewildered everyone. From the moment the attacks were first exchanged till then, the duo had been moving extremely quickly. As a loud sound of impact emerged, fresh blood spewed from Kong Dao's mouth as he immediately retreated hundreds of feet away. He was unable to withstand the impact and landed on the ground with a half squat, supporting his body with one of his hands. He raised his head, fresh blood flowing from the corner of his mouth while his hair covered his eyes. Even so, the viciousness in his eyes was still obvious. Wang Baoli had grown furious from the attacks. When Kong Dao tried to grab hold of him previously, he was surprised but had managed to avoid it. However, at that moment, his chest had been slashed by Kong Dao, and his clothes were torn, revealing 5 scratches teeming with blood. It slightly diminished Wang Baoli's arrogance, which had previously resulted from the physical transformation and strength boost that he had received. It was obvious to him that even though Kong Dao was not as physically strong as him, he was almost as powerful. That was especially so as Kong Dao's personality was one so vicious that he wouldn't think twice about self-destruction. That allowed his combat capabilities to increase significantly. However, even so, Wang Baoli was still confident that if they were ever engaged in a battle of life and death, he would still be able to kill him. It would just come at a price. The onlookers of the battle were gripped with shock. They were taken aback looking at both Wang Baoli and Kong Dao's attacks. Kong Dao, who previously seemed to be a quiet existence, was actually someone who was extremely formidable in terms of combat. On the other hand, even though Wang Baoli was shameless and his numinous treasures were perverted, his physical strength was astonishing. All of that made the Federation seedlings, who were also extremely proud of their own capabilities, fall silent. As Kong Dao lowered his head slightly, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, indicating his desire to continue the battle. Wang Baoli also narrowed his eyes, making preparations to attack. However, just at that instant. Enough! A look of approval was obvious from the elderly instructor's eyes as he concluded the match. He raised his right hand and revealed 2 beast eggs. These 2 beast eggs are from the same nest. Each of you can have one. As he spoke, the elder tossed 1 beast egg to Wang Baoli and 1 to Kong Dao. Wang Baoli grabbed hold of the egg and lowered his head to take a closer look. The egg was the size of a clenched fist, and he could feel a sign of life within it just by holding it in his hands. Kong Dao grabbed hold of his egg too. However, he did not spend much time examining it. Instead, he looked deeply into Wang Baoli's eyes with a look of provocation and viciousness. This gaze. He wants to be punched? Wang Baoli looked askance at him and sneered. He didn't bother with Kong Dao after deciding that the elderly instructor would definitely try to prevent further fighting between them. The elder saw what was happening and smiled slightly. As he turned to leave, he murmured with a voice that others could not hear. Are both of them at the physical foundation establishment stage? Interesting. The Federation seedlings standing around had no objections to the elder's way of handling the matter. After all, the battle between Wang Baoli and Kong Dao was proof of their physical capabilities, showing that both of them were so strong that they had far exceeded their limits. There were less than 2 days left of the 7-day-long training, which quickly passed amidst the silence of the crowd as they basked in their complex emotions. As the 7th day ended, the assessment began. The location of the assessment was set to be in the army camp. All the Federation seedlings, including Wang Baoli, had managed to attain the mystic technique of the supernova. Du and Muke arrived in person, and numerous officials from the Federation also showed up. With words of encouragement and praise from them, each individual stepped up to the large green boulder that was to be used as a test of their strength. They adjusted their force and activated the supernova. As the loud noise reverberated and every Federation seedling showcased their powers, all the onlookers let out praise and admiration. Du and Muke smiled as he exchanged some words with the people around him. Yaming is not bad. This chap is quite impressive as well. Their laughter and judgment became the source of motivation and excitement for the Federation seedlings. As they tested their strength, one after another, cracks of varying degrees appeared after every supernova. As the cracks healed quickly, the next person attacked. When it was Kong Dao's turn, he punched hard, and the green boulder vibrated. So many cracks appeared on it that it far exceeded that of those before him. After that, he first bowed towards Du and Muke and company, before turning and looking at Wang Baoli provocatively. Du and Muke smiled slightly but didn't speak. The people beside him were significantly more amazed than before. Soon, it was Wang Baoli's turn. Wang Baoli rolled his eyes at Kong Dao's provocation. He acknowledged his strength but was more confident in his own efforts. After all, in order to reach where he was, he had put in a lot of hard work and experienced trials that were more than what others could imagine. With that thought, a flash appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes as he leaped and arrived before the green boulder. He took a deep breath, and punched. A deafening roar erupted, traveling in all directions. The green boulder vibrated like never before, with visible cracks spreading quickly across it, covering the entire boulder. Finally, it exploded apart with a loud bang. Chapter 223, Weathering 3 Main Life Events. Chapter 223, Weathering 3 Main Life Events. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The collapse of the green boulder sent everyone gasping in shock instantly. Even though they had seen the power Wang Baoli and Kong Dao had displayed during their fight, the Federation seedlings were still taken aback. After all, Kong Dao's strike had only resulted in cracks spreading throughout a large portion of the stone's surface. Wang Baoli, however, had shattered it with a single punch. He's a freak. I'm so glad he had been confirmed as a seedling. If he had participated in the selection round, and we'd been unlucky enough to come across him. That's weird, aren't you all concerned whether this guy will have to pay for the assessment stone after shattering it? Wang Baoli had originally been pleased with himself. However, as the other seedlings fell into a fierce discussion, and he heard someone's curious question about compensation, his eyes widened abruptly. Then, he remembered his silver spirit card with limitless credit and calmed down immediately. Even though I, Wang Baoli, come from a poor family, but as an armament soldier from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, I'll honor the demand for compensation if it comes to that. I'll work hard and eat less. I'll be able to save up something. Wang Baoli suddenly felt righteousness surging through his person. He couldn't help himself from reaching into his pocket and patting the silver spirit card inside, making sure he hadn't lost it. The surrounding Federation officials were all roused by Wang Baoli's single punch, and waves of emotion stirred in their hearts. This green assessment stone can withstand the power of anyone below the Foundation establishment realm. Even if it's someone at the early levels of the Foundation establishment, it would still be able to hold up with some difficulty. But now, it's been shattered by a single punch from Wang Baoli. I didn't look too closely before, but this little fatty is obviously, at the physical Foundation establishment stage. Even Kong Dao didn't manage to shatter the stone, but he managed to do it. As they engaged in hushed discussions, Du and Muke smiled faintly. It was clear he had already known. His eyes fell on Wang Baoli and Kong Dao and were alight with hope. Kong Dao's pupils contracted abruptly. He remained silent as he stared at Wang Baoli. The earlier feelings of provocation had morphed into an intense battle intent, though he managed to conceal it. Wang Baoli observed the crowd as they gasped in shock. Pleased and relaxed, he cupped his fists towards Du and Muke and the officials, bowed, then stepped back smugly. A new assessment stone was quickly brought out by the military. It didn't take long before everyone concluded their trials, and the week of cultivation came to an end. All the observers remembered Wang Baoli's face because of the trial. It was the same for Kong Dao. As for the remaining Federation seedlings, despite their ordinary performances for the physical assessment, the spells and techniques that they possessed and hadn't displayed would rival the physical prowess of both Wang Baoli and Kong Dao, to a certain extent. Zhao Yameng's ultimate move, for example. Once unleashed, even Wang Baoli would have a headache trying to counter it. As such, it was difficult to identify precisely how weak or strong one was. However, there was no doubt that Wang Baoli had become the focus of attention during the trial. Du and Muke gazed at the young faces before him and stood up. It's your misfortune to be born in this era, because you'll have to face many unknown powers, numerous unimaginable threats, countless trials and tribulations, you might even come face to face with what is known as a god. But it is also your fortune and destiny to be born during this time. Because in this era, the Spirit Inception era has just newly arrived. Your descendants will remember your names for many years in the future. You may become a god in the eyes of future generations. Your journey will never stop, there is no end before you. Because the path you are walking is called the road of evolution, Tao seeking, the journey towards immortality. That's why I like to call the Spirit Inception era, the era of apotheosis. The future is limitless. I, Du and Muke, am willing to walk this journey with you. Du and Muke ended his speech, an unfathomable look in his eyes. He eyed every one of them, and every single one of them was inspired and galvanized. His words were simple, but it was as if they had unrolled a scroll before everyone. On that scroll was painted the exciting and grand future. A fierce light shone within Wang Baoli's eyes as well. The word apotheosis electrified his entire body, and he could hardly control his excitement. Amidst the crowd's excited breaths, Du and Muke left with a smile on his face. Following his departure, the Federation seedlings, after having undergone a memorable period of cultivation, separately boarded the cruisers headed for their political institutions or colleges. The Federation seedings examination and final trial had officially come to an end. the group from the ethereal Tao College was received and escorted by the college's cruiser. Wang Baoli, Zhui Yifan, Zhao Yameng as well as a few other Federation seedlings, started their journey back. On the journey back, Wang Baoli wasn't the only one looking forward excitedly to his return. The others also looked forward to going back. Based on the reward and recognition they were to receive from the ethereal Tao College for becoming a Federation seedling, they should all receive a promotion when they returned. Every one of them, when they returned, would be promoted to deputy pavilion head of their respective pavilions. It was impossible not to be excited about their new positions. Wang Baoli's heart started beating rapidly as he thought about how the position of deputy pavilion head was, at that moment, waiting for his occupancy. He wished he could teleport himself to the college directly. As he grew excited about the authority he would wield in future in the ethereal Tao College, he also started considering the need for allies. That was something that had been mentioned in the high officials' autobiographies. Wang Baoli recalled in detail what he had read, then glanced at Zhui Yifan, who was sitting at one corner. His eyes flashed instantly. He shifted over and put his arm around Zhui Yifan's shoulder. Yifan, we'll all be deputy pavilion heads after we return to college. Are you excited about that? Zhui Yifan stared at Wang Baoli. Based on his understanding of Wang Baoli, he knew that the other youth had something he wanted to say. If it had been anyone else, he wouldn't even bother to ask. But since Wang Baoli had spoken, Zhui Yifan sighed inwardly before accommodating him and asking, "What are you trying to say?" "Ha ha, Yifan, are we good friends?" "We are, right? If we look at the details, we're friends who've survived life or death situations together. If we look at the bigger picture, it's the spirit inception era, the era of apotheosis. We're fellow Taoists. We need to help each other out in our future journeys," Wang Baoli said animatedly, talking and thudding his chest at the same time. "What I feel is, we need to form some sort of alliance. That way, when we all become gods in the future generations will have something to call us by." Zhui Yifan was confused. He couldn't make sense of Wang Baoli's strange ideas. Snap out of your daze. Just look, you won't fulfill your ambitions staying in your family clan, so what's the point of your cultivation and excelling in your skills? You're just one person, after all. But if we form an alliance, you'll have me at your back, and the other members of our alliance. With so many people supporting you, if your family clan dares to make life difficult for you and turn you into a weapon, we'll crush them. Wang Baoli spoke arrogantly at first, then swiftly switched to a more persuasive tone. Zhui Yifan remained silent. What Wang Baoli had said initially was something he didn't think was important for him to have. However, Wang Baoli's last words stirred him. That was something he had been running away from since the beginning. He couldn't help but lift his head and stared at Wang Baoli. After a long while, he nodded his head. He nodded, partly because it was Wang Baoli who proposed it. A tiny part of it was also because he wanted to prepare for what was coming. It didn't matter that his family clan was powerful beyond measure and was not an entity that they could touch. Deep down in his heart, he still held a tiny flicker of hope and an intense warmth for the future that Wang Baoli spoke of. Seeing that Zhui Yifan had been convinced, Wang Baoli patted him excitedly on his shoulder, then looked at Zhao Yameng. He shifted over and squeezed next to Zhao Yameng. They were sitting so close to each other that he could smell the faint fragrance on her. Zhao Yameng remained unfazed at Wang Baoli's arrival. She glanced over calmly as if to remind Wang Baoli that he was sitting too close to her. That was Zhao Yameng's unique charm and ways that often made those who tried to approach her feel naturally unworthy and ashamed. However, that method was useless against Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli smiled widely as if he was unaware of what Zhao Yameng was trying to convey with her glance. He shoved his head nearer and said softly, "Menga." As soon as the words were out, Zhao Yameng, despite her natural composure, felt chills traveling through her. She felt discomfort as if she had goosebumps on her entire body. Yameng, we've gone through thick and thin together, right? And survived death together? You know, there are three main things in life that people weather together. Life and death, life or death danger, and hardships. Wang Baoli got excited when he said that. We've gone through all three together. Yifan and I are going to build an alliance. Why don't you join us too? In our future lives together, I'll hold your hand, and we'll walk hand in hand together. Wang Baoli thought he had said something most beautiful. He was extremely pleased with himself and couldn't help but pull out a bag of snacks. He had a few bites and passed the bag of snacks over to Zhao Yameng. If you eat this, that makes us a family. Zhao Yameng had a strange expression on her face. The three main things that Wang Baoli had mentioned seemed to be the same thing to her. As for the last thing he said, it seemed to have some other meaning to it. But she was a reserved person and barely had any friends in the college. To be precise, she had one friend, and he was Wang Baoli. She nodded, then after some thought, took the bag of snacks from Wang Baoli. She picked a piece out and took a small bite. Seeing how the alliance, which would undoubtedly stir a storm throughout the Federation in the future, had already secured 2 key members, Wang Baoli waved his hands excitedly. Let's think of a name then. You guys start thinking too, why not we base it on our special traits? The Adonis Association. How about that? That name sounds great. Very apt. Wang Baoli laughed out loud. He felt he had a gift in naming things. Zhui Yifan was at a loss and remained silent. Zhao Yameng started to regret her decision. Chapter 224, Taking over the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Chapter 224, Taking over the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The Alliance, the Adonis Association, was officially formed on the cruiser traveling from the Federation capital back to the ethereal Tao College. The members of the Alliance had a discussion. 2 of them ultimately conceded, and Wang Baoli, with his 1 vote, was elected the first chairman. There are so many people who need me. My responsibilities are too many. The burden on my shoulders is too heavy. Wang Baoli stood before Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng, patted his stomach and said, lamenting. Time flew amidst Zhui Yifan's persistent silence and Zhao Yameng's remorseful regrets. The cruiser carrying a group of the Federation seedlings as well as the members of the Adonis Association entered the domain of the ethereal Tao College and returned to the Upper Academy Island. As soon as they landed, Wang Baoli and company saw the people who had come to receive them. Many in the upper echelons of the college management, including the respective pavilions' grand elders and the deputy sect lord, were all there. It was a grand and warm welcome ceremony. The Federation seedlings were seen as role models, earning them a great reputation as well as the envy of countless cultivators and students in both Upper Academy Island and Lower Academy Island. Wang Baoli and company seemed to be surrounded by a brilliant glow at that moment, drawing the attention of many and establishing themselves as role models for the new generation of youths. Publicity done by the college contributed to that, but the main contributing factor was still the live telecast of the Federation's 100 seedling selection round, which made them known to the residents of the Federation. There was also the commendation ceremony and the Federation President's personal commendation. The seedlings' achievements, as well as their image, was made known across the entire Federation, inspiring envy and admiration as well as establishing their popularity amongst the people. At present, the college announced, before the entire college full of cultivators and students, the recognition and rewards the seedlings would be receiving. Wang Baoli, Zhao Yameng, and Zhui Yifan are hereby appointed as deputy pavilion heads of their respective pavilions. As soon as the appointments were announced, many cultivators on the Upper Academy Island, despite already knowing what was going to happen, were shaken. After all, the position of a deputy pavilion head held immense power and authority. If the ethereal Tao College could be compared to a country, a pavilion would be the equivalent of a big city. The position of the deputy pavilion head, then, would be that of a deputy city lord. According to the administrative hierarchy, an island on the Lower Academy Island wouldn't even rival a pavilion on the Upper Academy Island. Wang Baoli's rank might not equal that of Chancellor Lu on the Lower Academy Island, but if it were the Deputy Chancellor Gao Quan who saw Wang Baoli, he would have to cup his fists and greet him respectfully. That was because, according to their ranks, Wang Baoli was his superior. Furthermore, his position was appointed by the ethereal Tao College's Sky Path Island and was further augmented by his status as one of the Federation's 100 seedlings, and even strengthened through his faction's presence. At that moment, Wang Baoli could be said to have reached the height of his power in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion on the Upper Academy Island. Their status and their power were immediately made known to many with the announcement. Wang Baoli and company were once again placed in the limelight. Even Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng's statuses and positions rose suddenly after their promotion to the rank of deputy pavilion head in their respective pavilions. If they were to take a look at their recently formed Adonis Association, it seemed to be a different creature, of a different status. After the welcome ceremony ended, amidst the respectful gazes of the surrounding cultivators, and with immense pleasure, Wang Baoli returned to his cave abode. In the coming days, he had almost no time for rest. After all, he had been promoted to deputy pavilion head. It was no longer appropriate for him to oversee the college administrative department alone. After discussing with Chen Yutong, the college administrative department arranged for a new armament soldier to take over his role. At the same time, Wang Baoli's jurisdiction expanded to include all supervisory and disciplinary departments. It was at that time that his former subordinates from the Lower Academy Island like Liu Daobin and a few others, also managed to enroll in the Upper Academy Island's Dharmic Armament Pavilion. Wang Baoli paid considerable attention to their arrival. Liu Daobin, especially, received special attention and recognition. Wang Baoli arranged for Liu Daobin to be his secretary and to follow him wherever he went. That was not the only good thing to have happened. After Wang Baoli was appointed to the position of deputy pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, perhaps his return and his achievements had played a part in creating some sort of momentum that resulted in what happened. Chen Yutong's master, Sun Ifeng, bested all other competitors and rose to the supreme position that was above even that of the pavilion head, the Dharmic Armament Pavilion's Grand Elder. With that, the senior brother of Chancellor Liu had finally stepped into the inner circle of the ethereal Dao College management. The person who was most discomforted by his promotion and Wang Baoli's appointment was the pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. He was subdued by the Grand Elder from above and constrained by Chen Yutong, and Wang Baoli's balanced distribution of authority from below. His job as the pavilion head was going to be really uncomfortable. Furthermore, in order to have a position ready for Wang Baoli when he returned, the college had an existing deputy pavilion head transferred out. That deputy pavilion head had been one of his people. Losing him felt like having one of his limbs chopped off. The remaining two deputy pavilion heads were wary of the Grand Elder. They obeyed his commands in public but defied them in private and were, surprisingly, friendlier with Chen Yutong and Wang Baoli. As a result, it wasn't a stretch to say that Wang Baoli and Chen Yutong reigned supreme in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. It was then that Wang Baoli, in line with his generous and forgiving nature, sought out Chancellor Liu from the Lower Academy Island. Wang Baoli left after a simple exchange of words. Chancellor Liu saw him off. Standing outside the Grand Hall of the Lower Academy Island, gazing at the cruiser speeding into the distance, the Chancellor smiled. This young man, he's not a simple-minded boy, Chancellor Liu murmured to himself. Then he issued an order to immediately remove Deputy Chancellor Jiao Quan from his position, and open an investigation on the various misdeeds he had committed in the past. When the orders were issued, Jiao Quan fell limp to the ground. Following that came another order from Chancellor Liu to promote the current Dharmic Armament Faculty Dean, Goti Zhongyud, to Deputy Chancellor. Of course, the series of dismissal, investigation, and appointment had to be reported to the Upper Academy Island. However, in general, the Upper Academy Island respected Chancellor Liu's decisions in the management of the Lower Academy Island. The vacant Dharmic Armament Faculty Dean's position was filled by someone whom Chen Yutong trusted and was allied with, a transfer from outside the faculty. After a series of human resource restructuring, Wang Baoli and Chen Yutong managed to secure almost complete control in both the Dharmic Armament Faculty and the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. They were the true sovereigns of the whole Dharmic armament discipline in the entire ethereal Dao College. The pavilion head, with his power hijacked, had authority in name only. He had no means of fighting back and could only resign to his fate. He retreated to seclusion and dove into the research of Dharmic treasures, distancing himself from the running and administration of the pavilion. Rumors regarding the matter of discipleship also began to spread in the college. Some heard that the Grand Elder of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion intended to take Wang Baoli as his disciple. Others heard that the Grand Supreme Elder seemed to share similar intentions. Wang Baoli was surprised by the news as well. He asked Chen Yutong about it, but even Chen Yutong was unaware of the details. After some thought, Wang Baoli decided that there was no need to panic. As the party directly involved in the matter, he would eventually come to know. Following Wang Baoli's return, he had reached an interval in the politicking and power play. Wang Baoli knew the importance of power and authority, but he also understood that ultimately, everything rested on his cultivation. After everything had finally been settled, the first thing Wang Baoli did was find out more about the Foundation establishment realm. He knew clearly that after reaching the peak of the True Breath realm, the most important step following that was the Foundation establishment realm. That was also the aim of the 100 Seedling plan in Operation Sword Sunday. Learning the supernova was only the first step. The many things that followed after required them to reach the Foundation establishment realm first. Wang Baoli had little knowledge of the Foundation establishment realm. After all, prior to his most recent journey, he had only been at the 4th level of the True Breath realm, a far cry from the perfected True Breath realm. Who would have thought that his most recent travel would bring him such tremendous good fortune, disrupting his original preparations and putting many things into motion earlier than what he had originally planned. I only know that to reach the Foundation establishment realm, all cultivators from the respective political forces in the entire Federation need to gain an opportunity to travel to the moon, Wang Baoli muttered. He contacted Chen Yutong and started asking questions. Chen Yutong knew a lot more than Wang Baoli where the Foundation establishment realm was concerned. He was, after all, an experienced armament soldier and had been preparing his advancement to the Foundation establishment realm for a long time. There was too much information regarding the matter, though. Chen Yutong shared a brief introduction before telling Wang Baoli that he would tidy up the information later, and document them in a jade slip before sending it to Wang Baoli for his detailed study. While Chen Yutong tidied up the information on the Foundation establishment realm, Wang Baoli started the incubation of the monster egg. However, the incubation required the appropriate environment and time. The problem of a suitable environment was easily fixed. With his current authority, a few simple words would have Liu Daobin getting everything arranged and prepared for him. He only had to wait for Liu Daobin to inform him when the egg was about to hatch. He did all that. Then, standing inside his cave abode, he sucked in a deep breath and pulled out the red palm tree that he had bought in the Federation capital. The plant would make a good herb. But to Wang Baoli, its main value was the fingernail-sized black fragment amongst the many fragments embedded in the tree. He carefully extracted the fragment and stared at it. Memories of the past few years, everything that had happened after he had been admitted to the ethereal Tao College, surfaced in his mind. He was overwhelmed by emotion. I've made it so far, one step at a time, relying only on my immense natural potential and undying perseverance. Through my own hard work, determined not to rely on any external help, after all these blood and sweat and tears, I finally reached my current position and acquired my current skills and power. I don't need help from anyone, because I am my greatest ally. Wang Baoli lifted his head high proudly. He regulated his aura, and, inside his head, called out softly. Little Missy, are you there? Chapter 225, Birthday Present. Chapter 225, Birthday Present. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. A moment later, little Missy's distant voice sounded in his head. You've thought of some request and have decided to summon me again. Come on, tell me what you want. Wang Baoli smiled upon hearing her words. There was a faint flicker in his eyes. Her words had exposed his exact motive for calling upon her. From that alone, he could immediately conclude one thing. Little Missy undoubtedly was able to observe the external world, either through himself or through some other means. The fragment, for example, must have been something she had known about as soon as he acquired it. But she hadn't spoken a word about it. Little Missy, you've misunderstood me. Am I that sort of person? I planned to give this fragment to you as a birthday present, Wang Baoli blinked and said immediately, without hesitation. Birthday present? Little Missy froze. Wang Baoli was inwardly pleased. He had chosen his earlier words to let the other ask exactly that question. He personally felt that he had almost fully grasped little Missy's character. It was the same as speaking to a girl. He would first have to say something to spark her interest or curiosity. The explanation that followed didn't matter, what mattered was how sweet his words were. I don't know when your birthday is, but I hope that every present I give you is a meaningful one, and is a pleasant surprise to you, like the flowers I got you previously. I wish for you to be happy. I want to hear you laugh. This way. I'll be happy too, Wang Baoli said gently. Little Missy. Wang Baoli was pleased upon discovering little Missy's silence. He mused about his skills and how he had started practicing them since he was in kindergarten. Even though it seemed that they had become less useful as he had grown older, after some practice those few years, he discovered that the skills had started to display their original impact and prowess once again. Especially when used on little Missy. It works every time. I'm guessing no one on her previous planet was as gifted as I am, Wang Baoli thought and started feeling all pleased about himself. He pulled out the hallucination pillow and entered the hallucination realm, picked up the black mask, and placed the black fragment on top of it. Very quickly, the fragment seemingly melted and then fused with the black mask. What had been a damaged half mask became slightly more complete with the fusion of the fragment. A moment later, after Wang Baoli's patient waiting, little Missy's voice resounded in Wang Baoli's head with a strange timbre. Thank you. You've reached a pivotal point on your cultivation journey. The next level is the Foundation Establishment Realm. You can see the Foundation Establishment Realm as a kind of magnifying glass. It amplifies your original foundations multifold. As a result, two aspects determine your weaknesses and strengths after you reach the Foundation Establishment Realm. One is how you reach the Foundation Establishment Realm, and the other is the strength of your foundations. There are many ways to reach the Foundation Establishment Realm, but you lack in many of the requirements now. I can't help you with those, but if your foundations are extremely strong, when you reach the Foundation Establishment Realm in the future, the augmentation of your abilities and your power will far surpass your peers. Wang Baoli's eyes lit up upon hearing what little Missy said, and his heartbeat quickened. He had been waiting for her to say something like that as well as her guidance on the matter. He understood what she was trying to say. That means, if my foundation is a 10 on the scale, and reaching the Foundation Establishment Realm will magnify the original by, say, 10 times, then when I reach the Foundation Establishment Realm, I will score 100. Similarly, if my foundation before reaching the Foundation Establishment Realm scores 100, then I'll score 1000 when I reach the Foundation Establishment Realm. That is the principle of it. The method I'm teaching you is called the compression art. There are limits to the true breath realm. Like a completely filled bottle, it's impossible to pour anything else into it. But through the compression art, you'll be able to compress your cultivation and carve out space for more cultivation. This will strengthen your foundation. This method can be applied not only on your cultivation but also on the branding of inscriptions during your crafting, little Missy explained patiently, a rare thing for her to do, and finally taught Wang Baoli the formula to the method. Then, her voice disappeared. After memorizing the compression art's mantra, Wang Baoli was energized. He ran through the formula in his head, confirmed that everything was in order, and retreated from the hallucination realm. He immediately began cultivation. He didn't try the method on himself first. After some deliberation, he decided to try it on the inscriptions on a numinous treasure. After he had familiarized himself with the method, he would then try it on himself. Time passed one day at a time. Wang Baoli retreated into seclusion, forwent sleep and forgot to eat, and practiced the compression art. The effects of the method were spectacular. Combined with his skills at crafting artifacts, Wang Baoli managed to craft his first, supreme third-grade numinous treasure within half a month. A supreme numinous treasure, a numinous treasure that was beyond perfect, was rare throughout the entire Federation. The Federation knew the ways to refine supreme numinous treasures, however, the success rate was too low. The numinous treasure would be destroyed if there was any failure encountered during the crafting process. Wang Baoli had worked on the foundations of a perfected third-grade numinous treasure, applied the compression art, and carved 10 times the number of inscriptions on the spirit kernel. That amplified the power of the numinous treasure, forcibly transforming it into a supreme numinous treasure. This compression art can forcibly increase the level of a numinous treasure, but it's only one level. Unless there's a more advanced compression art, this is the best that I can do with what I know. Wang Baoli muttered to himself. His eyes were bright with excitement. Even if what he had managed to achieve was merely the leveling up to the supreme grade, the impact was still extremely big to him. especially when he was considering his advancement to the Foundation Establishment realm. His breakthrough in refining numinous treasures gave him greater confidence in and a greater chance at reaching the Foundation Establishment realm. As a result, in the following days, Wang Baoli gave it his all and comprehensively revamped his numinous treasures. He applied the compression art and enhanced more than half of his treasures to the third-grade supreme level. He became more familiar with the application of the compression art. At that point, he finally made up his mind and began to apply the compression art to his own cultivation. Wang Baoli sat cross-legged in his cave abode and applied the compression art to his cultivation. In an instant, his body started to shudder. He felt an immense pressure from all corners of the room pushing down on his body, sinking deep through his flesh and blood, like targeted molecules that had honed in on his spirit chi and started compressing them without warning. The compression was like a form of forceful cohesion. He could feel intense pain in his blood and flesh. Wang Baoli started panting heavily, and his face turned white. Large beads of sweat started dripping from his body. Why is it that every mystic technique Little Missy teaches is always so painful to learn? Wang Baoli was torn, but he could clearly feel the effects of the method. He felt that as the compression art worked its magic, the spirit chi within his body gathered and clustered tightly together without stopping. It was as if there had been many gaps in his spirit chi that, with the application of the method, were being compressed and shrunk until there were fewer of them left. With the contraction, Wang Baoli's cultivation level seemed to be dropping. However, his aura had instead grown stronger and stronger. After the gaps within his spirit chi were compressed and reduced in number, the stability and resilience of his spirit chi grew to its peak. The change in the internal structure of his spirit chi also enhanced the viscosity of his spirit chi. It was akin to a transformation from iron to steel. As a result, despite the extreme agony, Wang Baoli still grit his teeth and persevered. It was after he had withstood 2 weeks of such torture and hammering, that his cultivation finally compressed to an extreme and was no longer at the peak of the true breath realm, instead, appearing to be recently advanced into the 5th level of the true breath realm. In reality, though, the spiritual aura he was exuding was 30% more powerful than it had been before. That was the same for his combat capabilities. Even his meaty body had shrunk one size in those 2 weeks under the compression art. His originally round chubby face had slimmed down slightly. When Wang Baoli discovered that, he was both shocked and overjoyed. He stared at himself in the mirror, overwhelmed by excitement. "I see my chin." It was impossible to describe how excited he was feeling at that moment. He stared into the mirror for a full 2 hours, touching his chin repeatedly. Finally, he raised his head skyward and burst out laughing. "I'm someone with a chin now." Overjoyed, Wang Baoli walked to and fro in his cave abode. After quite a while, he slowly set aside the unexpected happiness and examined his cultivation. After noting the crystal inside his body, his eyes shone brightly. The next step is to return to the peak of true breath realm as soon as possible. This crystal is key. Looks like I have to make another trip to the lightning domain. The thought of that energized Wang Baoli. On the one hand, he looked forward to returning to the peak of the true breath realm. On the other, he looked forward even more to slimming down by 1 size more after leaving the lightning domain. Let's go! Level up cultivation, and burn calories. At the thought of that, Wang Baoli charged out of his cave abode in a manly manner, racing straight for the Array Runes Pavilion, and its lightning domain.